Continuing from the last chapter. The moment the folks of Shallow Water Village saw me in armor with government soldiers at my side, they agreed to sign the contract without a second word. All 400 acres of farmland went to me. The deeds would be handed over once payment was made. The ink on the fingerprints had barely dried when a warm current suddenly surged through my entire body. Rewards before I even had the deeds in hand. I pulled up the family tree to check. Head of house, Chun Fan. Farmland, 881 mu. Strength, 5,600 gene. Swimming, consummate mastery. Remaining lifespan, 49 years, 1 month. My strength had jumped by 400 gene, my lifespan by 10 years, and my swimming had leveled up from effortless to consummate mastery. I tapped to check the details. Swim with ease through raging tides. Hold breath underwater for 3/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. That was 45 minutes. My heart leapt. Wasn't that on par with Zhang Shan, the white streak in the waves himself? Tang Qing seized the moment to press me. Boss, why not recruit the shallow water villagers? I was short on capable swimmers, so I announced then and there. 2 strings of cash per man for joining the fight, and 10 strings in compensation to the family of any man who falls. The villagers erupted. Master Chun, count me in. If Flying Cloud Stronghold takes control of the Clear River, we're all dead anyway. We'll fight for our homeland alongside Master Chun. Defend our home. The shouts thundered, their spirits soaring. Being short-handed, I picked 20 able-bodied men on the spot and put them under Du Shuisheng, the village headman of Shallow Water. Uncle Shuisheng, I asked, can you round up some small boats? I'm planning a fire attack. Boats we've got, only. Du Shuisheng's face tightened with reluctance. Zhao Rui read him at once. Don't worry. Whatever burns, we'll pay you back double. Du Shuisheng broke into a grin. Done. I'll go bring the boats over right now. With the boats settled, I sat down with Zhao Rui and Tang Qing to hash out our battle plan. The Flying Cloud bandits were all river pirates, strong swimmers and fierce as hell. Once their boats caught fire, they'd surely dive into the water and try to swim ashore to counterattack. So I meant to plant an ambush downstream, a team dedicated to picking off anyone who made it out of the river. I had Zhao Rui take 10 soldiers and Su Tai take 20 refugees. The soldiers had no stomach for a real fight, but their archery was passable, perfect for picking men off at range. For the close-in work, we'd rely on Su Tai's refugees. Their families were all back at White Sand Ferry. Lose this fight, and they were done for. They'd fight to the last breath. Bandits swimming out of the water usually wouldn't have long weapons on them, throwing knives or daggers at best, while we'd have shields, spears, and heavy sabers. The advantage was all ours. I would have loved to teach everyone the Mandarin duck formation from Qi's army, but there wasn't time, so I kept it simple. 3 men to a team, 1 with a shield up front, 1 with a spear behind him, and a third carrying both shield and saber to reinforce wherever needed. Su Tai tweaked it further, insisting each trio be made up of blood kin, because when it came down to dying, only family could truly be counted on. Only family would fight to the bitter end. I thought it made good. Good. Have them get ready. Before long, Luo Gang arrived with his 20 brothers and 7 or 8 boats, 2 large ones and 5 or 6 smaller ones, all packed with dry firewood and covered up to avoid drawing attention. These boats were Luo Gang's entire fortune. He was really putting it all on the line. Burning them today was a real shame, but there was no other way to win. Once we won, I'd outfit him with an even stronger fleet. Luo Gang pulled up to shore and came over for orders. Big brother, how do we set up? I didn't answer right away. First I glanced at the hilltop ahead. I'd already sent Han Dahu up there with a few men to scout, since that spot had a clear view of the Clearwater River. Seeing no movement on the hill, and worried about giving ourselves away, I said, park the boats at Shallow Water Village first. Got it. Luo Gang hurried off to see to it. With everything in place, I waited anxiously for word. Suddenly Zhao Hongying cried out, brother-in-law, the red flag's moving. The bandits are coming. I followed her finger and, sure enough, the red flag on the hilltop was waving. Han Dahu had spotted the Flying Cloud Stronghold's fleet. Tell Luo Gang to move. Han Eru took off into the village at once. In no time, Luo Gang had charged out to midstream with his boats, spread them into a single line, dropped anchor to hold them in place, then lashed them together with iron chains. Boats chained together. The great formation was set. I didn't rush to light the fires. I wanted them closer. Now was the moment for the fireboats from Shallow Water Village to strike, but the risk was enormous, and at first no one dared step up. Not until someone remembered the reward I'd promised. 10 strings of cash to the family of anyone who died in battle. I'll go. One villager gritted his teeth and volunteered. Once that shout went up, other villagers who could barely scrape by joined in one after another. Even if they died, at least their families would have something. It was worth it. Their families wept, but they pushed forward to sign up. I hadn't realized life was this hard for them. Then again, wasn't I also gambling my life on this? I cupped my hands in respect to those dozen-odd brave men and had Du Shuixing bring wine. Raising my bowl to them, I said, "Here's to you, bottoms up." I drained it in one gulp. The brave men did the same. I gave them just one instruction. Remember, jump in the water and swim back. Anyone who makes it back alive still gets half the money. They had already steeled themselves to die, but at these words, hope flared in their eyes again. "Thank you, Master Chun." Du Shuixing couldn't bear to send them off to certain death either, and arranged for villagers to stand by along the bank for rescue. I also sent Uncle Han Er, Li Daju, and Li Jin with 30 able-bodied men to hold Shallow Water Village. The moment the bandits landed, they'd cut them down. As for me, I took Tang Qing, Chen Xiao, Chen Qing, and Zhao Honging up a small hill to command the whole operation. The bandits hadn't shown yet. I wiped down the tip of the Overlord's spear, and a thought suddenly struck me. The Su family's treasured saber had earned a reward from the family tree. Why hadn't this Overlord's spear? Looking more closely, I saw that a few of the scales on the divine dragon carved along the shaft had lit up. I counted them, 3. 3. I remembered that night at Peach Blossom Ridge, when I'd used this spear to kill 3 or 4 men. Could it be? All scales lit up means a reward? I'll have to test that out later. Mid-thought, Han Eru came running up. "Brother-in-law, there's a group of people coming. Don't know who they are." Chen Xiao and Chen Qing tightened their grips on their weapons at once, and Zhao Hongying laid a hand on her longsword. I stayed calm. "How many?" "About 20. Only 20. I was in full armor, with a bow, arrows, and the Overlord's spear in hand, and a treasured saber at my waist. What was there to fear? Soon a squad dressed like household guards arrived. It turned out to be Li Qing leading 20 of the Li family's guards. "Young master, the eldest miss sent us to place ourselves under your command." Only then did I realize Li Wanqing had gone ahead and married in early, heedless of the danger. Warmth welled up in my chest. I sighed inwardly. What have I, Chen Fan, ever done to deserve so many good women? Once this fight was over, I'd protect them with everything I had. I sized up Li Qing's men. I'd long heard that every guard Li Wanshan kept was a real fighter. Kitted out with my gear, each could take on 10 men without breaking a sweat. I had Uncle Han air wheel out the 20 remaining sets of armor and the shields and spears from the village. "Grab whatever weapon you want. 1 set of armor per man." Li Qing and the others looked over and froze. Shields, armor, all top-grade stuff, the kind you couldn't buy for any amount of money. "Young master, we can really just take them?" Li Qing asked cautiously. Of course. That was all it took. They swarmed in. I'd expected them to grab spears, but once they had the armor on, every one of them snatched up a small buckler, shield in the left hand, heavy chopping saber in the right. Li Qing even tumbled through a quick drill. Parry with the shield, harvest with the saber. He grinned, satisfied. "Can you shoot a bow?" I asked. Yes. Li Wanshan had hired an archery master to train them, and their marksmanship was no joke. Delighted, I had Uncle Han Er hand out the bows and arrows as well. With guards this strong on my side, why should I fear a bunch of mountain bandits? Everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for Feiyun's stronghold to arrive. The wait wasn't long. Boats appeared on the river ahead, packed thick as fish scales, banners flying against the sky, each one embroidered with a black dragon. As the flags rippled, the dragons seemed to come alive, bearing down from the horizon in a black tide, threatening to crush everything in their path. On the lead black dragon vessel, the third chieftain of Feiyun's stronghold, ferocious Zhang Fei, Zhang Hu, stood at the prow, serpent spear in hand. "Third chieftain, past that bend up ahead, and we're at White Sand Crossing," his lieutenant reported. Taking in his mighty fleet, the sky-blotting banners, and the fishing boats scrambling to get out of the way along both banks. Zhang Hu laughed with satisfaction. This was the kind of glory he lived for. He had 200 brothers under his command, with another 400 behind him under the second and fifth chieftains. Taking Peach Blossom Village, short as it was on able-bodied men, would be like snapping a twig. And no matter how fierce Qin Fan was, could he really stand up to Zhang Hu's serpent spear? The lieutenant played along. Third chieftain, once we've killed Qin Fan, why not swing by and sack Li Wanshan's estate too? Word is his daughter's a beauty fit for the heavens and well-versed in the classics to boot. Zhang Hu's interest perked up. Well, read? Seriously. He couldn't read a single character himself, yet he had a soft spot for scholars, especially beautiful ones. It's true. Li Wanshan dotes on his daughter like a treasure. He even hired a renowned scholar to tutor her. Zhang Hu felt an itch he couldn't scratch. He'd had his eye on Qin Fan's concubine, Zhang Yuehua, but second brother said she was being saved for eldest brother, so he'd had to let it go. Now that a talented beauty had turned up out of nowhere, he was even more worked up. Full speed ahead. Behind him came the main force of the second chief, Zhang Lang, Zhuge's rival. Years ago, the six brothers had fled from Qingzhou to Jiangzhou and nearly starved. They'd scraped by on the river and gathered their brothers together there. Recently, Zhang Lang's plan to raid the Xie family's grain fleet had sent the stronghold's power skyrocketing. Zhang Lang stood at the bow, brimming with confidence. Once Qin Fan was wiped out and White Sand Ferry was theirs, the government was bound to come offering amnesty. He was all for it, not as a genuine surrender, but as a way to keep playing River Bandit under an official banner. As for the Red Turban Army in Qingzhou trying to court them, he didn't give them a second glance. His advisor, Mr. Song, pointed ahead. Second chief, Shallow Water Bay lies just up there. Zhang Lang frowned. Feiyun's stronghold flew the Black Dragon banner and called themselves Fierce Dragons Crossing the River. So why did this place have to be called Shallow Water Bay? A dragon in shallow water gets toyed with by shrimp. Could there be an ambush ahead? Mr. Song added a warning of his own. The bend is winding. We can't see what's inside. The second chief had best be careful. Zhang Lang's unease deepened. Qin Fan might have no real troops, but war wasn't a dinner party, and history was full of victories won by the outnumbered. Better safe than sorry. He immediately signaled Zhang Hu with flags to be on the highest possible alert. On the bank of Shallow Water Bay, Han Eru gaped at the sprawling fleet and clicked his tongue. So many ships, so many black dragons. I had to admit it was an impressive sight. Only now did I understand why Xie Wenjun had wanted to team up with me. Feiyun's stronghold really was formidable. Seeing everyone's faces change, Tang Qing, worried about morale, hurried to reassure them. Don't panic, everyone. As the old saying goes, a dragon in shallow water is toyed with by shrimp. A tiger on the plains is bullied by dogs. Before he could finish, Han Eru cut in, agitated. Master Scholar, you calling us shrimp? No way, my brother-in-law's a fierce tiger. Everyone burst out laughing. Tang Qing laughed too. What I mean is, once they enter Shallow Water Bay, even a fierce dragon has to kneel. Damn right. Han Eru puffed out his chest. Let me tell you, my brother-in-law is a dragon slayer. The third chief of Erlong Mountain went by the name Black Dragon, and my brother-in-law took him out himself. He launched into a vivid retelling of the bandit slaying at Qingyun Mountain, and morale surged. The 20 guards Li Qing had brought along were especially spellbound, so their young master was this fierce. The looks they gave me were full of awe. I kept my eyes locked on what lay ahead. Black Dragon, whatever, I didn't give a damn. All I had in my heart was my woman, my brothers, and my land. They dared come at me? Even a fierce dragon would have to lie flat. The moment the enemy entered the bend, I gave the order, light it up. Chen Xiao waved the red flag. Out on the river, Luo Gang saw it too. Boss, big brother's given the order. Luo Gang stared at the fleet he'd scraped together with such pains. Every coin sunk into these boats had come from his own sweat. But he didn't hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the torch into the kindling pile. Flames roared up, leaping skyward. Luo Gang didn't jump into the river. He just stood there, staring dumbly at the blaze, eyes bloodshot, as if what burned wasn't the boats but his own hands, his own blood. Still, he knew, once this battle was won, following a chief this fierce, there'd be an even mightier fleet waiting. For White Sand Fort, for Qingyang Town, he'd give up anything. Come Come on. Luo Gang bellowed madly toward the oncoming enemy. Zhang Hu's vanguard had already surged into the river bend. Oblivious to the danger, he glanced at the sun and did the math. Take Peach Blossom Village, kill Chen Fan, and he'd be back in time for lunch. After the meal, he'd swing by the Li estate, seize Li Wanqing on the spot, and haul her back to the mountain stronghold along with the book. The more he thought about it, the more pleased with himself he got. Mid-chuckle, someone spotted thick smoke rising ahead. The winding river blocked their view. No one could make out what lay beyond. Not until the fleet swept into the channel by Shallow Water Village. Zhang Hu's grin froze on his face. 7 or 8 boats stretched across the middle of the river in a single line, chained together, every one of them a raging inferno. Worse still, they were already terrifyingly close to that wall of fire. Stop! Stop! Turn around! Turn around! Zhang Hu roared. The bandits scrambled in chaos, some yanking at sails, others hauling at oars. Small boats crashed into one another and sank. The whole fleet dissolved into pandemonium. But the current ran too swift, the distance too short. There was no time. Third Chief, fireboats on our flank too. Zhang Hu whipped around. Pouring out from the little village were dozens of burning skiffs, oars flying, ramming straight into their side. He was stunned. Did these people have no regard for their own lives? What kind of witch's brew had Chen Fan poured down their throats? Bang! 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 The little boats slammed into the fleet, and the moment they struck, their crews leapt overboard and vanished into the water. The Black Dragon vessels they'd rammed caught fire in an instant. The boats ahead crashed into the 7 or 8 chained fireboats, and in a heartbeat the entire fleet was engulfed in flames. Zhang Hu felt despair claw at him. Damn it, Chen Fan had been lying in wait here all along. He raised his serpent spear and roared at the village in fury. Chen Fan, you dare come out and face me one-on-one? The answer that came back was a roar of laughter and cheering from Uncle Han II, Li Dazhu, and the villagers of Shallow Water Village. Third Chief, jump ship. Get the brothers to swim downstream. Come ashore and take it to Chen Fan there, a trusted man urged. Zhang Hu snapped out of it, right? He was a river bandit. Since when did he fear fire? Abandon ship. Regroup downstream. But the fleet was already in disarray, and no one was watching for signal flags. Most of his men had panicked and thrown themselves into the water long ago. Only the boats close by heard the order. They bit their blades between their teeth and leapt in. Zhang Hu was a strong swimmer. He could paddle with the serpent spear still in his grip. Seeing the river ahead choked with burning wreckage, he dove under. Underwater, he led the bandits swimming downstream. Up on the hillside, Zhao Hongying and the others watched with clenched fists, then turned to me with looks of admiration. Even Tang Qing was astonished. Who would have thought a minor landlord would know how to launch a fire attack, and had even anticipated that Zhang Hu would dive into the water and counterattack? He grew even more determined to marry his daughter Tang Jinjin off to me. Boss, it's time to head downstream and back up County Lieutenant Zhao, Tang Qing reminded me. I'd already spotted Zhang Hu's crew. Sure enough, these river bandits couldn't stand losing. Still trying to fight back? Move out. With a wave of my hand, I led Zhao Hongying, Chen Xiao, Chen Qing, Li Qing, and the others rushing downstream to rendezvous with Zhao Rui and Su Tai. Time to give Flying Cloud Stronghold another nasty surprise. Before Second Chief Zhonglang's main force had even entered the river bend, he saw thick smoke billowing up from it and had a pretty good idea of what had happened. Get up front and find out what's going on. Soon a scout came back with a report. Second Chief, bad news. Chen Fan launched a fire attack at Shallow Water Bay. Third Chief's fleet has been burned to the ground. Everyone froze. Wasn't Chen Fan just a landlord? Since when did he know military tactics? Zhang Lang's face darkened. He'd always taken Chen Fan seriously, but he'd never expected to walk into an ambush here. Impressive, Chen Fan, really impressive. But he refused to accept it. He had 200 men, and his fifth brother behind him had another 200. Even if third brother's forces were wiped out, he could still turn the tables and kill Chen Fan. As for third brother, with his skill in the water and in combat, nobody could kill him. Zhang Lang's only worry was that Zhang Hu's hot temper might drive him ashore to duel someone one-on-one. Advance at full speed. Once inside the bend, Zhang Lang ordered everyone to make for the bank, leaving only a small crew to row the boats forward cautiously. He personally led 150 men along the shore, charging overland toward Shallow Water Village, and sent word urging Fifth Brother to hurry up. He wasn't just going to save Zhang Hu. He was going to kill Qin Fan and make his name ring throughout Qingyun County. Meanwhile, the Twin Dragon Mountain Bandits, led by the 4th Chief and 6th Chief, had also arrived near Peach Blossom Ridge. Having learned from the lesson of the 2nd Chief and 5th Chief being wiped out here last time, the 4th Chief was being extra careful. He first sent out a swarm of scouts to sweep the area. Only after confirming there was no ambush did he lead his 600 men over Peach Blossom Ridge and down to Peach Blossom Village. But when he was greeted by an empty village, his suspicions flared again. He was afraid there might be an ambush hidden inside. The 6th Chief, however, was getting antsy. "Fourth Brother, let's just charge in already." "Not yet." The 4th Chief held him back and sent scouts ahead to White Sand Ferry to see whether Qin Fan and Flying Cloud Stronghold had come to blows yet. Before long, a scout returned with a report. "4th Chief, Peach Blossom Village is deserted. Qin Fan hauled off everything. Grain, building materials, the works. Word is he moved it all to White Sand Ferry." "Cleaned out completely?" The 6th Chief was stunned. They'd been counting on scoring a big haul here. Now how were they supposed to make their fortune? The 4th Chief, though, wasn't so concerned about the money. Back on the mountain, they still had 800 strings of cash and 1,000 dan of grain, enough to live on for a good long while. What he cared about was whether he could get his revenge and cripple Flying Cloud Stronghold. Hearing that Qin Fan's family was all at White Sand Ford, his heart stirred. No one would stash their family and grain at a battlefield, a place that dangerous. Could it be that Qin Fan had picked the upper reaches as his real killing ground? The 6th Chief wasn't thinking that deep. His head was full of easy loot. "4th Brother, let's tear off to White Sand Ford quick." "No rush." The 4th Chief shook his head. They were here to play the Oriole, wait for the mantis and the cicada to tear each other apart, then swoop in. "Look, black smoke over there," someone shouted. The 4th Chief turned. Thick black smoke was billowing up from the direction of the Clearwater River, blotting out half the sky. His chest tightened. Had Qin Fan actually copied Zhou Yu and set fire to Flying Cloud Stronghold's boats? So the kid really did know his tactics. He mulled it over. Then a scheme took shape. Send some men to torch Peach Blossom Village while he himself led the main force straight for White Sand Ford, scooping up Qin Fan's woman and his grain in one net. A nice surprise for Qin Fan. White Sand Ford. Zhang Yuehua was directing the river crossing, tense as a drawn wire. Luo Gang had taken almost every boat off to have it out with Flying Cloud Stronghold, leaving just one for hauling supplies. Every able-bodied fighter had been sent along too. What remained was mostly the old, the weak, women, and children. Both the north and south banks were packed with people waiting to cross, especially the north bank, which was a solid crowd of refugees. Zhang Yuehua frowned. So many of them, so few of us. What if they started scrambling for the boats? She called Chunhua and Zhou Xinyang over. "Auntie, Xinyang, you two ferry the grain and the families across first. Once you're on the north bank, hurry to Shangtong Village and bring back help. Tell them to grab weapons and come. If they refuse, offer them the grain as payment." She'd picked Chunhua because the woman could handle pressure. Zhou Xinyang because she knew Shangtong Village well. Neither wasted a word accepting. They figured everyone in that village shared the Qin surname, and Qin Fan had a real name for himself. Shangtong would come through. "Got it." Chunhua snatched up a firewood cleaver and swung aboard. Zhou Xinyang handed her child off to Xiao Tao and started rounding up the village's women and children to board. Qin Qing's mother and his younger sister Chun Lian climbed on too. Uncle Han, worried something might go wrong, asked 7th Granduncle to take a few of the older men along for backup, while he himself stayed to guard the south bank. Qin Fan's hard-earned stockpile of grain and building materials was still heaped up there, and it couldn't be lost. The boat pushed off, gliding slowly toward the far shore. But Chunhua and Zhou Xinyang stood on tiptoe, eyes fixed on Shallow Water Bay, faces heavy with worry. Only when black smoke began rising over Shallow Water Bay did Chunhua let out a breath. Qin Fan's plan had worked. She was about to say as much when she saw Zhou Xinyang's brow still tightly knit. "Don't worry, sister. Afan knows what he's doing." Zhou Xinyang nodded, but inside she knew better. The bandits were many, and they were vicious. Even dumped in the water, Plenty of them wouldn't just give up. Most would swim ashore and fight to the death. She kept it to herself, though. This was no moment for panic. The two of them had to stand together and keep the families safe. The boat reached the north bank. Chunhua immediately signaled 7th Granduncle and the others to push the grain cart off. To head off any mob rush, they'd only brought 1 cartload of grain. The rest of the load was all women and children. The dock was thick with refugees, their clothes in tattered rags. The moment the grain cart rolled into view, the crowd erupted. It's the grain cart. Everyone shot to their feet, eyes locked on it like a dry riverbed catching sight of water. Most just swallowed hard and stared with pleading eyes, hoping for a mouthful. But deeper in the crowd, a few hard-looking men had a different gleam in their eyes, greed. Seeing that only old folks and women were guarding the cart, they clenched their fists and traded a look. Take it. Make way, everyone. Chunhua shouted at the top of her lungs, and 7th Great-Uncle joined in. Most of the refugees were honest people, and they shuffled aside to let the cart through. They were partway along when several men suddenly rushed out from both sides. What do you think you're doing? 7th Great-Uncle stepped forward to block them and was shoved to the ground. The men made straight for Uncle Shirtu, the driver. Shirtu clung to the reins and roared, "In broad daylight? You'd rob us in broad daylight." Before the words were out, a club came down on his head. Blood streamed down his face, and the reins were torn from his hands. Zhou Xinyang's legs shook so badly she could barely stand. But Chunhua gripped her firewood hatchet and threw herself at them without a second thought, swinging it down in a savage chop. Af! The bandit reaching for the reins took the blade across his arm. Blood spurted everywhere. The rest whipped around to find Chunhua standing there, bloody hatchet raised, glaring them down. You tired of living? You know whose goods you're trying to steal? You think the Chun family of Qingyun is somebody you can mess with? My mistress is the Prime Minister's own darling daughter. The young prince and my master are like brothers, and even the county captain calls him Big Brother. Get lost now. She flung out every connection she could dredge up. Chun Lian, seeing Chunhua's nerve, and remembering how good the Qin family had been to hers, snatched up a shoulder pole and charged in two. My master's name is Chun Fan. He killed hundreds of mountain bandits single-handed. Come on, if you're not afraid to die. The men were rocked back by the sheer ferocity, and that string of names gave them pause. Was the Chun family really that powerful? Had they picked the wrong target? Just then a shout came booming from behind. Mistress, we're here. The bandits turned and saw a strapping, broad-shouldered man charging in with a heavy saber in hand, leading a whole pack of men armed with hoes and long staves. Every one of them had fire in his eyes, as if kin of theirs had been wronged. The refugees scrambled aside in terror. Zhou Xinyang recognized them. It was Chun Dagon and 3rd Great-Uncle. The people of Shangtang village had arrived. Uncle Dagon, 3rd Great-Uncle. Hurry, someone's trying to rob the grain. The bandits spun to run, but too late. Chun Dagon closed the distance and, in a few short blows, laid them flat, a fitting show from Squire Chen's chief bodyguard. He had the villagers tie them up, saving them for Chun Fan to deal with. Only then did Chunhua sag down onto the grain cart. She'd been terrified too, back there. But for this family she had no choice but to grit her teeth and go in swinging. Just like the old days, when she'd stood guard over widows and orphans. These past months, with Chun Fan behind her, she'd thought she was done playing the fierce shrew. Turned out not quite yet. She was just catching her breath when Zhou Xinyang suddenly pointed south. Auntie, the village, is it? Isn't that a fire? Chunhua turned to look. Thick black smoke was billowing up from the direction of Peach Blossom Village. The bandits of Twin Dragon Mountain had really come, and they'd torched the village. Once they were done burning it, would they come charging down on White Sand Ferry? Yuehua and the others were in danger. She hurriedly ordered someone to climb up high and wave the red flag, urging Zhang Yuehua to get across the river quickly. On the south bank, Zhang Yuehua and Uncle Han saw the blaze at Peach Blossom Village too. The bandits are coming, someone cried out in alarm. Zhang Yuehua knew the situation was dire, but she pulled a stern face and barked, "What are you panicking for?" Her sudden change from her usual gentle self silenced the villagers instantly. Load the grain onto the boats, she decided on the spot, abandoning the carts and building materials. Right now, only the grain and the people mattered. Uncle Han led the men to haul the grain. Yuner and Guilin organized the old and young to board, while Xiaohao took little Qinxing on first. Li Wanqing, useless with her hands, brought her maid Qiu'er aboard first to guard the books. Xiao Yin'er, held under watch by Madame Cheng, gazed at Zhang Yuehua with quiet admiration. That little landlord Chen Fan had one lucky life, to end up with a wife this capable. Madame Cheng was impressed too. She marched Xiao Yin'er onto the boat, handed her over to Li Wanqing, then hurried back to shore to help arrange the elderly and children. Suddenly, she spotted the red flag on the far bank. Yuehua, the other side is safe. Zhang Yuehua looked back at the fluttering flag and let out a breath of relief. Chunhua and Xinyang really had come through. At that very moment, the scout Su Kong came galloping up on his gaunt horse. "Ma'am, madam, the bandits are almost here." The breath they had just released caught in their throats again. The bandits were too fast. But both women had seen their share of storms, and neither lost her head. They called on every woman there to push the carts and load the grain together. Working as one, they finally got every last bit of grain aboard. All that was left on the bank was a heap of building materials and the empty carts. But by then a dark tide of bandits had come charging into view, their blades flashing in the sunlight. "Yuehua, get on the boat." Madame Cheng grabbed Zhang Yuehua, who was bringing up the rear, and the two of them helped each other aboard. The boatman and Uncle Han quickly pulled up the gangplank, loosed the ropes, and pulled the boat away from the shore. By the time the fourth chief and the sixth chief came panting up to White Sand Ferry, the ferry boat had already reached the middle of the river. Damn it, one step too late. The sixth chief drove his blade viciously into a wooden post. The fourth chief was seething too. Had Chen Fan seen through it all? Had he arranged this crossing long in advance? Chen Fan. Oh, Chen Fan. Are you really this uncanny? Refusing to accept it, he sent men scouring the area for boats, but they came up empty-handed. The sixth chief slumped in frustration. "Fourth brother, why don't we just march on shallow water bay and wipe Chen Fan out?" The fourth chief shook his head. No hurry. If they meant to play the Oriole lying in wait, they couldn't afford to rush. He clapped the sixth chief on the shoulder. "Just wait a bit longer. Once those two sides have worn each other down, we'll swallow Chen Fan and Flying Cloud Stronghold in one gulp. And then, Qingyun County will still belong to us, Twin Dragon Mountain." That put the sixth chief in a much better mood. He looked off towards Shallow Water Bay, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a quiet smile. Shallow Water Bay. A great battle was about to erupt. Zhang Hu, the third chieftain of Flying Cloud Stronghold, was an excellent swimmer. Serpent spear in hand, he led his water bandits straight through the sea of flames, actually managing to swim across and regroup at a wide clearing downstream. "Everyone on me," Zhang Hu barked, marshaling his men ashore. He meant to strike Shallow Water Village overland and repay them for that fire attack. A quick head count, 60 or 70 left, less than half his original force, but more than enough to finish off Chen Fan. But the moment they set foot on the bank, a rain of arrows came whistling down. "Arg!" 3 or 4 bandits cried out as arrows found their marks. The rest scrambled back into the water in terror. Zhang Hu stood dumbstruck. Is Chen Fan some kind of immortal? He even figured out where I'd come ashore. He slammed a fist into the water. But he was a seasoned hand. If there was an ambush here, then he'd simply move. "Follow me." He plunged back into the river and led his men further downstream. Seeing this from the bank, Zhao Rui hastily led 10 soldiers along the shore in pursuit. Su Tai's heart sank. "We're too few. Fighting head-on instead of ambushing will pay the price." County Lieutenant Zhao is too eager for merit. But given Zhao Rui's special status, after a moment's hesitation, Su Tai took 20 able-bodied refugees and gave chase as well. "After them. Get after them," Zhao Rui shouted, raising his bow and drawing a bead on the burly man wielding the serpent spear. Surely the third chieftain Zhang Hu himself, nicknamed Fierce Zhang Fei. He loosed an arrow. Fire! The 10 soldiers let fly in unison, a storm of arrows raining down on the bandits in the water. Zhang Hu dove hard, and the arrows skimmed just above his head. The bandits around him weren't so lucky. Several cried out as shafts found them, collapsing into the water, their blood staining the river red. Trusting to his swimming, Zhang Hu stayed under until he judged it safe, then surfaced and looked toward the bank. That young man in official's robes was shouting excitedly, 10 archers at his heels. "Damn dog official, Can't shake the bastard. Zhang Hu cursed, but he didn't charge in. He watched for a moment, and a plan took shape. Brothers, forget them. Keep pushing downstream, he said in a low voice, and quickened the pace with the current. Seeing the bandits pulling away faster, Zhao Rui's hunger for glory drowned out his reason. After them. Follow me. Bow in hand, he sprinted along the bank in the lead. Behind him, the 10 soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. We're outnumbered. Flying Cloud Stronghold's savagery is legendary. They even dared rob the Xie family's boats. Can we really afford to tangle with them? But Zhao Rui was of imperial blood. There was no offending him. So they gritted their teeth and followed. The river surged onward, and Zhang Hu's men swam swiftly with it. Zhao Rui was gasping for breath, but he refused to let up. What he didn't notice was that the bandits' numbers were quietly thinning. The 20 or so out in front were thrashing and splashing furiously, deliberately drawing his eye. The 30-odd behind them had already slipped beneath the surface, hiding among the reeds and holding position, waiting for him to step into the trap. Zhang Hu, a hollow reed clenched between his teeth, lay motionless underwater, listening for movement on the bank and gauging the distance. When the moment came, he eased his head above the surface for a look. The young official was already panting hard. The soldiers behind him were strung out in a ragged line, some lagging 20 or 30 paces back. You dog official, you're finished. Zhang Hu sneered, then suddenly exploded into motion. Kill! A thunderous roar. Water sprayed in every direction as Zhang Hu, bare-chested, leapt onto the bank and charged straight at Zhao Rui. Behind him, the bandits swarmed ashore and threw themselves at the soldiers. Seeing how many bandits there were, the soldiers turned to flee. One of them tried to drag Zhao Rui back. Too late. Zhang Hu's serpent spear was already there. Die, dog official. The serpent spear traced a cold arc as it came down. Zhao Rui's pupils shrank. He hadn't even raised his bow. All he could do was hold it crosswise to block. Clang. Zhang Hu's strength was terrifying. The shock sent Zhao Rui staggering back several steps before he crashed down on his backside. I'm done for. Zhao Rui thought in despair. Zhang Hu raised his spear to smash his skull. At that critical instant, a long spear came flying in from an angle. Clang. Sparks scattered as spear met spear. The newcomer was Su Tai. He'd sprinted the whole way and just barely made it in time, but his arms were numb from the impact. This black-skinned giant was far stronger than he was. If that last strike had landed clean, Tin Zhao Ruiz would already be dead. Zhang Hu looked him over with curiosity. Well, managed to block my serpent spear, did you? Got some skill. Fine, I'll get you first. With a savage grin, he charged. Behind him, the bandits fell on the soldiers. These soldiers were fine when it came to strutting around and bullying civilians, but the moment real steel came out, they crumbled. One was tackled and skewered through the gut, his shriek splitting the air. Another turned to run and took a blade across the back, blood spurting 3 feet. Run, someone shouted, and the last few soldiers broke completely, throwing down their bows and fleeing. Zhao Rui was shaking with rage, but he did not run. He was a Zhao, a descendant of Emperor Wu, and he would sooner die fighting than turn deserter. He picked up his broadsword and planted his feet. Just as he was preparing to die for his country, the 20 refugees Su Tai had brought came charging in. There weren't many of them, but not one showed the slightest panic. Each was thinking the same thing. If we win, then even if I die, Master Chun will give my parents 10 strings of cash. My family can make it through the winter. Tomorrow we break new ground and plant our fields, and life will finally have a future. Kill one and we break even. Kill two and we come out ahead. Kill. Without a trace of fear, they hurled themselves at the bandits. Watching the refugees rush in every which way, Su Tai's heart clenched. Even as he fended off Zhang Hu's ferocious attacks, he bellowed, "Form up. 3 to a team, don't panic." Only then did the refugees remember the 3-man squad drill Chen Fan had taught them. They quickly split into 7 teams, shield bearer in front, spearman behind, and a third man with a small shield and broadsword covering the flanks. All 3 in each team were fellow villagers, and they went in ready to die. The shield turned aside a bandit's blade, and instantly the spear thrust through the gap, dropping the man on the spot. The 7 teams advanced abreast, reaping as they went. The bandits had figured these dirt farmers would be easy pickings. One clash was enough to show them otherwise. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, more than 10 bandits were down. The rest panicked and began falling back, hoping to leap into the water and escape. Zhang Hu. He had already gained the upper hand over Su Tai. A few more exchanges, and he'd have won. But seeing how things stood, he knew there was no time to keep tangling. He faked a thrust, and the moment Su Tai pulled his spear back to parry, he yanked himself free and darted back into the mass of bandits. "Don't panic. Listen to me," Zhang Hu roared. He still had about 50 men, far more than the other side, and he'd already spotted the weakness. The three-man squads were formidable head-on, but if you surrounded them and hit from behind, the whole formation fell apart. Circle around them from all sides. He threw in a hefty reward. One head, one string of coins. A string of coins for one kill. The bandits' eyes went bloodshot in an instant. Kill two, and that'd be enough to buy some refugee widow for a wife, wouldn't it? They abandoned the frontal assault and swept around the flanks, hemming in Zhao Rui, Su Tai, and the rest, howling like a pack of dogs circling piles of cash. Su Tai's heart sank. A head-on fight didn't scare him. His spear formation was more than enough to handle these thugs. But the enemy had numbers and experience, and once they closed the ring, the formation could guard front, sides, and rear, yet the back was always the fatal blind spot. Once the line broke, no amount of skill would save them from being hacked down. He'd studied military texts and formations since childhood. He gritted his teeth and made the call on the spot. Circle formation, shields outside, spears inside. Now, the refugees weren't afraid of dying. At his order, they quickly drew in. The outer ring hoisted their large shields into a tight, airtight circle, while spears jutted out through the gaps from the inner ring, tips outward, cold steel glinting. Zhao Rui thrust his spear out too, taking his place as one of the spearmen. I raced toward the riverbank at quintuple speed. Even from a distance, I could see Su Tai and the others locked into their circle, grimly holding on. A pack of bandits circled the ring, feinting jabs now and again, trying to wear the refugees down. A few got close. 4 or 5 spears shot out at once and turned them into human sieves on the spot. The rest lost their nerve and pulled back. Sweat beaded on Su Tai's forehead. The circle formation could hold for a while, but not for long. Worse still, that black-faced brute kept watching from the outer edge, just waiting for a crack in the line. I felt the urgency and pushed even faster. Just then Zhao Rui went up on his toes, peering my way, and suddenly shouted, "Big Brother's here. Master Chen is here." Morale surged through the refugees. The black-faced brute spotted me too. Seeing me charge in alone at the head, treating his few dozen men like they weren't worth a second glance, he only got more excited. This was the second in command, Zhang Hu, nicknamed Fierce Zhang Fei. With me, we killed Chen Fan. Zhang Hu raised his serpent spear and led the bandits straight at me. I wasn't afraid. I had armor on my body, the Overlord's spear in my hand, and quintuple speed. They didn't even have shirts on, let alone any formation. Perfect. I'd been wanting to test out this Overlord spear. The Overlord spear surged like a dragon breaking from the sea. One sweeping strike, and the 5 bandits leading the charge went flying, blades and all. A flick of the tip, and it pointed at one bandit's throat. The man went down without so much as a scream. The rest of the bandits froze in their tracks. They'd all heard the rumors about me and figured they were just talk. Now they knew every word was true. I glanced down at the spear. 6 more scales on the dragon had lit up. So that was it. The more men I killed, the more scales lit. What kind of reward would I get once they were all glowing? I found myself looking forward to it. I raised my head and scanned the crowd, maybe 40 bandits in all. A little thin for my taste. 10 strings of cash to the man who kills Chen Fan. Zhang Hu roared, brandishing his spear. 10 strings? Bit stingy, wasn't it? I couldn't be bothered to answer. I charged into the pack, gripped the butt end of my spear, and swung it around in a wide arc. The speed was so brutal the bandits didn't even have time to react before they went flying, mown down like wheat. Zhang Hu could only stare. That strength, that speed. Was I even human or some god? Not far off, Su Tai and Zhao Rui watched slack-jawed. Even Chen Qing, the estate guard who never bowed to anyone, was shaken to the core. He'd been planning to kill me and claim the bounty. Now he understood that in my hands he was nothing but an ant. In no time the bandits were either dead or leaping into the river. That's when I finally had a moment to look at Zhang Hu. Chen Fan, you dare fight me one-on-one? Zhang Hu shouted, mustering his courage. Fine. Zhang Hu's face lit up. He hoisted his serpent spear and brought it crashing down at my skull with everything he had, the blade splitting the air with a shrill whistle. Strength was his specialty. A blow like that could cleave an ox in two. He was counting on knocking my spear aside so he could follow up with a killing strike. I didn't dodge. One-handed, I raised my spear crosswise above my head and took the blow head-on. Clang. Sparks flew in every direction. Zhang Hu had expected to send my weapon flying. Instead, a splitting pain shot through his palms as a force like 10,000 pounds slammed back into him. His serpent spear nearly leapt from his grip. He stared at me in disbelief. My spear shaft hadn't budged an inch, as if nailed to an anvil. I didn't have time to drag this out. I was worried the men from Erlong Mountain might already be closing in. Die! I roared and gave the shaft a violent upward jerk. Zhang Hu couldn't hold on. The serpent spear tore from his hands, flew 30 feet through the air, and buried itself in the mud, still humming from the impact. His hands empty, his face twisted with terror, he opened his mouth to speak. Too late. My spear flashed like lightning through his chest. Zhang Hu looked down at the silver spear buried in him, then lifted his head to me. Whatever he wanted to say never came out. He crashed to the ground. The riverbank fell dead silent. The third chief, a man said to be worth 10 of any other, hadn't lasted 2 exchanges against me. The third chief's dead. What was left of the bandits threw themselves into the river and fled. Su Tai and Zhao Rui didn't stand on ceremony. They drew their bows and started picking men off in the water. Before long, the river ran red. Big brother. Brother Chun. The two of them rushed over, faces flushed with excitement. Seeing that Su Tai was unharmed, I let out a breath. If something had happened to him, I'd have had no way to face Madame Chung. Go clean up the field. Collect the heads for our military credit. I sat down to catch my breath, my mind still on Qianshui village. You fear a thing, and there it comes. Han Air. Hu Tsung came running up. Brother-in-law, we've got trouble. Flying Cloud Stronghold's reinforcements are heading for Shallow Water Village. About 200 of them. Su Tai and Chun Zhao's faces darkened. Were these bandits ever going to let up? But I'd seen it coming. Back when the family tree had flared up so intensely, it meant more than one wave was on its way. That's why I'd already stationed Li Daju, second Uncle Han, and Luo Gang in the village with 50 men. Still, Shallow Water was a small village, even counting every able-bodied man. There were only 70 or 80 of them. No way they could hold off 200 bloodthirsty bandits. If the raiders torched the place, everyone inside would be trapped and burned alive. With me, we're moving out. I left Su Tai and Zhao Rui to secure the battlefield, then took Li Qing and 20 guards and raced back towards Shallow Water Village. Just outside Shallow Water Village, Flying Cloud Stronghold's second-in-command, Zhang Lang, Zhuge the Peer, arrived with his 200 bandits. Seeing that the alley at the village entrance had already been sealed off with stones, he found himself intrigued. What had Chen Fan given these people? The whole village was ready to die for him. Just then a scout came in with a report. The third chief was engaging Chen Fan downstream. Zhang Lang frowned. So third really couldn't swallow his pride. He'd gone ashore to settle the score with Chen Fan himself. How many men does Chen Fan have with him? 30 or 40. Zhang Lang breathed easier. With that few, there was no way he could beat third. First we slaughter Shallow Water Village. Let Qingyun County see what happens when you cross Flying Cloud Stronghold. But Advisor Song objected. Second chief, wiping out Chen Fan is what matters. Once Chen Fan's dead, Shallow Water Village is meat on the chopping block. You're saying third can't beat Chen Fan? Advisor Song nodded. The third chief is brave, no question. But Chen Fan wiped out 200 Twin Dragon Mountain bandits single-handedly. We can't take that lightly. That's just talk. How could some petty landlord kill 200 men? 200 may be an exaggeration, but 100 is probably true, Advisor Song pressed. Otherwise, why would Twin Dragon Mountain refuse to take revenge themselves and instead team up with us to issue a Jianghu bounty? Weren't they worried about losing face? Zhang Lang thought it over and had to admit the man had a point. He took the threat more seriously now. Fine, we deal with Chen Fan first. The 200 bandits swung wide around Shallow Water Village and marched straight downstream. They'd barely cleared the village when a scout came rushing back. Second chief, Chen Fan's coming this way. He's coming at us. And the third chief? The man lowered his head and burst into tears. The third chief, Chen Fan, he killed him with a single spear thrust. It hit like a thunderclap. Dead silence fell over the ranks. Zhang Lang clutched his chest, trembling with pain. The third chief was a formidable fighter, and he'd had so many brothers at his side. How could he have lost? And to a single thrust? He wasn't afraid. Only one thought filled his mind: revenge. How many men did Chen Fan bring? 20. 20. Zhang Lang sneered. Even if you were the overlord of Western Chu reborn, 20 against 200 would be hacked into mincemeat. All forces advance. Avenge the third chief. Zhang Lang thrust his feather fan forward. Revenge. 200 mount. The bandits charged downstream. The two forces met at the riverbank. Li Qing and Zhao Hongying stared at the black mass of mountain bandits, their hearts sinking. 20 against 200. The odds were hopeless, and every bandit's eyes burned with rage. Young master, shouldn't we pull back? Li Qing said urgently. Chen Xiao chimed in. A good man knows when to swallow his pride. Only Chen Qing looked a little excited. But I wasn't afraid. I'd just crossed blades with the Feiyun stronghold bandits. I knew they were the type who bullied the weak and cowered before the strong. Show them we were a tough bite, and they'd crumble. What's more, I'd spotted the man in their ranks holding a feather fan. Wanting to play Zhuge Kongming, are we? You're exactly who I'm going to hit. I wasn't in a hurry to charge. First, I'd give them a blow right between the eyes. Switch to bows. Li Qing and the other guards set down their shields and broadswords, taking up bows. Chen Xiao, Chen Qing, and Zhao Hongying, who weren't skilled with archery, gripped their weapons and stayed close beside me. Seeing that we hadn't fled and were even daring to strike back, Zhang Lang gave a contemptuous smirk. He deployed shield bearers for a frontal assault and sent 2 squads to flank us from the sides, aiming to wipe us out completely. Uncle, retreat now. Chen Xiao saw what was coming. But I couldn't retreat. The moment I did, the villagers of Qianshui village and Luo Gang's men would be in danger. Besides, I was confident I could win. Loose. 20 arrows arced into the sky. The bandits quickly raised their shields overhead. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Every arrow struck their shields. Shooting when they know we've got shields. What fools. Zhang Lang roared with laughter, and the bandits joined in. But right then, I switched to a direct shot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In a single instant, 5 arrows flew, quick as lightning, straight at the front row bandits who still had their shields raised and no time to lower them. Thud, 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 thud. 5 arrows, 1 man each. Every shot pierced a throat. 5 bodies dropped in unison. The bandits who'd just been laughing froze in horror. Zhang Lang sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes locked on me. So Chen Fan was even fiercer than the rumors said. Second chief, give the order. We have to win by numbers. Advisor Song was panicking. Zhang Lang didn't rush. He looked around calmly. The flanking squads had already curved around behind me. The encirclement was complete. He sneered coldly. The trap was closed. Now came the slaughter. Let's see how Chen Fan wriggles out of this. Kill. Zhang Lang's feather fan swept forward. War drums thundered. Bandits poured in from every direction. But those drums might as well have been beating for me. I lowered my bow and took up my spear. Li Qing and the others snatched their shields and broadswords back up. With me, attack. I charged at the front, brandishing the overlord's spear. Chen Xiao with the Han family spear and Chen Qing with the long-handled saber guarded my flanks. Zhao Hongying followed close behind, sword in hand, and the 20 guards came after. Kill. 24 voices roared as one, hurling themselves at an enemy many times their number. Get them. All of you, get them. 100 strings of cash to the man who kills Chen Fan. Zhang Lang's folding fan slashed the air. 200 bandits surged forward like a rising tide. When 2 armies meet on a narrow path, the braver wins. Kill. Gripping my spear with both hands, I was the first to charge into the crowd, sweeping it in a broad horizontal arc. 5 bandits in the front rank were packed shoulder to shoulder, their shields locked into a solid wall to block the strike. Crack. Shields and all, the 5 of them were sent flying, arcing high into the air before crashing down on the tightly packed bandits behind, flattening a whole swath of them. The surrounding bandits froze in shock. Had they run into Xiangyu? The overlord of Western Chu himself? I didn't bother with them. My target was the enemy commander. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, I surged forward. The tip of my spear twisted like a divine dragon breaching the sea, flashing like lightning through the frontmost bandit. Blood sprayed. I yanked it free and thrust again. One step, one kill, one strike, one corpse. It was like walking through an empty field. The overlord spear seemed to come alive in my hands, a silver dragon coiling and striking. The bandits' legs shook with terror, and they scrambled to clear a path. Of course, there were still desperate men who lunged in from the flanks, chasing the bounty on my head. Chun Shao whipped out the Han family spear and caught one square in the face. His nose shattered with a sickening crunch. Another came stabbing at Chen Qing, who grinned wide, parried the blow, and the moment the man's grip went numb, slashed him down into a pool of blood. Li Qing led the 20 house guards close behind, filling every gap, covering our rear, and cutting down bandits on both flanks. His blade work was crisp and precise, shield up to block, saber sweeping in, every stroke aimed at a vital point. The other guards, armored and shielded, felled the bandits with ease. "Keep up," Zhao Hongyin called out, afraid the men would get carried away in the fighting and let me get cut off in the middle of the enemy. A force of 200 was being driven back, step by step, by our band of 24. I glanced ahead. Zhang Lang was almost within reach. The sneer had long since drained from Zhang Lang's face, leaving only shock. He'd expected the encirclement to turn into a slaughter. He'd never dreamed his own men would be the ones slaughtered. Is that even human? The hand holding his fan trembled. "Second Chief, run. Chen Fan's coming for you. He's cutting straight toward you." Advisor Song's voice quavered. Zhang Lang squinted, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Everyone in my path had either been swept aside or run through. No one could stop me. To catch the bandits, first catch their king. Only now did it dawn on Zhang Lang. He'd taken me for a reckless brute, throwing himself at a boulder with an egg. Now he understood. I had been calculating from the very start. Those seemingly berserk charges, that reckless killing spree, every bit of it had a purpose. Cutting down the commander in the midst of 10,000 troops, with both courage and cunning. Zhang Lang stared at me, his face bloodless. Fall back now," he shouted, and turned to run. The moment he ran, the bandits' morale collapsed entirely. They cared nothing for anything else now, turning tail and fleeing after him toward Qianshui village. At that very moment, a thunderous war cry erupted from the direction of Qianshui village, and 50 or 60 men came charging out. It was Uncle Han II, Li Dazhu, and Luo Gang, leading the village's able-bodied men, and even village head Du Shuixing had come out at the head of the villagers to join the fight. "Brothers, charge." Li Dazhu led the way, brandishing his butcher knife. "Don't let the bandits get away," Uncle Han shouted, swinging his club. "Kill the bandits. Protect the village," Du Shuixing hollered. Caught between two fronts, Zhang Lang froze on the spot. Beside him, Advisor Song kept his wits, grabbed him by the arm, and pointed toward Qingshui River. "Second Chief, head for the river." That snapped Zhang Lang out of it. "Right, we're river bandits. We can all swim. Once we're in the water, we're safe." He turned and led his men in a mad dash for the shore. When they reached the bank, the black dragon warship out in the middle of the river was still ablaze, choking smoke pouring off it. Zhang Lang glanced back and nearly jumped out of his skin. Behind him, his bandits had already been routed, some kneeling and begging for mercy, others scrambling away with their heads in their hands. And I was hot on their heels. Into the river. "Jump, damn it!" Zhang Lang plunged headfirst into the water, and Advisor Song and a handful of trusted men leapt in after him, thrashing toward the middle of the river, desperate to put some distance between themselves and me. As luck would have it, 3 small boats were coming downriver from upstream, and the men aboard recognized Zhang Lang at once. "Third Chief, it's us." They were the brothers he'd left behind to guard the boats. Tears welled up in Zhang Lang's eyes, and he waved frantically. "Row over here." The men quickly hauled Zhang Lang and the others aboard and began rowing back upstream. Zhang Lang turned around, gloating. "Chen Fan, you can't catch us now, huh?" The bandits, safe by the skin of their teeth, roared with laughter along with him. Back on the bank, Chen Qing slapped his thigh in dismay. What a waste. I'd promised him 50 strings of cash for the head of the Feiyun Stronghold's chief, and now those 50 strings were rowing away. But no sooner were the words out of Chun Qing's mouth than I, armor still on, gripped the overlord's spear and launched myself into the river. Chun Qing, Zhao Hongying, and Chun Xiao all stared, dumbstruck. He can swim in armor that heavy? Zhao Hongying gritted her teeth, unfastened her armor, and dove in after me. Chun Xiao stripped off his armor and jumped in too. Only Chun Qing, who couldn't swim, was left pacing helplessly on the shore. Seeing me throw myself into it like that, Luo Gang shouted, fired up. Anyone who can swim, follow me. He dove in head first, and his 20 men plunged in right behind him. Zhang Lang had just been mocking me for trying to swim in armor when he glanced back and saw me knifing through the water in full plate like a flying fish, closing in fast. His jaw dropped wide enough to fit a goose egg. Unbeatable on land is one thing, but he's this terrifying in the water too? Panic-stricken, he screamed, row, row faster. Chen Fan's catching up. The swimming skill the family tree had granted me was truly something else. In the water, I moved no differently than on land. Armored up, overlord spear in hand, still light on my feet, and with my fivefold speed on top of that, I was reeling them in fast. Brother-in-law, don't go after them, a voice called from behind. I turned to look. Zhao Hongying, in her red robes, stood out vividly against the river like a gorgeous crimson mermaid. Warmth stirred in my chest, but her swimming was only middling, and after pushing herself so hard to keep up, she was clearly running out of steam. Afraid she might get into trouble, I whipped around. I swept my arms through the water and shot toward her, wrapping an arm around her waist to lift her above the surface. Held tight against me with her clothes soaked through, Zhao Hongying could feel her undergarments showing faintly beneath the wet fabric. Her face flushed red and her heart pounded. But she hadn't forgotten what mattered. Brother-in-law, I'm fine. Let's head back. Don't go after them. She was afraid I couldn't handle so many bandits alone. I brushed it off. It's nothing. Grab my hand. I pulled her along and shot after the boat again. Zhang Lang had just started to relax, certain I'd give up the chase for the sake of the girl, only to see me dragging a beauty behind me and still gaining on him. And I was doing it in full armor, hauling a person, gripping a spear, and swimming like a fish. He panicked. Even Advisor Song, usually the calm one, lost his composure. Chen Fan, he's catching up. Row. Row harder. Everyone on the boat grabbed anything that could serve as a paddle and rowed for their lives. Too late. I let go of Zhao Hongying's hand, launched myself upward, and landed squarely on the deck of the small boat. The men on board froze in shock, armored, spear in hand, and still able to leap onto a boat. Was Chun Fan even human? Once they came to their senses, they broke into shouts. Run for it. Not one of them spared a thought for Zhang Lang. They leapt overboard and fled. Zhang Lang wanted to jump too. He'd just started to rise when his body suddenly felt weightless, as if he were floating in midair. He looked down. My spear had already run him through, blood dripping from the boat's hull and staining the river red. He stared at me with defiance in his eyes, opened his mouth to say something. Then his head slumped to the side, and he was gone. The second chief is dead. The bandits scattered in panic. Luo Gang, following behind, and the villagers on the shore all witnessed it. They were awestruck and swelling with pride. Lord Chun killed the second chief of Feiyun's stronghold. The bandit leader is dead. Long live Lord Chun. The cheers echoed across shallow water bay. Zhao Hongying gazed up at me with shining eyes, and in that moment, she made up her mind about something. She swam to the side of the boat to climb aboard. I laid Zhang Lang's body at the bow and reached down with my right hand. Come on. She grabbed hold, and I hauled her up with one pull. I pulled a little too hard. She tumbled forward right onto my chest, pressed close enough to feel the warmth of my body. Her face went crimson, but she didn't move away. She rested her head against my chest and listened to my heartbeat, and the longer she listened, the more her blood raced. Her grip on my hand tightened. Only when she remembered the people watching from the shore did she quickly sit up, fussing with her wet clothes to hide her embarrassment. I wasn't thinking about any of that. My eyes were already fixed on Zhang Lang's 4 or 5 Black Dragon warships, perfect for building Luo Gang his new fleet. Luo Gang, Qin Xiao, and the others had seized 2 small boats in the chaos and were paddling over. I pointed at the big ships. Want to take them? Luo Gang looked. Those vessels were larger and taller than any ferry. He swallowed hard with excitement. Hell yes. Good. I'll help you take them. I threw my weight into the paddle, and the little boat shot forward like an arrow off the string. Zhao Honging watched me row, her heart racing faster and faster. In that moment, she didn't want to be a lady warrior anymore, nor did she want to be just a younger sister-in-law. She wanted something more. On board the Black Dragon warship, when the bandits saw me kill Zhang Lang and row straight at them, they panicked. Bad news. Chun fans coming for the ships. Weigh anchor, hoist sail. Fall back and regroup with the 5th chieftain. They were short-handed to begin with, and now they scrambled all over the deck, trying to pull up the anchors and raise sail to turn about. But a big ship doesn't turn on a dime. Their sails had barely caught the wind when I was already on top of them. I picked out the largest vessel. To throw the bandits off, I didn't even bring a gun. I slipped quietly into the water. I can hold my breath for 45 minutes. That would be more than enough. The bandits on the big ship had their eyes locked on Luo Gang and the others in the smaller boat, leveling guns and hurling planks to keep them at bay. None of them noticed me surfacing on the far side. I caught the gunwale with both hands, vaulted up, and rolled onto the deck. One bandit charged at me with a raised blade. I snatched up an oar and brought it crashing down on his head. Crack! The wooden oar snapped in two, and the man crumpled, his head a mess of blood. That one blow broke whatever fight was left in them. They threw down their weapons and dropped to their knees. Mercy, hero. We're just boatmen. They forced us into this. We've never killed anyone. Master Chun, spare us. I didn't kill them. I ordered them to bring the ship alongside the others. Once Luo Gang and the men caught up and took over, I leapt onto the next vessel and seized it too. I didn't rest easy until all 5 of the Black Dragon ships were in our hands. We won. The villagers of Shallow Water Village came rushing over, cheering. They'd long heard that Feiyun's stronghold was a terror, bold enough even to raid the Xie family's fleet, and they'd never imagined the bandits would go down to me today. Li Qing and the other guards looked at me with pure awe. 22 men had crushed 200 bandits, and I had taken the ship single-handed. Before now, they wouldn't have dared dream of such a thing. Zhao Honging watched me with adoring eyes, silently mourning on her sister's behalf, and quietly resolving that she herself had better not miss her chance. Then, suddenly, she spotted a vast fleet coming down from upriver, flying countless Black Dragon banners. She pointed and cried out, "Oh no, Feiyun's stronghold's sending more men." While I was locked in combat with Feiyun's stronghold, the Twin Dragon Mountain bandits were waiting anxiously for news at White Sand Crossing. The 6th chieftain was getting antsy. "Fourth brother, they've been at it this long, and still no clear winner. Doesn't look good for Feiyun's stronghold. What's the rush?" The 4th chieftain sat calmly on a stool at the riverbank. Word had already reached him. I'd used fire to burn Feiyun's stronghold's ships, but the bandits weren't finished. They'd swum ashore and were coming to fight me to the death. Gazing upriver, he smiled. "Let them fight. The uglier the better. Once they've worn each other out, we step in and mop up." The 6th chieftain, however, had his greedy eyes fixed on the north bank, where my family and my grain were. "Fourth brother," he volunteered, "Chun Fan and Feiyun stronghold still haven't settled things. Why don't I take a few dozen men across the river and grab Chun Fan's grain and his women?" The 4th chieftain was about to refuse outright. He wasn't willing to split his forces at a critical moment. If Chun Fan caught wind of it and abandoned Feiyun's stronghold to swing back and hit them with everything he had, wouldn't they just be handing the wind to Feiyun stronghold? But several of the smaller chiefs chimed in one after another. "6th chief's right. We can't come all this way for nothing. All that grain and all those women. It'd be a damn shame not to grab any." The chatter grew louder, and the 4th chief's brow furrowed. He knew this crew all too well. Without a taste of the spoils, they wouldn't put their backs into the fight ahead. The 6th chief pressed his advantage. "Fourth brother, opportunity knocks but once. Big brother told us to swoop in like the fisherman who profits from the fight between the snipe and the clam, but he never said we couldn't grab a little something first. Don't worry, once they've settled who wins and who loses, me and the boys will follow your orders and wipe out Chun Fan and Feiyun stronghold. No holding back." Reluctant to refuse outright, the 4th chief tried to stall him with a difficult demand. "Fine, if you can find boats, go ahead." He'd already scoured the area himself and turned up nothing. But the 6th chief had thought this through. Zhang Yuehua had left in such a rush that a pile of timber still sat on the bank, perfect for lashing together rafts. Huh, Chen Fan's really looking out for us. Even left the wood ready, he said with a broad grin. Boys, get to work. The men hauled logs and lashed rafts. A coil of thick rattan here, a crossbeam there, and before long they had a batch of sizable rafts ready. Having already given his word, the fourth chief had no choice but to let the sixth chief take 100 men across, while he kept the remaining 500 in reserve, more than enough to handle anything unexpected. The sixth chief's crew put together 10 rafts, each large enough to hold about a dozen men. Cross the river, he barked, and led his 100 men in a thundering charge toward the far bank. At the dock on the opposite shore, Zhang Yuehua stood at the stern of the boat, eyes locked on the water. Yuehua, look, the bandits are crossing, Madame Chung cried out. Zhang Yuehua had already seen them. She gave a calm nod. To say she wasn't afraid would be a lie, but Chen Fan had entrusted the entire household to her, and she couldn't be the first to lose her nerve in front of her sisters. The refugees on the dock saw them too. A dark tide of bandits was surging across on rafts, their blades glinting cold in the sunlight. The bandits are coming. Run! The refugees scattered in a panic, fleeing north along the small path. In moments, the dock was empty save for the debris they'd left behind. Only Chun Dagon and the other young men from Shangtong village, along with the elderly, women, and children from Taohua village, hadn't moved. They all looked to Zhang Yuehua on the boat, waiting for her to decide. The villagers on the boat were panicking too. What's there to panic about? At the critical moment, Zhang Yuehua's sharp voice rang out, and as if by magic, the unrest died down. Chunhua hurried aboard with a suggestion. How about we unload the grain and haul it all to Shangtong village? Zhou Xinyang nodded in agreement. But Zhang Yuehua shook her head. There's no time. Moving the grain and hauling it out would take at least half a shurchen. The bandits will be across long before that. We'd be caught halfway, the people wouldn't get away, and the grain would be lost too. Right. And even if we made it to Shangtong village, we couldn't hold it. Li Wanqing, usually so quiet, set down her book. Last time the bandits broke through the gate at Shangtong village and slaughtered Squire Chen's entire family. The others saw the sense in it and gave up on the idea of Shangtong village. But the bandits were nearly upon them. So what on earth were they going to do? Everyone looked to Zhang Yuehua. Biting her lip, Zhang Yuehua stared at the approaching rafts and calculated furiously. Peach Blossom Village was out of reach, Shangtong Village couldn't be held, White Sand Ferry wasn't safe. So where? An idea struck her, a risky one. Have seventh great-uncle lead the old, weak, women, and children of Peach Blossom Village to Shangtong Village, while Li Dagon and the young men loaded that cart of grain onto the boat. The bandits were after the grain and the few of them. Splitting up would actually keep the others safer. Get on the boat? To where? Chunhua and third Uncle Han were stunned. Downstream. Zhang Yuehua's voice rose, brooking no argument. Downstream? To the county seat. Third Uncle Han turned to look downriver. Zhang Yuehua nodded. It wasn't safe here, and they couldn't head upstream and distract Chen Fan, so the county seat was their only option. She didn't believe those few sorry rafts of the bandits could catch up. As for whether there were bandits downstream too, they'd just have to take it one step at a time. Move. At her command, everyone sprang into action. Seventh great-uncle hurried the old and weak toward Shangtong village. Seeing that even Zhou Xinyang deferred to Zhang Yuehua, Li Dagon guessed she must be Chun Fan's principal wife, so he led the young men in pushing the cart of grain aboard. Third Uncle Han and Su Kong pulled up the gangplank. The boatmen cast off and hoisted the sail, and the ferry set off downstream. Weighed down by so many people and so much grain, the ferry rode deep in the water and moved sluggishly, drifting along with the current. Out on the river, when the sixth chief saw the big boat getting away, he slapped his raft in frustration. But he wasn't giving up. He'd already spotted those pretty women on board. Think you can run? He licked his lips and sneered coldly. After them, leading his 100-odd bandits, he paddled his rafts in pursuit. Meanwhile, on my end, I was about to lead my men against the last of Flying Cloud Fort's fleets. Once we finished them off, we'd rush to White Sand Ferry. Now I could see them clearly. 7 or 8 boats of various sizes off in the distance, moving slowly but packed dark with men, 200 at least. It looked like Flying Cloud Fort's rearguard. just a few hundred men, and he'd split them into a vanguard, main body, and rear guard? Zhang Lang's ambitions ran deep. He wasn't content to be a petty bandit chief. He wanted to march armies and wage war. Seeing 200 bandits, Zhao Hongying grew uneasy. Should we avoid their edge for now? Before I could answer, Zhao Rui, who had just finished cleaning up the battlefield and rushed back, jumped in first. Avoid them? Why? Miss Hongying, don't be afraid. Just now, with only 40 or 50 men, we smashed more than 400 of them and killed the second chief and third chief. Now we've got boats, armor, and bows. What have they got to fight us with? Luo Gang, Su Tai, Li Qing, second Uncle Han, and Li Dazhu all cheered in agreement. Well said, County Lieutenant. Flying Cloud Fort ain't worth a damn. Wipe 'em out to the last man. Master Chun, lead us to crush Flying Cloud Fort. I felt there was no need to fear them either. After 2 victories, our morale was soaring. Flying Cloud Fort had numbers, but they were spread across 7 or 8 boats. Only a handful on each, so they couldn't bring their strength to bear. We had. The Black Dragon warships were lined up perfectly. Easy pickings, one by one. I immediately started assigning commanders. Luo Gang. Here, take your brothers to the ship on the far left. Yes, sir. Luo Gang boarded with 20 of his brothers. Su Tai, take the ship on the right. Yes, sir. Su Tai led 20 able-bodied men aboard. Next, I had Li Dazhu and Uncle Han Air take the young men from Peach Blossom Village and Li Family Village onto the last ship. The fourth I handed to Village Chief Du Shuixing, who picked 20 strong swimmers from his own village, armed them with spears and bows, and boarded. I took the lead ship myself, along with Tang Qing, Li Qing, Chun Xiao, Qin Qing, and 20 other guards. The guards would be our main striking force, taking down one ship at a time. As for Zhao Rui, I'd originally meant to keep him by my side for protection, but he needed to grow, so I sent him aboard Su Tai's ship instead. Everything set, I didn't wait around. I went on the offensive. The 5 Black Dragon warships hoisted their sails and pushed upstream against the current. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao, the third chieftain of Flying Cloud Stronghold, was racing toward us at full speed with his fleet. 5th chieftain. Small boats coming back from up ahead. Zhang Biao had earlier received Zhang Lang's order to come reinforce them at once, and when he saw the small boats approaching, he guessed new orders had come. He quickly had his men take them in. Several bandits who had fled back were brought before him, and they dropped to their knees, wailing. 5th chieftain, the 2nd chieftain, and 3rd chieftain, Chen Fan, killed them both. You have to avenge them. Avenge our brothers. Zhang Biao's heart twisted like a knife. His cunning second brother, his fierce and unbeatable third brother, both killed by Chen Fan? Impossible. Zhang Biao slammed the butt of his spear down on the deck. The escaped bandits flinched and shakily went through the whole story again. Zhang Biao and his officers were stunned. Chen Fan, that strong? They didn't want to believe it. But looking at the black smoke billowing up ahead, they had no choice. As they stood there frozen, someone shouted, 5th chieftain, Chen Fan's coming right for us. Zhang Biao snatched up his spear and rushed to the bow, his fierce eyes wide as he stared ahead. 5 Black Dragon warships were cutting through the waves, and there at the bow of the lead ship stood I, Chen Fan, clad in armor, spear in hand, my plate gleaming so bright in the sun it hurt to look at. So that's Chen Fan? Zhang Biao's voice came out hoarse. Yes, that's him. He killed the 2nd chieftain and 3rd chieftain. One of the escaped bandits pointed at me, face bloodless. And his swimming's terrifying. He chased down the 2nd chieftain's boat in full armor and cut him down in the river. Zhang Biao's eyes locked onto the approaching ships, brow furrowing tight. He wasn't afraid. His mind was consumed with vengeance. But those around him were panicking. 5th chieftain, we can't fight. We've only got 200 men left, and morale's shot. They've won twice in a row, and they've got armored warships. We can't take them, a junior officer said urgently. The 2nd and 3rd chieftains are already gone. If something happens to you too, the stronghold's finished. Let's head back and save our strength for another day. Another one chimed in. Save our strength, save our strength. Zhang Biao stamped his foot. I've been on these waters my whole damn life. You think I haven't seen worse? If I don't avenge my brother, how am I supposed to show my face in the Jianghu again? 5th chief, look at how confident they are over there. They aren't the least bit scared of us. That means they've got more men than we do. We can't just send the brothers to their deaths. The other captains all started backing out too. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Let's head back to the stronghold and let the chief decide. Zhang Biao said nothing, his chest heaving. He turned to look at his panicked men, and his heart went cold. He heaved a long sigh. Fine, I'll let Xin Fan live one more day. Tomorrow, my elder brother and I will rally the whole stronghold and fight him to the death. Retreat. Retreat now. The 7 or 8 boats of Flying Cloud stronghold wheeled around in a panic, jammed together in a mess, oars clattering and colliding. In no time, they'd turned their bows around and were rowing upstream, fleeing back to Flying Cloud stronghold in disgrace. Huh. The bandits ran off scared. Chen Qing and the others erupted in cheers. The whole boat was more festive than New Year's. I stood at the bow, watching Flying Cloud stronghold tuck tail and flee, and finally let out a breath. Next up, time to deal with those bastards at Twin Dragon Mountain. Tang Qing didn't know what I was thinking. Afraid I'd give chase, he lowered his voice and reminded me, Boss, don't press a cornered enemy. We should head back to White Sand Ferry. I nodded. Yuewa was in danger over there. I had to hurry back and rescue her. Turn around. Back to White Sand Ferry. The 5 large boats rode the current downstream, straight for White Sand Ferry. I sent men ahead to scout, then went over the spoils with Tang Qing. Tang Qing flipped through the ledger as he reported. Captured 5 black dragon warships, 38 prisoners. Aside from 3 government soldiers killed, we've only got 10 wounded on our side. Not a single villager dead. I was pleased. As for the dead soldiers, that was Zhao Rui's headache. How much in weapons and armor? The weapons are nothing special, broadswords and spears, far worse than what the soldiers carry. But we got 20 suits of armor and plenty of shields. 20 suits of armor, not bad. Before this, I'd only had the 20-odd suits Zhao Rui had shipped in from the county Yamen, all of which had gone to core men like Zhao Hongying, Uncle Han, and Li Dezhu, plus the household guards Li Qing had brought. Now, with another 20, I decided to hand them all to the group of young refugees under Su Tai's command. Their martial skills were mediocre, but they had guts, and they knew how to work together. That was rare. Once everything was settled, I retreated to the cabin to rest. The family tree's prompt flashed in my mind. Seize the opportunity to wipe out Twin Dragon Mountain. Wipe out Twin Dragon Mountain and take all their money and grain for myself? With that kind of haul, I could buy up more land and recruit refugees to build a city. I was still mulling it over when Zhao Hongying came in carrying a set of clean clothes. Brother-in-law, change out of those first. I turned around. Look at her, still in that red dress, soaked through, hair plastered to her face. Yet the clothes in her hands were dry, folded neat and tidy. A warmth spread through my chest. Sister Hongying really does care about me. Go change into something dry yourself. Don't catch a chill. I'm fine. She pushed the clothes into my hands. I didn't take them. No women's clothes on the boat. Or are those men's? Her face flushed red. So I guessed right. She'd turned the whole boat upside down and found nothing but a single set of men's clothing. I don't need any. I've trained in martial arts. I'm plenty tough. She puffed out her chest just a little. Only then did I notice. Hongying was quite a looker herself. I took the clothes. Brand new, probably a fresh set Zhang Lang had made and hadn't yet had the heart to wear. Well, in that case, I wouldn't stand on ceremony. I was about to change when I saw she made no move to leave, her eyes downcast, ears burning red, rooted to the spot. You want to change me yourself? I teased. Her face flushed crimson all the way down to her neck. She bit her lip, and then, head bowed, she actually stepped forward and reached out to undo the cords of my armor. I thought I understood her heart then. She wanted to stay by my side, always. I didn't refuse. A girl this fine, I couldn't bear to let someone else have her. So I spread my arms and let her do it. It was her first time undressing a man. Her hands trembled so badly, she fumbled the first, not several times before it finally came loose. It only made her more endearing. The armor came off, and the clothing underneath was soaked through, clinging tight to my body. Her face went even redder at the sight, but she didn't shy away. She carefully helped me into the dry clothes. All done. She looked up, watching me nervously. I deliberately pointed at my pants. And these? Do it yourself. She shoved the pants at me and turned to leave. But I was quicker. I caught her hand, gave a gentle tug, and pulled her by the waist into my arms. Our eyes met, and there was fire in both. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she bashfully lowered her head. I was losing my grip too. She was simply too tempting. Telling myself I'd do right by her, I slowly bent down toward her lips. To my surprise, she suddenly lifted her face, closed her eyes, and met me halfway. The two of us clung tight and kissed, hot and hungry. It wasn't until footsteps sounded outside that she hurriedly pushed me away, shaking her head at me. Not here, tonight instead. I knew when to hold back. Baisha Ford was still waiting for me to settle things with Erlong Mountain. Reluctantly, we parted. She straightened her clothes and turned to go. I pulled on the new pants myself. Nice fit, too. Just then Tang Qing's voice rang out from beyond the cabin. Boss, bad news. The Erlong Mountain bandits have caught up to Baisha Ford. They've built rafts to chase after the young mistress's boat. My face darkened. Just as I'd expected, I strode straight up to the bow to get the details. The fourth chieftain of Erlong Mountain had descended on Baisha Ford with 600 men. 100 of them had piled onto rafts to chase Yuehua's big ship. I frowned. But Uncle Han, Li Dagan, and the others were still aboard. They should be able to hold out for a while. There was still time. Pass the word to everyone. Full speed to White Sand Ferry. The 5 great ships surged forward, cutting straight downstream. Back at White Sand Ferry, the 4th chief of Twin Dragon Mountain watched the 6th chief's rafts disappear after that ship, and his blood boiled. That damned 6th, what does he think he's doing? They'd come on this raid to wipe out their 2 biggest thorns, Chun Fan and Flying Cloud Stronghold. Grain and women were beside the point. The mountain had plenty of both stored away. Once these 2 rivals were crushed, Twin Dragon Mountain would be the top stronghold in Qingyun County. And then who'd have to worry about running short of grain or women? Since the 6th had only taken 100 men, and he still had 500 in hand, the 4th chief couldn't be bothered to chase after him. He settled down at the ferry landing to wait for news. Before long, a scout came racing back. 4th chief, the fight's over. The 4th chief brightened. The loser had to be Chun Fan. That ragtag bunch of his against Flying Cloud Stronghold was an egg thrown against a rock. Out with it, how did it go? Chun Fan won. Flying Cloud Stronghold's been crushed. The sword nearly slipped out of the 4th chief's hand. Chun Fan won. Not just one. He cut down Flying Cloud's 2nd and 3rd chiefs, and took the whole fleet. The 4th chief swallowed hard, thunderstruck. Flying Cloud Stronghold, the so-called fierce dragon crossing the river, had run down every river pirate on the Clearwater and had the nerve to raid even the Xie family's shipping convoys. How had they turned into ants the moment they ran into Chun Fan? He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. True or not, he had to head to Shallow Water Bay and snatch up whatever was left. Even if Chun Fan really had won, he'd surely have taken heavy losses and be gravely wounded himself. This was the perfect chance to finish him off and put Twin Dragon Mountain at the top of Qingyun County for good. Full march, move out. 500 men tore along the riverbank toward Shallow Water Bay. They hadn't run long before someone cried out, "Big ships! Coming this way!" The 4th chief looked up. 5 great ships came knifing down from upriver, hulls towering, decks bristling with blades and spears that flashed cold in the sunlight. The bandits stared in envy. Every last one of them assumed the ships belonged to Flying Cloud Stronghold. But the 4th chief saw the huge Chun banner streaming from the lead ship's bow, snapping in the wind. At last it hit him. Chun Fan really had won, really had taken Flying Cloud's fleet. And worse still, Chun Fan's men didn't seem to have thinned at all. If anything, there were more of them. At least 100 more. Get away from the bank. Spread out. Terrified they'd loose arrows from the ships, he barked out the order. Luckily, the ships didn't slow. They swept straight down the middle of the river and pressed on downstream. 4th chief, is Chun Fan planning to put in at White Sand Ferry and come at us from there? One of the sharper subordinates asked. The 4th chief thought about it and had to agree. They'd torched Chun Fan's village. There was no way Chun Fan would let that slide. The bank at White Sand Ferry was flat and open, perfect for docking. Form ranks. We march on Baisha Ferry. To conserve their strength, he didn't push a forced march. Instead, he had the 500 men fall into formation and advance on Baisha Ferry at a steady pace. My 5 big ships had already reached Baisha Ferry. The vessels from Feiyun Stronghold really did handle well, sturdy and fast. I was just marveling at them when Zhao Hongying, at my side, suddenly spoke. Brother-in-law, the village is burning. I lifted my head and looked toward Peach Blossom Village. Sure enough, thick black smoke was billowing up, and through the haze I could make out nothing but broken walls and rubble. I'd braced myself for this, but actually seeing it hit like a knife in the chest, the Peach Blossom Village I knew was gone. At least the people and the grain were safe. As long as the people were alive, the village could be rebuilt. From the ship alongside came the furious cries of Uncle Han II and the others. Those animals from Erlong Mountain actually torched the village. My lord, let us go ashore and take them on. We'll fight them to the death. Looking at those red-rimmed eyes, I felt no better than they did. But I kept my head. Now wasn't the time to throw ourselves at the enemy. We had to ride the current downstream first and rescue Yuehua and the others. A village lost could be rebuilt. People lost were lost for good. Tang Qing, worried I might act on impulse, murmured, "Boss, let's wipe out the bandits chasing the mistresses first. We can come back and deal with this lot afterward." I already had my plan, not just to crush the ones in front of us, but to tear Erlong Mountain up by the roots. From this day forward, Erlong Mountain would no longer belong to bandits. It would belong to me, Chen Fan, and so would every coin and grain of theirs. I didn't say any of that. I just called over to the next ship. "Don't worry, I'll get you your revenge." Uncle Han II and the others wiped their tears and gripped their spears tight. The 5 ships never slowed, cutting straight downstream. Not far downriver, the ferry carrying Yuehua and the others was struggling to make headway. The boat sat far too low in the water. Grain and people together pressed the hull almost flush with the surface. Third Uncle Han and Li Dagan were rowing for their lives, but the boat crawled along like an old ox. Behind them, 10 wooden rafts came racing up in pursuit, each carrying a dozen or so bandits brandishing blades and shouting, like wolves that had caught the scent of blood. "Row, row harder." Third Uncle Han and the others were drenched in sweat. Inside the cabin, listening to the shouts outside, Yuehua and the women had their hearts in their throats. Guilin, the timid one, had curled up in a corner with her arms around her knees, trembling. Han Yuner, though frightened herself, was holding her and whispering reassurances. Zhou Xinyang cradled her sleeping son and stared out the window. Li Wanqing pretended to be composed, a book open in her hands, but couldn't take in a single word. She was worried for me and terrified the bandits would board the ship. Her maid Qiu'er pressed tight against her side. What was strange was that frail little Tang Jinjin wasn't afraid at all. She stood watch over Xiao Yener with a steady, resolute look. Madame Chung didn't panic either, and was even chatting quietly with Xiao Yener. Chunhua, for her part, snatched up a firewood hatchet and strode straight out of the cabin. Yuehua moved to follow. "Auntie, wait for me." "Yuehua, you stay put. I'll take a look and come back to tell you." Chunhua waved her. She waved her off, but Yuehua didn't listen and followed her to the stern anyway. One look, and both women froze. Rafts were bearing down on them in a dense swarm, the lead one now less than 50 zhang away. On it stood a tall, burly man hefting a ghost-head saber, leering across at them with a mouthful of yellow teeth. It was the 6th chief of Twin Dragon Mountain. Spotting 2 women at the stern, one of them a heavenly beauty, he guessed she had to be Chun Fan's wife, and his blood surged hot. "Put your backs into it, boys. Once we take that ship, you can have your pick of the women." The bandits howled and rowed harder. Yuehua and Chunhua went cold inside. They knew I wasn't there. They'd have to hold out on their own. And if they couldn't hold out, they'd take their own lives before letting those bandits lay a hand on them. Just as despair set in, 5 large ships appeared behind the rafts. Chunhua panicked even worse. "Those are Flying Cloud Stronghold ships?" Offhand lost. Tough as she'd always been, tears sprang to her eyes. Yuehua's heart sank too, but she flat out refused to believe I could lose. Then she caught sight of a great banner streaming from the lead ship, and on it was written a single character. "Chun. It's the master." Yuehua grabbed Chunhua's arm, trembling with excitement. "The master beat Flying Cloud Stronghold, took their ships, and he's coming to save us." Chunhua couldn't read, but she trusted Yuehua. Hot tears poured down her cheeks, then she wiped them dry. This was good news. She rushed back into the cabin to spread the word. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Offhand's come back to save us." At that, the whole cabin sprang up and surged toward the stern. When they made out that familiar, tall figures standing at the prow of the lead ship. Every last one of them had tears in their eyes. Even the captive Xiao Yin'er felt her heart leap. Madame Chung had only just told her I was a good man. In my hands, she still had a shot at getting back to Qingzhou. In Twin Dragon Mountain's hands, she was finished. Madame Chung let out a long breath too. Seeing that her son Su Tai was safe on the next ship over, the weight on her chest finally lifted. Only Tang Jinjin remained as serene as ever, slowly raising a hand to wave at me. Madame Chung found this intriguing. Jinjin, did you know all along Master Chen would win? Of course. Tang Jinjin smiled sweetly. My father says the boss is a god of war come down to earth. He was bound to win, and my father's never wrong about people. Madame Chung laughed and hugged her closer, but her eyes stayed fixed on that figure at the prow. Was he really so formidable? She thought back to the time I'd walked into the wrong room, and something stirred inside her again, something she couldn't quite name. The cheering aboard the ship carried across the water and caught the Twin Dragon Mountain men's attention. They all turned to look. At the sight of 5 great ships bearing down on them, the smile froze on the 6th chief's face. Flying Cloud Stronghold's ships. His eyes went wide. Then he made out the Chun banner and burst into a torrent of curses. Son of a bitch! How the hell did Flying Cloud ships end up in Chun Fan's hands? He couldn't believe it. Neither could the bandits around him. But the facts were right there in front. Watching the big ships bear down on them, everyone turned to the 6th chief in panic. 6th chief, what do we do? Fall back. Fall back. The bandits on the rafts erupted into chaos, shouting all at once. The 6th chief knew perfectly well he couldn't take on my ships. Pitting rafts against warships was like throwing eggs at stones. He hastily ordered a retreat to shore, grabbed a log himself, and paddled for all he was worth. Too late. My 5 black dragon warships came surging downstream, unstoppable as a splitting bamboo. Crash! The bow struck like an iron wall, ramming straight into the lead raft. The raft shattered on impact, logs flying everywhere, and a dozen bandits were flung into the air, howling as they plunged into the water. The 2nd ship, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. 5 great warships tore through them like 5 wild beasts loosed among a flock of sheep. Wherever they passed, rafts either splintered apart or flipped over. The cracking of wood, the splash of bodies hitting water, the screams, it all merged into one hellish din, and the river churned like a boiling pot. Watching every raft behind him collapse, the 6th chief lost his nerve completely. Stay back, damn you. He wanted to leap into the river and flee for his life, but the man couldn't swim. All he could do was thrash desperately toward the bank. My ship had already caught up. Crash! The raft split clean in two, and the 6th chief pitched headlong into the water. The bandits of Twin Dragon Mountain lived up to the mountain in their name. The vast majority genuinely couldn't swim. Once in the water, the lucky ones clung to floating logs for dear life. The rest just flailed around helplessly in the current. I couldn't be bothered to jump in and cut them down myself, but I wasn't about to let these bastards who'd burned Peach Blossom Village get away either. I gave a light wave of my hand. Loose. Li Qing led his 20 guards. Zhao Rui commanded Su Tai and the others, and together they poured arrows down onto the river. Bandit after bandit took a shaft and went under. Blood stained the water red. On the other ships, those who couldn't shoot leveled long spears and skewered any bandit who drifted close or hurled heavy objects down at them. Uncle Han and his fellow villagers from Peach Blossom Village, remembering their ruined homes, jabbed away wildly on either side with bloodshot eyes, extra vicious. Aboard the ferry, Zhang Yuehua, Guilan, Chunhua, Han Yun'er, Zhou Xinyang, Li Wanqing, Xiao Tao, Tang Jinjin, and Madame Chung watched it all unfold. Seeing those savage bandits being cut down one by my men, they finally let out a breath of relief and gazed over at me with shining eyes. Even Xiao Yin'er, still bound, was watching me with obvious fascination. A minor landlord who could inspire this many people to lay down their lives for him, and who could crush a force of river pirates several times his own size and seize these magnificent warships to boot. She sized things up in her head. This Qin Fan was no ordinary man. If grandfather got word of it, he might well marry eldest sister off to him to forge an alliance. I didn't have time for a reunion just yet. Once the bandits in the water had mostly been finished off, I called a halt to the arrows. The rest still had their uses. I sent Luo Gang, the strongest swimmer, in with a team to fish out prisoners, and worried they wouldn't be enough hands. I called up men from Shallow Water Village to reinforce them. I couldn't be bothered to go down and fight myself. I had to conserve my strength for the assault on Twin Dragon Mountain. Chen Qing, standing beside me, wanted to jump in and join the slaughter, but his swimming was hopeless, so he had to give up on the idea. Then he spotted a familiar face bobbing in the river. The fellow was clinging to a log and paddling furiously toward the bank. Judging by the clothes, Chen Qing suddenly remembered. That was the sixth chieftain of Twin Dragon Mountain. Back in the day, in order to assassinate the chieftains, he'd pretended to swear allegiance under the sixth chieftain's wing. Right now, in his eyes, that man was 50 strings of cash on the hoof. Unable to swim, he could only point him out to me in frustration. Master Chun, that man there, he's the sixth chieftain of Twin Dragon Mountain. I followed his finger. A hulking figure with a black cloth wrapped around his head was thrashing desperately toward shore, dressed much like the second, third, and fifth chieftains I'd already killed. There was a 100-string bounty on the sixth chieftain's head, so I immediately sent Luo Gang, who was in the water, to haul him back. Rebuilding Peach Blossom Village and raising White Sand City from scratch, every step of it cost coin and grain. We couldn't afford to waste a copper. Luo Gang and the Shallow Water Village men proved every bit as capable as I'd hoped. With their strong swimming, they quickly snatched up every bandit floundering in the river and had them trussed up in short order. Even the sixth chieftain, who'd nearly reached the bank, didn't get away. They even dragged every last one of the scattered logs ashore and stacked them in neat piles. Luo Gang hurried back aboard to report. Big brother, 28 in all, including the sixth chieftain and a small-time boss called Lu Matzi. Well done. I gave him a satisfied smile. Kill the sixth chieftain, take his head to Constable Zhao, and claim the bounty. Lu Matzi and the rest still have their uses. Keep them tied up for now. Yes, sir. Before long, the sixth chieftain's death screams drifted over from the shore. Chen Qing watched, then slapped his thigh in regret. That head should have been his, and the reward money too. All lost because he couldn't swim. I could read his mind, so I said, as if in passing, the first chieftain and the fourth chieftain are still alive. You'll get your chance yet. Chen Qing's eyes lit up. He licked his lips in excitement. He might not be able to outdo Luo Gang in the water, but on dry land, he'd show them what he was made of. Tang Qing, standing off to the side, caught my meaning the moment I said it. He drew me into the cabin and asked in a low voice, "Is the boss planning a surprise attack on Twin Dragon Mountain?" I nodded, seeing no reason to hide it. That's right. We seized this chance and wiped Twin Dragon Mountain clean off the map. Tang Qing stroked his beard, thinking it through. Twin Dragon Mountain sat on treacherous ground, easy to defend, hard to storm. A frontal assault would never work. But dressed as bandits, slipping in for a surprise raid, that would be a different matter altogether. Better yet, they could lure the fourth chieftain into leading his main force back to the rescue, and then ambush him on the road. Two birds with one stone. He laid out his ambush plan. I'd already been turning the same ideas over in my head, and hearing that our thoughts ran along the same lines, I grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Scholar, brilliant scheme. Praise only spurred Tang Qing on. He pressed further. Boss, we ought to send a few boats back to White Sand Ferry to tie down the fourth chieftain. Otherwise he'll come after us hot on our heels with his main force, and then we'd have no way to slip off and carry out the plan. I thought it over. He had a point. So I had Zhao Rui take Su Tai and the others off the ship to tie up the bandits, then called Luo Gang and the men from Qianshui village aboard to head back to Baisha Ferry and stall the fourth chieftain. Worried that Luo Gang and Du Shuisheng, the village head of Qianshui, wouldn't get it, I laid it out plainly. Don't get off the boat. Just shoot arrows at the shore from the deck. All you need to do is keep them pinned down. Luo Gang raised a concern. What if they ignore us and just run back to Erlong Mountain? I was ready for that. Find someone to impersonate me and Constable Zhao. Once they see the two of us on the boat, they'll throw everything they've got at it. The two of them understood, cupped their hands to accept the order, and turned the two great black dragon ships downstream, making straight for Baisha Ferry. Over at Baisha Ferry, the fourth chieftain had only just arrived with his 500 bandits. He was in no hurry. He was certain I'd disembark at Baisha Ferry and settle things on land, so he'd slowed his pace to conserve strength. But when he got there and looked around, Baisha Ferry was deserted, not a soul in sight, and the river was empty too. Those 5 imposing warships were nowhere to be found. Where'd Chen Fan go? Yeah, where is everybody? The bandits were completely baffled. The 4th chieftain couldn't figure it out either. Chen Fan wasn't playing by the rules. It hit him quickly enough. Chen Fan had gone after Old Six. His heart jolted, and he started worrying about the 100-plus brothers under Old Six command. But he didn't act rashly. He thought it through carefully, decided it would be fine, and then led his whole force downstream, determined to have it out with me. After wiping out the 6th chieftain's men, I finally had a moment to head over to Zhang Yuehua and the others' ferry. The instant I stepped aboard, I saw Chunhua and Zhang Yuehua standing at the stern. Chunhua, who was always so tough, saw me and her eyes suddenly reddened. Her lips trembled a few times, and finally she couldn't hold it back. She threw herself into my arms and started crying softly. I thought, I'd never see you again. I gently patted her back, not sure what to say. I knew her toughness was all an act. She only forced herself to play the fiery, sharp-tongued girl because she was afraid of her family being pushed around. It's all right now, I said, holding her tight. I'm back. No one's going to dare bully you. Zhang Yuehua stood off to the side, watching. Her eyes rimmed red too, but she didn't cry. She just drew in a quiet breath and, as calmly as she could manage, said, "You're back. That's what matters." I looked up at her. In the sunlight, there were tears glinting in her eyes, and relief, but no trace of fear. Only the quiet calm of someone who'd weathered a storm. I reached out a hand to her. She hesitated, then softly took it. The warmth of her palm passed into mine, and at last her tears slid down without a sound as she rushed forward and clung tightly to me too. But just as quickly, she let go. She knew all the sisters were watching, and as my woman, she couldn't cry, couldn't show weakness, couldn't be a burden to me. Under the pretense of smoothing back a lock of hair by her temple, she quietly wiped away the tears and reported to me, "The mound. The bandits burned down the village, but thankfully no one was hurt. I've already arranged for the villagers to stay in Shangtong village for the time being." I nodded, pleased, and was about to praise her when she gave me a sweet smile and gestured behind her. "Husband, the sisters have all been worried sick about you. Go comfort them." Chunhua reluctantly let go of me. Since her public identity was still my aunt, she had no choice but to step aside, cheeks flushed. I turned around and saw Guilin, Han Yuner, Zhou Xinyang, Xiao Dao, Li Wanqing, Tang Jinjin, and Madame Chung all gazing at me, each one visibly moved. I spread my arms and grinned. "Anyone want a hug?" Guilin, Zhou Xinyang, and the others, who a moment ago had been so worked up, all flushed crimson and dropped their heads at once. With so many people around, how could they possibly? But there was one bold enough. To my surprise, the usually demure Han Yuner rushed forward and threw her arms around me, sobbing. "Peach Blossom Village was burned down. Our village is gone." Only then did I realize that was what had been weighing on her. I held her tightly. "Don't be afraid. We'll rebuild Peach Blossom Village." At that, she reluctantly released me, yielding her turn to the others. Sure enough, seeing Han Yuner work up such courage, Zhou Xinyang steeled herself and threw herself into my arms. I immediately felt 2 soft mounds press against me. Still, she couldn't quite let herself go. She pulled away after only the briefest embrace, without managing to say a single word of what she'd rehearsed. Xiao Dao wanted to step forward, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to. Li Wanqing was too embarrassed as well. This was, after all, only the second time she'd ever met me, and we hardly knew each other. But when she caught my eye, she felt she ought to say something, lest she seemed too cold, so she asked, "The village has been burned. Where are we going to stay tonight?" That reminded me. Today was supposed to be her wedding day, and now she didn't even have a bridal chamber. I felt a pang of guilt. "Tonight you'll all stay on the boat. Once I take Twin Dragon Mountain and rebuild Peach Blossom Village, and after we build the new White Sand City, everyone can come back." That put them at ease. But the sharply Wanqing had caught something else. I was going to attack Twin Dragon Mountain. Would it be dangerous? She wanted to talk me out of it, but seeing the resolve in my eyes, she couldn't bring herself to speak and only looked at me with worry. Guilin had caught it too. Timid and soft-spoken as she was, she blurted out anxiously, "You're going to attack Twin Dragon Mountain? That's too dangerous." The others all looked at me with concern. I didn't hide it from them. I laid out the plan, then added with feigned nonchalance, "Relax. I'm not going in by force. I'm outsmarting them. I'll take the brothers and disguise ourselves as bandits, hauling captured grain and women back to the stronghold. Those good-for-nothing drunks on Twin Dragon Mountain won't see through it. It's perfectly safe. Slip past the heavens and cross the sea. Easier said than done." The women grew even more worried. But as the head of the household, once I'd made up my mind, they couldn't very well object. They could only watch me with anxious eyes. Just then, the ever-quietly Wan Qing spoke up on her own initiative. "Let me be one of the captives." The moment the words left her mouth, Zhang, Yuehua, Chunhua, Guilin, and Zhou Xinyang all stepped forward too, insisting on going with me as hostages. Even Madame Cheng and the frail Tang Jinjin bravely volunteered. Xiao Yenner, still bound, was utterly astonished. What kind of spell had I cast on these women that they were all scrambling to throw their lives away? She'd seen firsthand how brutal the Twin Dragon Mountain bandits could be. That lot would butcher old folks and children who just happened to be passing by. Going in as a hostage meant certain death the moment you were found out. Especially Madame Cheng and Tang Jinjin. They were from Qingzhou like her, and they weren't even my women. What business did they have jumping into the fray? Could it be they'd fallen for Qin Fan too? Xiao Yenner stared at me as if she'd just uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Sure, I had decent looks, but she'd seen plenty of handsome men in her day, not enough to lose her head over. She just couldn't wrap her mind around it. I didn't have time to bother with her. Seeing Chunhua and the others show such courage warmed my heart, especially timid sister-in-law Guilin stepping up like that. I couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. It was too dangerous. I couldn't take them all. In the end, I picked just Chunhua and Madame Cheng. Both had nerve, and with Zhao Honging looking out for them, they should be fine. Everything settled, I got ready to move out. Time was precious. Once the fourth chieftain arrived with the main force of bandits, the whole plan would fall apart. I'd barely stepped off the boat onto the bank when Han Dao, our scout, came rushing up in a panic, pointing downstream. "Brother-in-law, we've got trouble. 3 big ships coming our way." Big ships from downstream. I'd assumed it would be Feiyun's stronghold setting up an ambush ahead of us. I looked downstream. 1 large ship and 2 fishing boats were pushing up against the current. That big vessel looked almost identical to the Black Dragon's flagship, except it wasn't flying the Black Dragon banner. Su Tai and Li Daju spotted them too and figured Feiyun's stronghold had come to attack. With me around, no one panicked. They were fired up instead. "Young master, let's sail out and take them head on." Li Qing volunteered. "We've got more boats. Surround them and wipe them out." Su Tai was itching for a fight too. But Zhao Rui sensed something was off. Feiyun's stronghold was upstream. How could the bandits be coming from downstream? He figured it out quickly and turned to me. "It's not Feiyun's stronghold. It's the Xie family." Then it hit me too. The day Xiao Wenjun had come to White Sand Ferry, she'd arrived on a luxurious ship just like this one. Only, what was the Xie family doing here now? Had they come to rescue me? An image of Xiao Wenjun, sharp, capable, flashed through my mind. Before long, the 3 ships drew close. They flew no banners, but their decks were packed with men, every one of them brandishing sabers and spears that glinted in the sun. Zhao Rui recognized them and broke into a delighted grin. "Huh, I knew it. They're on our side. Xiao Wendy and squad leader Feng are here." Worried I might not know who Xiao Wendy was, he gave me a quick rundown. Xiao Wendy is Xiao Wenjun's cousin, Grand Tutor Xia's grandson from the eldest branch. He was supposed to go into politics and hold office, but he refused, so the old Grand Tutor packed him off to become a merchant instead. Su Tai, ever curious about the noble houses of the capital, couldn't help cutting in. If they don't want to be officials, why not join the army? Zhao Rui clapped him on the shoulder with a knowing smile. The Xie family doesn't care for the military. Su Tai didn't get it and knew better than to press. But I'd figured it out. The Xie clan already had the cord in their pocket and coffers deeper than the treasury. Add military power to that. They might as well be sharpening the emperor's blade against his own throat. Of course, I kept that to myself. Once I saw the newcomers were friends and not foes, I relaxed. I sent Zhao Rui off to greet them and went back to plotting our strike on Twin Dragon Mountain. The 3 ships pulled up to the bank. The moment they docked, a young lord in his early 20s, dressed in a green brocade robe with a jade pendant at his waist, hurried down the gangplank and strode toward Zhao Rui. This was Xiao Wendy. He didn't know me, but he recognized Zhao Rui and bowed respectfully. Greetings, young prince. After we parted in the capital, I never dreamed we'd meet again here. I've missed you terribly. Zhao Rui fixed him with a stare. How terribly? Caught off guard, Xiao Wendy could only laugh helplessly. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, haha. Zhao Rui laughed too, then pointed at him. It's your dear Yuan Yuan you've been missing, isn't it? Did you bring Miss Yuan Yuan along? Xiao Wendy spread his hands and sighed. I was going to buy out her contract, but grandfather found out. He confined me to the estate for a month, and then my elder cousin dragged me out here. Zhao Rui had seen it coming a mile away. He'd been through the same thing himself back in the day. The thought made him all the more eager to earn some merit, so the crown prince would recall him to the capital. While they were talking, Constable Feng Zhong arrived with 30 soldiers and saluted Zhao Rui. This subordinate greets the county lieutenant. The magistrate learned you were in trouble and ordered us to reinforce you at once. Zhao Rui was gratified to see Magistrate Song being so considerate. Xiao Wendy remembered his own errand and quickly added, my cousin heard Chun Fan was in danger and rushed me here with 30 house guards to help. At that, a faint pang of jealousy stirred in Zhao Rui. So Xiao Wenjun only cared about Brother Chun and not about him at all? Then again, it wasn't like he had feelings for her either, so he let it go. He led Xiao Wendy and Feng Zhong over to meet me. After the usual pleasantries, Xiao Wendy sized me up, his mind full of questions. Sure, I cut a decent figure, but I wasn't exactly dazzling, and my background was nothing special. His cousin had met men of every stripe. What on earth had made her fall for Chin Fan? For the life of him, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that look on his face, Zhao Rui assumed he was looking down on me and got annoyed, clearing his throat pointedly. Xiao Wendy snapped out of it. Truth be told, he didn't look down on me. He just didn't get it. But whether he got it or not didn't really matter. As long as his cousin was happy, that was enough. Brother Chun. He cupped his hands, all smiles. I've heard so much about you. My cousin learned that Twin Dragon Mountain and Flying Cloud Fort had you surrounded, so she sent me with 30 house guards to your aid. Only then did I realize how much thought Xiao Wenjun had put into this, and my opinion of her warmed a little. Thank you, but the matter's already been settled. Xiao Wendy's face was full of astonishment. It was over? Weren't there supposed to be over 1,000 mountain bandits? All of them killed? He looked around at the shattered bamboo raft debris drifting on the river, the bandit corpses, the prisoners, and the 5 large ships moored along the bank. He still couldn't quite believe it. Feng Zhong, on the other hand, believed it. He'd long known how formidable I was. Seeing the 2 of them so intrigued, Zhao Rui recounted the battle in detail. When Xiao Wendy and Feng Zhong heard it through, their eyes went wide, and they stared at me in shock. Chun Fan is that fierce. Whatever doubts Xiao Wendy had left evaporated. The more he looked at me, the more fascinated he became, and gradually he began to understand why his elder sister and the young prince held me in such high regard. He cupped his hands again and laughed. My sister worries too much. With Brother Chun this valiant, who needs me to come to the rescue? If anything, I got here too late. Missed all the good action. Not too late. Your timing is perfect. I smiled faintly. I'd already had my eye on the 30 guards he'd brought along. He called them house guards, but every one of them was tall and powerfully built, clad in the finest armor. They could probably hold their own against the Imperial Guard. I laid out my next move for the 2 of them. Xiao Wendy had a real appetite for battle, and the moment he heard we were going to hit Twin Dragon Mountain, he immediately volunteered his 30 guards to join in. Feng Zhong, eager for merit of his own, quickly declared he'd come along with Zhao Rui and me. I agreed to both. The government soldiers might have little stomach for a fight, but their archery was solid, just the thing for ambushing the 4th chieftain's main force. Zhao Rui, however, worried about a repeat of what had happened at Shallow Bay. He lowered his voice and said to me, Big brother, you know what those soldiers are like in a fight. If you hadn't saved me from those deserters earlier, I'd have been done for. These archers can shoot well enough, but once they're on the battlefield, if they bolt again, I thought it over. They're your men. It's not my place to discipline them. That's on you. A tight rein makes a tight army. Zhao Rui suddenly understood. That was exactly what his master had once taught him. A tight rein makes a tight army. He turned and walked back to Su Tai's ship. In a corner of the deck, the several government soldiers who had deserted at White Sand Ford were huddled with their heads down. When they saw him approaching, their faces went pale with terror. You lot. Zhao Rui's face was ice. Fleeing before the enemy, leaving your commanding officer in mortal danger. By military law, the punishment is death. The men dropped to their knees with a thud and kowtowed frantically. Have mercy, my lord. Mercy. Zhao Rui gave a cold laugh. Men. Feng Zhong quickly stepped forward with his people and bound the deserters. Only then did Zhao Rui say slowly, fleeing before the enemy. By rights, you should be executed on the spot. But the border is short of men. 30 strokes of the cane, then back to the county to report to the captain, and from there you'll be sent to serve on the northern frontier. At the words northern frontier, the deserters' faces drained of color. That was a place from which 10 went out and none came back. But they didn't dare cry injustice. They could only weep as they took their 30 strokes, the cane splitting their skin open until they were howling like tortured ghosts. Zhao Rui turned his head and fixed a cold stare on the remaining 30 archers. Feng Zhong already grasped his intent. He quickly turned to his own men and said gravely, You all saw that? This is what happens to deserters. This time you're going with Master Chun and the constable. Fight, and fight well. Show me what you've got. The archers, drenched in sweat, knew there was no way out and shouted their assent in unison. Only then did Zhao Rui relax. He brought Feng Zhong and 30 archers over to my side. On my end, everything was set. Su Tai and the other refugees, along with Li Qing and the estate guards, had stripped clothes off the dead bandits and dressed themselves as bandits too. Worried the armor would give them away, we'd stashed it for the time being in the carts carrying the fake grain. Zhao Hongying, Chunhua, and Madame Chung climbed onto an ox cart, hands and feet bound, playing the part of captives. Tang Qing was going over the details one more time with Lu Matzi, the captured bandit lieutenant. The man was listening with rapt attention for the sake of his own skin, and even ran through the whole thing once with Tang Qing. Seeing that everyone was ready, I said my goodbyes to Zhang Yuehua and gave orders for Uncle Han, Li Dazhu, and the others to stay behind and guard the 3 Black Dragon ships, along with the grain and the people aboard. With everything in order, I led the men, escorting the carts of grain and the women, down the small road straight for Twin Dragon Mountain. Our disguise was so convincing that villagers along the way took us for real bandits and scrambled out of sight in terror. The trip went smoothly, and by afternoon we'd reached the foot of the mountain. Master Chun, the gate to the stronghold is just up ahead. Chen Matzi pointed the way. While I was on my way to attack Twin Dragon Mountain, Magistrate Song was pacing anxiously in the county yamen. Refugees were pouring in by the day, the bandits were growing bolder, and the new tax had the common folk grumbling nonstop. On top of that, the pressure from the court was crushing him. The newly assigned constable was useless, but his connections reached all the way to the top, so Song couldn't lay a finger on him. With no troops and no grain at his disposal, what could he possibly do? Just then, Advisor Chui hurried in. Your Honor, an official dispatch has arrived from the court, and a letter from Grand Tutor Yang as well. Magistrate Song took them both and for a moment couldn't decide which to read first. Remembering that Grand Tutor Yang was his old mentor, he set aside official duty for the personal and opened the letter first. He was hoping his mentor might offer some guidance, even just to reassign Zhao Rui or send a few more soldiers. But the letter contained only 8 characters. Hold Qingyun steady. There must be no unrest. Magistrate Song's headache only worsened. Of course, he knew Qingyun couldn't fall into unrest. The moment it did, the whole of Jiangzhou would follow. It had only been a few months since the Yang and Xie clans had displaced Zhang Hongyan as the pillars supporting the court. If the situation deteriorated, His Majesty would show them no mercy. But with no troops and no grain, what was he supposed to hold it together with? He hurriedly tore open the official dispatch, hoping against hope that the court had lowered taxes or dispatched relief grain. The result? Well, the higher the hopes, the deeper the disappointment. No reinforcements, no tax cuts, no relief grain. We're on our own. Magistrate Song laughed bitterly and handed the document to Advisor Chui. Advisor Chui glanced it over and said calmly, Actually, it's not so bad. Not so bad. They may not be sending money or grain, but they've given us a policy. Advisor Chui pointed to the last clause in the dispatch. The great households of the county are being permitted to take in refugees. For every 100 taken in, they give him an honorary Yuan Weilong title. No use. Magistrate Song waved his hand. The wealthy households bought their Yuan Weilong titles with silver long ago. Who'd still want one? Someone would. Advisor Chui said with a slight smile. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Magistrate Song sighed. By now he's probably already been killed by the bandits from Twin Dragon Mountain and Flying Cloud Stronghold. He'd received word earlier that Chen Fan had offended both bandit gangs at once and was being besieged. He didn't care whether Chen Fan lived or died. He only worried about Zhao Rui. Not wanting to cross the 8th virtuous prince, he'd hastily dispatched Feng Zhong with 30 archers to the rescue. This subordinate believes Chen Fan will win, Advisor Chui said, still smiling. Magistrate Song's face was full of doubt. Win, while surrounded by over 1,000 bandits. But then it struck him. If Chen Fan really could wipe out the 2 strongest bandit gangs in the county, the bandit problem would be solved. And if he was willing to take in the refugees, that problem would be solved too. Hope suddenly flared in Magistrate Song's heart. So the key to everything lay with that idiot whom Zhang Yuehua had cured. Just as they were speaking, someone arrived escorting several deserters back, along with news from the front. Constable Zhao led the militia to a great victory over 1,000-odd bandits at White Sand Ford. He has ordered us to bring these captured deserters back for punishment. With that, he presented Zhao Rui's letter. On the surface, Magistrate Song remained calm, but inside his heart was churning. Chen Fan had actually won. Your Honor, we won. Chen Fan won. Advisor Chui said excitedly. Magistrate Song nodded. He knew perfectly well that the one who'd beaten the bandits wasn't that dandy Zhao Rui, but the Chen Fan behind him. How many men in the militia? According to Feng Zhong, only 30 or 40. 30 or 40 men beat over 1,000 bandits. Magistrate Song was thunderstruck. But then, considering that troubled times bred formidable men, he found himself believing it. Setting his doubts aside, he began weighing how best to make use of Chen Fan. With Chen Fan around, the bandit menace would be no great trouble to root out. He immediately approved Zhao Rui's proposal, granting both Twin Dragon Mountain and Wild Goose Mountain to Chen Fan's name, and sent Advisor Chui off to handle the deeds. Then he lowered his voice. Sir, do I have the authority to exempt a particular household from land taxes and the head tax? Advisor Chui had already guessed as much. Strictly speaking, no, but it can be arranged. Qingyuan is a county heavy with conscription. Many of our young men have died at the frontier, and the court granted us a small number of tax-exempt quotas. They were meant for the struggling families of soldiers, but the wealthy households carved them all up amongst themselves. We can take one back and give it to Chen Fan. Magistrate Song nodded, satisfied. Then Advisor Chui suddenly shifted tack. I've heard Chen Fan has been buying up farmland lately. Will that affect tax revenue? Magistrate Song brushed it off. How much land can an ordinary man buy? 100, 200 mu at most. We won't miss it. Go on, get it done, don't drag your feet. Chui thought it over and, finding the reasoning sound, took his leave to carry out the orders. Magistrate Song then personally drafted an official memorial to the throne, petitioning for Chen Fan's Yuan Weilong title. When he had finished, he gazed off toward Twin Dragon Mountain. Chen Fan, don't disappoint me. In the county town, Xia Wenjun had also received the news of victory. All morning, she'd been unable to focus on the caravan's affairs, standing in the little tower and gazing off toward Peach Blossom Village. Only when word of the victory arrived did she let out a breath, the crease between her brows smoothing away. Chen Fan really didn't let me down. Xia Jinyun, her personal guard, was astonished to see a smile on the young mistress's face. She had never seen the young mistress this happy, nor seen her worry so over any man. Didn't the young mistress dislike men? Could it be she'd fallen for Chen Fan? Xia Jinyun was full of questions, but she didn't dare pry. Before long, Xia Wenjun finished her work and stretched. Jinyun, let's go take a look at Peach Blossom Village. The two of them went downstairs and out into the courtyard. Xia Jinyun said, Miss, Chen Fan isn't at Peach Blossom Village. Word is he's gone off to attack Twin Dragon Mountain. What? Xia Wenjun stopped in her tracks. Outwardly calm, Inwardly, she was in turmoil. He went to attack Twin Dragon Mountain. Yes, I hear he wants to press his advantage. He took the second young master and all the guards with him. Xiao Wenjun stood frozen. Twin Dragon Mountain was steep and treacherous, easy to defend, hard to attack. Zhao Rui had once led 200 government soldiers up against it and come back utterly beaten, with only 40 men escaping alive. And Chun Fan dared attack it with just a few dozen villagers and 30 household guards? It was reckless beyond belief. But then again, wasn't it exactly that never-back-down spirit of his that she admired? Alone, he dared to snatch Zhao Rui from the bandits' hands. Alone, he'd stood his ground against 200 bandits raiding in the night. Even when 1,000 bandits swarmed him, he hadn't run. He'd charged in and fought, and somehow he'd won. She knew what Jin Yun said was true. Chun Fan really would do exactly that. Only, Xiao Wenjun looked up at the sky. The sun was bright today, the heavens a clear blue, but a thick white cloud was drifting slowly toward the sun, as if to swallow it whole. She clutched at her sleeve and gazed anxiously toward Twin Dragon Mountain. You have to win. You still haven't kept your promise to me. Meanwhile, back at Twin Dragon Mountain, Zhao Rui and I led the men, all disguised as bandits, toward the front gate. Gazing up at the forbidding peaks of Twin Dragon Mountain, Zhao Rui still felt a chill. It was right at the foot of this mountain that he'd been so badly beaten before. If he hadn't run into me, he'd probably have died here too. Remembering how strong I was, he found his courage again and stuck close by my side. Xiao Wendy, on the other hand, was thrilled. He kept praising the mountain's twin peaks and jagged rocks, saying they'd make a masterpiece if he painted them. Studying the terrain, easy to defend, hard to attack, I immediately went on alert. I told everyone to keep quiet and put on their bandit outfits. Then, thinking that Xiao Wendy, chubby and round-faced as he was, would never pass for a bandit, I decided to have him play the prisoner instead. Brother Chun, just call me Wendy. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll even be family. I had no time for chit-chat and told Zhao Rui to see to the arrangements. With a helpless sigh, Xiao Wendy peeled off his bandit costume, let his hands be bound, and was shoved forward. The carriages rolled on, with the Xie family guards keeping close watch around us. Before we even reached the front gate, we spotted several refugees sprawled beside the trail, cut down by blades, blood pooled around them. Madame Chung lowered her head and wept. Chunhua couldn't bear to look either. Zhao Rui glared furiously at pockmarked Lu. Was this your doing? Pockmarked Lu waved his hands in panic. Wasn't me. I rode out with the main force today. Then he shot me a pleading look, begging to be rescued. I didn't want any complications, so I motioned for everyone to keep moving. A little farther on, 7 or 8 bandits burst out from the tall grass, cleavers raised. Who goes there? I glanced at pockmarked Lu. He stepped forward at once. Brother Zheng, it's me. The 6th chieftain told me to escort the women and grain we took back to the stronghold. The men recognized him and lowered their weapons. When they caught sight of the wagons of grain and the 3 pretty women behind him, they broke into grins. Old Lu, so you won? Chen Fan dead yet? Nice haul this time, huh? Pockmarked Lu answered them one by one exactly as Tang Qing had coached him, even putting on a rueful face. Haul my ass. You know how the 4th chieftain's temper is. All we got from that fight was a few women and some grain. Nothing else worth mentioning. The men weren't entirely convinced, but they didn't press further and let us through. Soon we reached the front gate. Gate was a generous term. It was really just 2 piles of stones flanking the mountain path, wide enough for a single cart, with a handful of bandits standing across it, shields up and blades drawn. But the terrain around it made my scalp prickle. On one side was a sheer drop. Anyone tumbling down was as good as dead or crippled. On the other side, the cliff rose nearly vertical, and more bandits stood posted at the top. All they had to do was hurl stones down. No one below could dodge, and no shield could stop a boulder drop from that height. Nobody dared say a word out of turn. Pockmarked Lu went up alone to talk. Big Blade, move aside, will you? We're back. But Li Dedeo, the little chief guarding the gate, eyed us warily. Where are the 4th and 6th chieftains? Why aren't they with you? Behind him, 7 or 8 bandits tightened their grips on their weapons. Zhao Rui and the others thought we'd been found out. They stared at me tensely, waiting for the order to charge. I stayed calm. Tang Qing and pockmarked Lu had already rehearsed this exchange. Sure enough, Pockmarked Lu didn't panic and repeated exactly what Tang Qing had taught him. After the fourth and sixth chieftains killed Qin Fan, they took the brothers on to hit Feiyun stronghold. I'm just bringing the grain and the women back, then heading straight out to join them. Come on, move aside, don't hold up the stronghold's business. Li Dadeo's tone eased a bit. Brother, I'm not trying to give you trouble. But the chief's orders were absolute. No one gets in today unless the fourth or sixth chieftain comes back with them. Pockmarked Lu let out a quiet breath of relief. I get it. With the main force out, better to be careful. But come on, let me through. I really am pressed for time. To his surprise, Li Dadeo waved him off. Hold on, brother. I'll send someone to check with the chief. And before Pockmarked Lu could react. So this little brother's running up the mountain to report. Pockmarked Lu was floored. Li Dadeo was usually the easiest guy to deal with. What was up with him today? Did he think I'd shaken down a big haul and want a cut? He seemed to figure it out and turned around with feigned generosity. Bring out the money I picked up at Peach Blossom Village. Zhao Rui and Su Tai's hearts sank when they heard this. Scholar Tang was dirt poor. Where would he get money? If he couldn't produce any, wouldn't the whole ruse fall apart? But to their surprise, Tang Qing calmly reached into his robe and handed over 200 coppers. Inwardly, he marveled. Lady Yuehua really was as prescient as a god. She'd guessed the bandits would be greedy and had given him 2 strings of cash in advance, already split into portions of 100 coppers each. Pockmarked Lu took the money and, with visible reluctance, pressed it into Li Dadeo's hand. Take this, buy the brothers some drinks. Now stand aside, will you? You know the sixth chief's temper. If I'm late, I'll catch hell for it. Li Dadeo pocketed the money with a grin, but still didn't move. Brother, the chief's orders were absolute. If I let you through, I'll catch hell too. Just wait a little bit. He even offered him some water to drink. Pockmarked Lu was in no mood for water, afraid that any more delay would expose them. He pretended to drink while secretly turning to glance back at me, waiting for me to decide. I didn't want to wait any longer either. Every extra moment we lingered increased the risk of being exposed. Out of our whole group, only 7 or 8 were real bandits. The rest were all fakes. If anyone spotted an unfamiliar face and grew suspicious, we'd be in trouble. Should we force our way through? I turned it over in my mind. But Twin Dragon Mountain was easy to defend and hard to attack. Storming it now would be no different from being seen through. Better to wait a little longer. I lightly pressed my hand down, signaling everyone to be patient. Pockmarked Lu threw himself into chatting with Li Dadeo, doing his best to keep him distracted. Xiao Wendy, tied up in the cart with the other captives, had been watching me the whole time. Seeing me stay so composed in a situation like this, with everyone under my command hanging on my every gesture, he couldn't help but marvel. Chun Fan really was no ordinary man. He finally seemed to understand why his sister had fallen for Qin Fan, not because of his looks, but because of this maturity, this steady nerve, and this extraordinary courage. Meanwhile, back at Twin Dragon Mountain, the chief was pacing the Hall of Righteousness, restlessly awaiting news of victory. Afraid the authorities might launch a surprise raid, he'd long since ordered the whole stronghold on high alert. 50 men stationed at the front gate alone. Suddenly someone came running in. Chief, good news, we won. The chief shot to his feet. Won? Did we kill Qin Fan? Qin Fan was killed by the 6th chief, Peach Blossom Village has been torched, and we even crushed Flying Cloud's stronghold. Truly, the chief was so thrilled he clenched his fists. The 4th chief's plan had actually worked. Not only had they removed Qin Fan, that thorn in their side, they defeated Flying Cloud's stronghold too, making Twin Dragon Mountain the #1 stronghold in Qingyun County. In that moment, he felt better than an emperor. Are the 4th and 6th chiefs back yet? Not yet. They only sent Pockmarked Lu ahead, escorting a load of grain and Qin Fan's woman. He said, an offering for the chief. Headley sent me to ask whether they should be allowed up the mountain. The chief grew even more pleased. Number 4 had actually captured Qin Fan's woman and was sending her to him. He'd long heard that Qin Fan's woman was the daughter of a high court official, beautiful and well-versed in poetry. He'd been itching to find out what a noble young lady tasted like. Quickly, let them up, bring them straight here. After giving the order, he even retreated to the rear courtyard to bathe and change clothes, preparing to receive the beauty. The man took the order and rushed back to the front gate. The chief says let them through at once. Only then did Lee Broadblade step aside and let us pass. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and followed Pockmark Lu along the narrow path. After walking a stretch, the path gradually widened, from 1 cart's width to enough for 5 carts abreast. And in that open space stood a towering mountain gate. Built of massive stones, it sat squarely in the middle of the road, sealing the whole passage shut. Along the top stood a row of bandits with drawn bows, glaring down at us like hungry tigers. Only now did everyone understand. This was the Real front gate. At the sight of it, the group drew a collective sharp breath. If we'd lost our nerve earlier and charged in blindly, even breaking through the narrow path to reach this point would have been a dead end. Without siege engines, there was no way to breach that gate, and on either side lay sheer cliffs or bottomless drops. The bandits above only needed to keep hurling stones, and we'd all die right here. Everyone turned to look at me with admiration. Even Madame Chung, from atop the ox cart, was watching me, her heart beating faster and faster. Xia Wendy took an even keener interest in me and grew all the more determined to make a match between his elder sister and me. Yet remembering that I was only a common landlord, and that his grandfather would surely never approve such a marriage, he couldn't help but worry. Still, he refused to give up and kept turning the matter over in his mind. I had no heart just then for romantic entanglements. I sent Pockmark Lu forward to negotiate, hoping we could pass through quickly. At the same time, I braced for the worst. If anything went wrong, I'd heave up that huge boulder by the roadside, turn myself into a battering ram, and smash the gate to pieces. Everything went astonishingly smoothly. The moment the bandits at the front gate heard it was the chief's order, they opened the gate without another word and let us through. The group pushed the few ox carts past the front gate and continued up the mountain path. Only then did we truly breathe easy. Along the way, I pried the details out of Pockmark Lu. The stronghold had only 200 men left on garrison duty, 100 on the east peak, 50 on the west peak, and the rest guarding the front gate and patrolling the mountain. But when I passed through, I'd counted at least 50 men at the front gate alone, which meant the chief hadn't actually sent anyone to patrol at all. He was simply holding the 3 positions, front gate, east peak, and west peak. Sure enough, we ran into no more bandits along the way, only towering trees blanketing the mountainside. I thought of Tang Qing's suggestion. These trees would be perfect for felling and building the new city with. But first things first, take Twin Dragon Mountain. At the mid-slope, the mountain road split in two, and Twin Dragon Mountain itself divided into east and west peaks. The chief is on the east peak. Pockmark Lu led us down the left-hand path. Looking up, the east peak loomed even higher and more treacherous. Each peak's entrance had a stone gatehouse almost identical to the front gate. The doors were made from massive timber hewn from the mountain itself. Only these weren't sheathed in iron, probably because iron was scarce up here. Even so, they were extraordinarily solid. Zhao Rui gazed at the layered defenses and let out a soft sigh. Only now did he realize how naive he'd been. With his 200 officers and men, forget storming the front gate. Even if they'd broken through, they'd never have made it up to East Peak. He looked at me with gratitude. If it weren't for me, he'd already be dead, with no chance to avenge his fallen brothers. I wasn't in the mood to celebrate. First, I had to fight my way into the council hall and cut down the chieftain. "Move," I said in a low voice. Pockmarked Lu was terrified of me and hurried to lead the way. The others regarded me with mounting admiration. Without my scheme to disguise ourselves as bandits, a few dozen men would never have made it inside. At the East Peak gate, the chieftain's token got us through without trouble. I kept my wits about me and counted the guards there, 30 men. That meant 70 left on the mountain. Past the gate, the trail grew steep. The ox carts labored up the incline, and Xia Wendy's carriage had the worst of it, armor hidden inside, and the little chubby boy riding along besides. Luckily, the Xia family guards pitched in, and only then did the carriage inch its way up. Then disaster struck on that steep slope. A sack of armor tumbled off a cart and rolled all the way back down to the gate. Su Tai and the others froze in horror. That sack was stuffed with armor. If it was discovered, we were finished. Su Tai rushed down with his men to retrieve it, but the gate guards got there first. Thinking it was spilled grain, they meant to be helpful, but the moment they lifted it, they knew something was off. They opened it up, and there it was, gleaming armor. The bandits caught on instantly. Pockmarked Lu bolted down after them, shouting frantically. That's armor we captured. We loaded it on the cart. But the guard captain wasn't buying it. Just a moment ago, Lu had said the carts held nothing but grain, no mention of armor. If he was lying, something was rotten. And the panic all over Lu's face made him look guiltier still. The man snatched up the mallet and slammed it against the alarm bell. Bong! The clang froze everyone in place. Su Tai and the rest stood paralyzed, every eye turning to me. We were blown. The whole mountain would be swarming down on us any second. Our only option was to fight it out, but I wasn't about to charge in blind. My mind raced, and a desperate gambit came to me. I turned to Qin. Strip out of those bandit clothes and pretend to be my little brother. Go kill the guards at the gate, draw their attention. 50 strings of cash if you pull it off. At the words 50 strings, Qin's eyes went red. He tore off his shirt on the spot, bared his chest, grabbed his blade, and charged. A bright red sash around his waist stood out sharply. His mother had made it for his zodiac year, praying he'd stay safe. But right now, for that kind of money, nothing could scare him. He roared as he ran. I'm Chun Fan's little brother, Qin. I'm here to avenge my brother. Who dares? Fight me. The others watched his display of courage with silent admiration. I had no intention of letting him throw his life away. Turning to Su Tai and Feng Zhong, I said, you two keep playing bandits. Pretend you're arresting Qin. Take out the guards at the gate quietly, seize the mountain gate, and keep Qin safe. Got it. Su Tai charged out with 20 of the estate guards, and Feng Zhong followed with 30 soldiers, all of them shouting as they ran. Grab Qin Fan's brother. Don't let him get away. I wasn't stopping either. Leaving the Xie family guards behind to protect Zhao Rui, Xiao Wendy, and Zhao Hongying, I took Lu Matzi, Tang Qing, Li Qing, and 20 others and made straight for the East Peak. From the ox cart, Zhao Hongying, Chunhua, and Madame Chung watched my retreating back with worried eyes. Hongying, hurry, go protect A-Fan. Chunhua gave her a push. Madame Chung chimed in anxiously. Go on, don't worry about us. Seeing that the Xie family men were still there, Zhao Hongying hesitated no longer. She threw on a bandit's clothes and came running after me. Zhao Rui couldn't sit still either. Remembering how many times I'd saved him, how I always charged out in front, he snatched up his broadsword and took off after me. Even if it meant dying, he'd die at my side. Xiao Wendy, terrified I'd be crushed to death and that his sister would be heartbroken, turned frantically to the guards and shouted, Go! Protect the young master. The young master? Xie Yong and the others froze. Since when had I become the Xie family's son-in-law? What are you standing there for? Move. Xiao Wendy was so frantic he was cursing. Only then did Xie Yong snap out of it. Far from being afraid, he was actually stirred. For a guard, dying to protect the young master of the family was a glorious thing. The Xie family would richly reward his kin. His parents and younger siblings would never go hungry again. For his family, he'd give it everything he had. Leaving 10 men to guard Xiao Wendy, he brought the other 20 and chased after me. When Lu Matzi realized I was assaulting the East Peak with only 40 men, his heart nearly stopped. He knew I was formidable, and he knew there were only 70 men up on the mountain. But this was Twin Dragon Mountain. The paths were steep and narrow. A single boulder rolled down could flatten a whole line of men. As fierce as I was still made of flesh and blood. He didn't want to die, but he didn't dare not follow. So he tried to talk sense into me as we went. The bell's already been rung. They'll be on their guard up there. Storming it head-on now is too risky. Wouldn't it be better to take the mountain gate first? But Tang Qing had already seen through my plan. He hissed at him under his breath. What are you panicking about? Everything is under the master's control. Yes, the bell rang, but the bandits don't know what's actually happening. With the fighting down at the gate, they'll just assume someone's launching a frontal attack on it. They'll never guess who we really are. Only now did Lu Matzi understand why Qin had blown his own cover. It had all been arranged by me. Still, could a bluff like this really work? He didn't dare ask. He just kept quietly leading the way. I hadn't brought the Overlord's spear. I carried nothing but the most ordinary saber, moving swiftly behind him. We were still on the move when a band of bandits came charging down the mountain. Halt! There were about 20 of them, each with spear and shield, holding a treacherous stretch of the mountain path and eyeing us warily. Lu Matzi's face went white as a sheet. Just what we were afraid of. Li Qing and Xie Yong were worried too. The narrow, steep path gave them no room to maneuver, and with the enemy holding the high ground, even a few stones rolled down would be enough to do us in. They weren't afraid of dying, only of failing to protect the young master. Both fixed their eyes on me, waiting for orders. I lowered my voice and said to Lu Matsi, "Don't panic. Go up and greet them like usual. Tell them you were worried assassins might have slipped in to kill the chief, so you brought the brothers back to guard him." Lu Matsi licked his lips and forced himself forward. "Sure too, it's me. Why aren't you up top guarding the chief? Where'd you all run off to?" The men above recognized him and dropped their guard. Their leader, Zhang Shirtu, came over with his men and asked what had happened down at the gate, why the bell had been rung. Lu Matsi quietly let out a breath. Chun Fan's younger brother sneaked in to assassinate the chief for revenge. The brothers at the gate caught him. He pointed down toward the gate, where the fight was in full swing. Chen Qing was ferocious. 30 bandits couldn't get near him, while Su Tai and the others were putting on a show of surrounding him, without ever really pressing in. Lu Matsi added quickly, "Shirtu, hurry down and help." Shirtu was a big, hulking man, but he wasn't stupid. In fact, he had a suspicious streak. He eyed Lu Matsi warily. "Why aren't you going to help? What's the rush to get up the mountain?" Lu Matsi knew he'd tipped his hand and could only repeat what I'd told him. "There's just the one assassin down there. We'll take him sooner or later. I'm worried there might be more up the mountain, so I brought men back to protect the chief." "No need to worry," Zhang Shirtu said dismissively. "The chief heard the bell and knows Chen Fan's people are coming. He's already got his armor on, with a whole pack of brothers around him. No assassin can touch him. You'd better go finish off the one at the gate first." Lu Matsi was at a loss. Seeing we couldn't afford to stall any longer, Tang Qing stepped forward. "Killing the assassin is easy. It's taking him alive that's hard. The guy's too strong. None of us can beat him. We need Brother Shirtu to step in. Who doesn't know Brother Shit is a top-notch fighter? Once we've got him and squeeze him for answers, all his accomplices will come crawling out. Now that would be a real feat." Puffed up by the flattery, Zhang Shirtu stuck out his chest. "Ah, so that's how it is." He shouldered his blade and called out to his men. "Come on, let's go catch that assassin." Lu Matsi hurriedly stepped aside, and Zhao Rue and the others moved to the edge of the path as well. Just when I thought we'd slipped past them, Zhang Shirtu turned back and waved to Lu Matsi. "Brotherly, come along. Forget about guarding the chief. He's plenty safe." Lu Matsi had no choice but to turn around. I wasn't about to let this chance slip. I stepped up and said, feigning concern, "Brother Lu, you still haven't passed the 6th boss's message on to the chief. How about I go up and deliver it?" Lu Matsi caught on at once and slapped his forehead in exaggerated fashion. "Right, I almost forgot." He handed me the token. "Go let the chief know, then come straight down to the gate to meet up. We've still got Feiyun's stronghold to hit." To keep up appearances, Lu Matsi threw an arm around Zhang Shi. Tu Jianbang headed down the mountain. "Let's go. Watch yourself. That assassin's no joke. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the brothers." Zhang Shirtu thumped his chest. "Relax. I'll show you what I'm made of before this is over." The two headed down the mountain, still chattering. Seeing how cautious Zhang Shirtu was being, I sent the rest of the men back with Lu Matsi to link up with Su Tai, wipe out that bunch, and seize the mountain gate. The summit, I'd handle alone. Chen Xiao wasn't having it, and came chasing after me. Zhao Hongying wanted to come too, but she was disguised as a man and easy to see through. She was afraid she'd ruin the whole plan, so she had no choice but to hide among the house servants, staring blankly at my retreating back. Her eyes went red. Chen Xiao and I sprinted up the narrow path. We ran into a few bandit patrols along the way, but one look at the token and they waved us through. Before long, we made it to the top. The summit turned out to be a wide, flat clearing, crammed with ramshackle thatched huts and a few timber houses still under construction. So this was the bandits' headquarters. Only, it was eerily quiet. Not a single bird call, not even a barking dog. "Uncle, something's off," Chen Xiao whispered. I felt it too. I tightened my grip on the pudeo and swept my eyes across the clearing. Ha! A wild laugh shattered the silence. A hulking, heavy-set man in armor, carrying a long-handled broadsword, stepped out of one of the ruined huts. At the same moment, bandits came pouring out from every direction, weapons of every kind bristling as they surrounded Chen Xiao and me. I didn't panic. One glance told me all I needed. These bandits carried every kind of weapon you could name, except bows. Made sense. If they'd had bows, they'd have already put me down. But there were easily 100 of them here, not the 40 or 50 I'd guessed. Looked like the head chief was the careful type. He'd already moved every last man over to the east peak. I fixed my gaze on the armored fatso with the broadsword. So this was the head chief? He was sizing me up too, eyes blazing with fury. He slammed the butt of his blade into the ground. Chun Fan, we finally meet. I nodded and asked what was nagging at me. You knew I was coming? Just found out, he roared in his booming voice. The second that bell rang, I knew it was you. And I know you took Fei Yun's stronghold and killed fourth brother and sixth brother. I'm going to avenge second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth brother. I didn't bother telling him the fourth chief was still alive. Didn't feel like chatting either. I just asked, if you knew, why let me up the mountain? I didn't let you. You're just too damn slippery, and you fooled the men I sent down. The head chief was blunt enough about it. I was going to post men at the summit entrance to crush you with rocks, but you got here too fast. No matter, we'll settle this with a fair duel. He gestured at the men ringed around us. These 100 brothers of mine are witnesses. Beat me, and Twin Dragon Mountain is yours. But if you lose, he gave a cold laugh, eyes boring into me. You'll be lying here for good. Fine, bring it on. I tightened my grip on the Pudeo. Chen Xiao was tense too, clutching his Han. Jia Chong, back to back with me. The last time I'd been surrounded like this was when General Han and I were trapped by the Wei army. That battle, all 200 of our guards died, and only he and General Han cut their way out. This time it was just the two of us. Could we make it out alive? Thinking of my ferocity, he figured my odds were good. As for himself, it didn't matter. He knew that as long as I got out alive, I'd take good care of his mother, and that was enough. Uncle, take out the leader first. Chen Xiao whispered. I didn't answer. This time I wanted to play it differently. Since the chief had chosen a fair duel, I'd make him lose so thoroughly he'd have no complaints. Ah Xiao, when I charge, you run the other way. Don't hold me back. Chen Xiao wasn't offended. He knew I was protecting him. No, I'm going with you. Do what I say. My tone left no room for argument. Your mother told you to listen to me, so listen. Don't worry, I can handle them. The moment the words left my mouth, I raised my blade and lunged at the bandits. Come on, get him. The chief pointed his blade forward. Remembering the 5 sworn brothers who died at my hands, he roared, 1,000 strings of cash to the man who kills Chun Fan. Kill. Over 100 bandits surged forward with shields and blades, spurred on by the reward. They all knew I was fierce, but no matter how fierce, could one man kill 100? Impossible. Chen Xiao had wanted to rush in and cover me, but remembering my order, he slipped off to the side of a thatched hut instead, circling around to ambush the chief and give me a hand. Just then, he saw something astonishing. I suddenly hurled my saber, quick as lightning, skewering 3 bandits in a single throw. They all crashed to the ground. Chen Xiao froze, dumbstruck. It wasn't my strength that shocked him. It was the panic of seeing me weaponless. How was I supposed to fight with no weapon in hand? Uncle, grab a weapon, he shouted hoarsely, spear raised, charging in with reckless abandon. Uncle, hold on. I'm bringing you a spear. But it was too late. A dense wall of bandits had already sealed me in. Chen Xiao couldn't even catch a glimpse of me. Uncle, hold on. His eyes went red in an instant. Sure, I wasn't his blood uncle, but from these past few days together, he knew I was a man of honor and heart, not cold-blooded like the other landlords. I'd used the excuse of house repairs to feed the starving villagers rice porridge, and I'd taken in refugees. A man like that didn't deserve to die here. Besides, he'd promised his mother he'd protect me, and a promise was a promise. Uncle, hold on. He fought his way forward with everything he had. The chief, on the other hand, finally relaxed. He let out a soft sigh and lifted his eyes to the sky. Second brother, third brother, fourth, fifth, sixth, brothers, I've avenged you. And at that very moment, something happened that shook every man on the field. I reached down, hoisted up a massive wooden beam, thick as a man's body, and swung it in a great arc around me. The sweep was blindingly fast and brutally hard. The bandits nearest me had no chance to dodge. They were sent flying, slamming into the ground so hard they couldn't get back up. Those who hadn't been mowed down were dumbstruck. That was a roof beam, a construction beam. Something that thick. and I'd actually hoisted it up and was swinging it around like a weapon? The chief bandit's face was pure shock. Just how strong was Chen Fan? He'd heard the fourth chief go on about my strength before, but he'd figured strong meant being able to hoist a 200 caddy stone lock. Only now did he understand what real strength looked like. He sighed again. He knew there was no winning today, no getting his revenge. Sure enough, I charged around with the beam in my arms, deliberately hitting the thickest clusters of men, smashing, sweeping, not the least bit tired, as if I were wielding nothing more than a twig. The bandits howled and wailed like ghosts, and in no time all 100+ of them were down. Still not winded, I hefted the beam and walked step by step toward the chief. Chief, your turn. Meanwhile, the fourth chief was leading 500 bandits in a desperate race back. Faster, faster, he shouted, mounted on his scrawny nag, his face tight with panic. The bandits, terrified their stronghold was about to fall to me, ran until they were drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The fourth chief kept his eyes on Twin Dragon Mountain and, still uneasy, kept driving them to pick up the pace. But the men were running on their own two legs, and they'd been at it for so long that even an Iron Man would have been spent. Resentment was building in their chests. A minor captain named Sun Chi spoke up. Fourth chief, it's been a while now, and nobody from the stronghold has come to report anything. Maybe Chen Fan never went to attack the fortress at all? How about we take a breather? The fourth chief gave a slight shake of his head. Sensing something was wrong, he'd already sent a man downstream to check. When that scout laid eyes on the corpses of Sixth Brother and the other 100 men, he finally understood what I'd been playing at. Chen Fan definitely went to raid Twin Dragon Mountain, the fourth chief declared flatly. Sun Chi wiped the sweat from his brow. Even if he did, there's nothing to fear. There are still 200 brothers up on the mountain, and Twin Dragon Mountain is easy to defend and hard to storm. However fierce he is, he can't break through. Why not let everyone rest a bit? The other bandits chimed in eagerly. Right? The terrain's treacherous, both gate barriers are ironclad, and it's not like Chen Fan can fly. For all we know, he's already dead on the narrow front path. The more they talked, the more relaxed they got, all convinced I'd been crushed to death. But the fourth chief wasn't buying it. He knew all too well just how terrifying I was. The second and fifth chiefs had led 200 men to raid Peach Blossom Village thinking it would be a walk in the park, and both had ended up dead by my hand, with only 30 men limping back. This time, facing several hundred men from Flying Cloud Stronghold, everyone assumed I was as good as dead. And how had that turned out? He gazed at Twin Dragon Mountain and heaved a heavy sigh. What he feared was that I'd already breached the front gate and fought my way to the summit, in which case his eldest brother was in mortal danger. Brothers, he said, cupping his fists in salute, I know you're all exhausted, but we can't stop. Without the stronghold, without the chief, what becomes of us? Push a little harder. When we get back, every man gets 10 strings of cash. At the mention of money, every eye lit up. They knew that East Peak, the storehouse, held at least several thousand strings of cash and several thousand pickles of grain. Good. The 500 men fell in behind the fourth chieftain and charged back toward Twin Dragon Mountain. Twin Dragon Mountain, before the East Peak Gate. Zhao Rui, Zhao Hongying, and the others heard the sounds of fighting drifting down from the summit and knew I had already been discovered by the bandits. Kill. Zhao Rui and Zhao Hongying drew their swords and lunged at Zhang Shitu and the other bandits. Su Tai, Li Qing, and Xie Yong charged in with their men. The bandits, still puzzling over how to capture Qin Qing, hadn't watched their backs at all. Between the surprise and the sheer numbers, the 40 bandits were cut down in short order, leaving only the fierce Zhang Shitu. Shitu, surrender. Pockmarked Lu urged him. Zhang Shitu shook his head. Without the chief, he would have starved long ago. How could he turn traitor now? Come on, then. He raised his blade and rushed straight for Zhao Rui, the weakest of them, aiming to take at least one man with him. Qin Qing planted himself in front of Zhao Rui. Looking at Zhang Shitu, he saw a heap of reward money. Surrender or die. He swung his blade and threw himself forward. The others had thought to hold back and let the two duel it out, but Zhao Rui and Zhao Hongying were worried sick about me and couldn't afford to wait. Altogether, Zhao Rui ordered. Xie Wendy, terrified for his brother-in-law, hurried Xie Yong along. Finish him off, quick. We've got to go save Brother Chun. Su Tai, Xie Yong, and Li Qing didn't give a damn about martial honor. They all piled in at once. Zhao Hongying was faster still. The moment Qin Qing locked up Zhang Shidu's great blade, she darted in and her long sword slashed across. And at the same instant, the sabers and spear of Li Qing, Su Tai, and Xie Yong drove home. Zhang Shitu slowly toppled beside the mountain gate, eyes still fixed on the summit. No one gave him another glance. They broke into a run for the top. Zhao Rui caught Su Tai by the arm. You, take your men and hold the gate. Su Tai nodded, led 20 of the refugees to shut the gate and man the walls, and stood by with bows drawn. Zhao Hongying tore ahead at the front, her eyes gone red. From the shouting up on the summit, there had to be at least 100 bandits, and the only man at my side was Qin Xiao. How could the two of us possibly hold them off? She wished she could sprout wings and fly straight to me. Qin Qing was hot on her heels, running as if his life depended on it. I'd promised him 50 strings of cash, and he meant to collect. Panting and gasping, the group burst onto the summit and stopped dead. Before the ramshackle thatched hut lay a carpet of corpses. Not one man left standing. Blood everywhere. Zhao Hongying whipped her head around, but couldn't find so much as a glimpse of me. Panic clutched at her heart. Could it be? Something had happened to him? Brother Chun, Master Chun, young master. The group scattered and began turning over the bodies. To their relief, they didn't find me, and they could breathe a little easier. They were still searching through the thatched hut when Chun Zhao's voice carried over from a distance. We're in the hall of righteous assembly. Everyone looked up. Behind the ruined hut stood a stately timber lodge, and there was Chun Xiao waving to them. That's the hall of righteous assembly. Pockmarked Li shouted, pointing. If Chun Xiao was fine, then I had to be fine too. As they made their way over, they saw bandits sprawled every which way, skulls split open, arms hacked off, the sight repeating everywhere they looked. It shook them to the core. These were over 100 savage mountain bandits, and how could just the two of them have wiped everyone out? Even 100 pigs wouldn't be this easy to slaughter, let alone in such a short time. Even Qin Qing was struck with awe. He'd witnessed my ferocity back at Shallow Water Bay, but he'd had men guarding my flanks and rear then. Now, with only Qin Xiao at my side, there was no way Qin Xiao could have covered me, which meant I'd single-handedly cut down all these men. Qin Qing was thoroughly convinced. A thought crept into his mind. Maybe he should stay on as a house guard instead of heading to the capital? The group hurried to the Hall of Loyalty, where they finally found me lounging on the tiger skin throne, drinking wine. Brother Chun, Master Chun. They saluted me with excitement. Zhao Hongying walked over and looked me up and down. Seeing I hadn't a scratch on me, she secretly let out a breath. Truth be told, I hadn't been slacking. I'd already patrolled the entire stronghold with Qin Xiao, and only sat down to catch my breath just before everyone arrived. Now that they were all here, I set down my wine bowl, stood up, and started giving orders. Li Qing, take some men and hold the summit. Guard the treasury. It's right behind the Hall of Loyalty. Scholar, go to the treasury and take inventory of the money and provisions. No one is to go near it without my orders. Hongying, there's a group of kidnapped women locked in the rooms out back. Go watch over them. Don't release them until we've fully secured Twin Dragon Mountain. Only then did everyone realize I'd already scouted every inch of the stronghold. Li Qing and Tang Qing took their orders and left. Zhao Hongying hesitated a moment, then did the same. I waved to Zhao Rui, Qin Qing, Qin Xiao, and Xie Yong. Come on, we're taking the front gate and the west peak. Yes, sir. They followed me as I charged down the mountain, all the way to the east peak gate. At the gate, Chunhua, Madame Chung, Xiao Wendy, and Su Tai let out a long sigh of relief when they saw I was unharmed. Madame Chung made up her mind in secret. If I walked into her room by mistake again tonight, she wouldn't refuse. Noticing bloodstains on my face, she thoughtfully pulled out her handkerchief to wipe them away. Mid-wipe, she caught sight of her son Su Tai striding over, and hastily stepped back, turning to feign interest in the scenery. Su Tai didn't give it a second thought. He said eagerly, Brother Chun, are we going down the mountain to ambush the fourth chieftain? I'm coming with you. Hearing her son call me, Brother Chun, Madame Chung felt even more awkward. I clapped Su Tai on the shoulder. You hold the gate. I'll take the front gate first, then the west peak. Once both are ours, we'll plan the ambush. Right. Su Tai nodded happily. Night was falling fast. I told Xia Wendy, Chunhua, and Madame Chung to head up the mountain and rest, then set off for the front gate with Qin Xiao, Qin Qing, and 30 Xie family guards. Chunhua watched me walk away, reluctant to see me go. "I'll have dinner ready when you get back," she called, waving hard. Madame Chung wanted to say the same, but with her son standing right there, all she could do was gaze after me, still as a widow's stone. The evening breeze stirred the mountain flowers and their skirts, a scene almost achingly beautiful. I glanced back, gave only a faint smile, and waved. Being cared about by someone, it really is a wonderful feeling. The front gate. The bandits had heard the bell and the battle cries long ago. When they saw me charging down on them like a thunderbolt, they knew it was over. "Run for it." 30 bandits threw open the front gate and bolted down the mountain. I snatched up a bow from the wall and loosed 10 arrows in quick succession. Every shot found its mark. But the trail was so narrow that several arrows struck the same man, and only 6 or 7 went down. The rest panicked even harder, shoving forward in a frenzy, and actually ended up pushing their own comrades off the cliff. A few short screams, then silence. Still, about a dozen made it through the pass and escaped down the slope. I didn't give chase. Feng Zhong was waiting at the foot of the mountain with 30 archers in ambush. More than enough to mop up that handful. I left Xie Yong at the front gate with 20 men and headed for the west peak myself, taking Qin Xiao, Qin Qing, and 10 of our house guards. The reason I brought so few was simple. I'd already guessed there wouldn't be many bandits on the west peak. Sure enough, the west peak's gate stood wide open, not a soul in sight. The bandits had long since fled. We made straight for the summit without so much as a hitch, not a bandit to be seen along the way. The only thing that greeted us was a big yellow dog barking its head off. The moment it saw me, it seemed to lose its nerve, shrank off to one side, and didn't dare make another sound. The west peak was much like the east peak, a patch of flat ground crowded with ramshackle thatched huts. But there was no hall of loyalty, no storehouse, not even a proper wooden building to speak of. I swept the place and found no bandits, and was just about to leave when one of the Xie family guards came sprinting up. "Master Chun, it's bad. The 4th chief is coming back with a huge force of bandits." The 4th chief, mounted on a scrawny horse, was rushing back to the rescue at the head of 500 bandits. They had just crossed Whitestone Ridge when 2 bandits came hurrying up to meet them. 4th chief, disaster. Chun Fan got into the mountain, heaven knows how, and he's taken the whole of Twin Dragon Mountain. He killed the 1st chief too. You have to avenge him. The 2 men dropped to their knees, weeping bitterly. The bandits were all stunned speechless. Twin Dragon Mountain fallen so fast? And the 1st chief, with all his martial prowess, killed? The 4th chief, cautious, pressed them further. "If he's taken the mountain, how did the 2 of you get out?" "We were guarding the west peak. When we saw things had gone bad, we climbed down the cliffs at the back." The 4th chief believed it. This was Chun Fan they were talking about. What couldn't he do? Even though he'd been braced for the worst, the news of his elder brother's death still struck him like a hammer blow to the chest. Clutching at his chest, he asked again, "You saw him kill the 1st chief with your own eyes?" Neither of them dared to lie. The bell started ringing on the east peak, and fighting broke out at both ends of the summit gate. We climbed up the west peak and looked over east, and there was Chun Fan, swinging a huge roof beam, sweeping men down by the dozen. Our brothers were being clubbed to death one after another, and the 1st chief, he was crushed to death by that beam too. As they spoke, they broke down trembling and sobbing again. The bandits around them stared, wide-eyed. Just picturing that bloody scene was enough to set their hands and feet shaking. But the 4th chief wasn't afraid. His mind was filled with the image of his elder brother, back in the day when he'd been hounded to the end of his rope by the imperial soldiers. On the road, the chief had been the one to save him, giving him food, a place to sleep, and even making him the 4th chief. He ground his teeth. "Let's go back to Twin Dragon Mountain and get our revenge." But the moment he charged off and glanced back, he saw the bandits hadn't budged. He yanked his horse around and roared, "Have you all lost every shred of conscience? The chief treated you well every damn day, and not one of you wants revenge? Even if you don't we at least have to take back Twin Dragon Mountain? Without a home, where are you going to live? What are you going to eat? You want to turn into vagabond thieves?" They all lowered their heads in silence. Only Sun Chi stepped forward and spoke the truth. "4th chief, We want revenge too, but Twin Dragon Mountain is easy to defend and hard to take. With our numbers, we just can't storm it. The fourth chief already had a plan. Don't worry. We'll pretend to attack the front gate and send another team to sneak up the cliffs at the back of the mountain. As long as we can get close to Chin Fan, we can assassinate him and take Twin Dragon Mountain back. Hope flared in their hearts, and they followed the fourth chief in a charge toward Twin Dragon Mountain. Up on the mountain, when I heard the fourth chief was leading a large force of bandits back to attack, I wasn't afraid at all. I was actually excited. This was the perfect chance to wipe out every last one of the Twin Dragon Mountain bandits in a single sweep. Where are they now? Feng Gong just reported. They've reached Whitestone Ridge. Whitestone Ridge was still some distance from Twin Dragon Mountain. We had plenty of time to link up with Feng Zhong, take the initiative, and set an ambush. Move out. I took Chen Qing, Chen Xiao, Zhao Rui, and the Xie family guards down the mountain to the East Peak Gate, where we joined up with Su Tai. The fourth chief had a lot of men, and I needed more hands. Leaving 2 behind to hold the East Peak Gate, I led the rest straight for the front gate. Xie Yong was manning the front gate with careful attention. When he saw me arrive and learned that the West Peak had been secured, the weight on his chest had barely lifted before it slammed back down at the news that I was leading men off the mountain for an ambush. There are only a few dozen of us. The bandits have hundreds. Isn't it too dangerous to march out and meet them? Wouldn't it be better to hold the gate and wait for them to attack? Zhao Rui, for his part, didn't see any problem with the plan. I alone could take out over 100 men, and with a proper ambush, victory was as good as ours. He didn't feel like explaining any of that to Xie Yong. Face stern, he snapped, "What's all this yapping? Your young master told you to listen to Brother Chen. Whatever he says to do, you do it." Xie Yong knew who Zhao Rui was and didn't dare say another word. I'd formed a good impression of Xie Yong. The man was loyal, steady, and a solid fighter. So I laid out the plan for him briefly and pointed out that simply holding the gate wasn't as safe as it sounded. The bandits knew the terrain, and there was every chance they had a way to slip up the mountain. Only then did Xie Yong understand that I wasn't being reckless, but thinking several steps ahead. He also began to dimly grasp why the young miss favored a man like me, someone with both courage and cunning, and easy on the eyes to boot. In the capital, that combination truly was a rare find. We will follow Lord Chen's orders. Xie Yong cupped his fists, and the 30 guards behind him bowed in unison. Leaving Su Tai to hold the front gate, I galloped down the mountain with Chen Xiao, Chen Qing, Zhao Rui, and the 30 Xie family guards, rushing to meet up with Feng Zhong. Before long, we reached the hillock beside the small road at the foot of the mountain, and there we saw Feng Zhong and his 30 archers. Feng Zhong hurried to report. The dozen or so bandits who fled down the mountain have all been shot dead. We've moved the bodies into the ravine. I was satisfied. Leaving corpses on the road would tip our hand. Where are the bandits now? Past Whitestone Ridge. They'll be here soon. I looked up and saw that this hilltop was a perfect ambush point. The narrow trail cut right through it, with both ridges under our control. Combined with the rolling stones Feng Zhong had prepared, we were sure to wipe out the bandits. I deployed at once. Feng Zhong would hold the left ridge, while I took the Xie family guards to the right. Following Chun Zhao's method, we lashed the boulders in place with ropes of twisted bark. One slash of a blade would sever the cords, and the stones would come crashing down all at once. With everything set, we crouched in hiding and waited. But as the sun sank toward the horizon, there was still no sign of the bandits. The men began to grow uneasy. Had our plan been discovered? How about we head back to the stronghold first? Zhao Rui suggested. If the fourth chief has seen through us, staying here is too dangerous. I thought it over and decided to wait a little longer. If we truly had been found out, he would already be circling around to flank us. Yet there was still no sign of him. Su Tai had a clear view from the mountain and hadn't signaled any warning either. Most likely the bandits just hadn't arrived yet. Wait a bit longer. I pressed my hand down. Let the arrows fly a while longer. The men trusted me. They quieted down and kept their eyes fixed on the trail. In truth, the fourth chief hadn't seen through anything. It was just that with the head chief dead and Twin Dragon Mountain already lost, he saw no need to rush. A night raid would suit him better anyway. So he'd ordered his men to eat their rations, catch their breath, and take their time on the way back. Before long, they drew close to the ridge where I'd laid my ambush. The bandits called this place Treasure Ridge, also known as Fortune Hill, because they often waylaid travelers here. Fourth Chief, we've reached Treasure Ridge. How about a rest? Sun Chi suggested. Past this ridge lay the foot of the mountain. The fourth chief was about to say no, ready to swagger on and launch his feint against the front gate. Since it was only a feint, the point was to openly announce he was coming to attack. He'd like to see me try. With 500 brothers standing there, would I dare come charging out swinging a beam of wood? Even if he stood still and let me hit him, I'd exhaust myself before doing any damage. But the words caught in his throat. What did you say this ridge is called? Sun Chi scratched his head. Treasure Ridge. The brothers like to hold up travelers here and make a little coin. The fourth chief's face changed. He studied the ridge ahead carefully. What a fine spot for an ambush. Would Chin Fan lay a trap here? But then again, he thought, since I'd already taken Twin Dragon Mountain, I only needed to hold it. With ample money and provisions, why would I take the risk of coming out? At that, he eased up a little. Still, he was cautious by nature, and his opponent was me, someone who never played by the book. Just like this pincer attack, I'd abandoned Peach Blossom Village outright, sent the families across the river, and gone off myself to meet Flying Cloud's stronghold head-on at Shallow Water Bay. Turning it over in his mind, the fourth chief decided to play it safe. He ordered Sun Chi to take he'd send 100 men up the ridge first to scout the way. Of course, he didn't say scout out loud. He was afraid Sun Chi wouldn't go. Take part of the men and check out the front approach, he said flatly. Yes, sir. Sun Chi took his orders and led 100 men charging up the mountain path toward the ridge. Up on the ridge, Xie Yong, Feng Zhong, and the others saw the bandits coming and rubbed their palms in anticipation. But right away, everyone sensed something was off. Weren't there supposed to be 500 or 600? Why were only 100-odd men in sight? I thought it was suspicious too. What game were these bandits playing? Chen Xiao whispered beside me. The bandits are scouting. I glanced at him. Is this how you scouted in the border army? No. The army has proper scouts. Chen Xiao's answer was blunt. Only bandits used a clumsy trick like this. One thought, and I understood. Sacrifice a small band to bait us into showing our hand. Throw off our formation, and then their main force would swarm in. I made up my mind on the spot. Let this batch pass. Nobody moved. Chen Xiao put his fingers to his lips and let out a bird call. Across the way, Feng Zhong caught the signal and quickly held back his archers. So everyone stood silent and watched Sun Chi and his 100 bandits swagger right past on the path below. Once they were through, another large body of bandits appeared in the distance. In the middle of the column rode a man on a scrawny horse. One look and I recognized him. The fourth chief. I didn't rush. I waited until most of the bandits had entered the pass before I gave the order. Now, the Xie family guards hacked through a strip of bark with their blades, and a mass of boulders came thundering down onto the packed bandits below. At the same time, the government soldiers loosed their bowstrings, and arrows fell like rain. In an instant, the narrow mountain path became a living hell. Bandits dropped by the dozen. The screams merged into one continuous wail. They probably never imagined they'd die one day in the very place where they usually did their looting and killing. That's what you call retribution. But the fourth chief refused to die. Shield up in one hand, reins gripped in the other, he charged forward through the falling rocks and arrows, trampling over his own men's corpses. And somehow he actually broke through. That's the fourth chief. He's getting away. Zhao Rui pointed him out to me in a hurry. Still trying to run? I wasn't about to leave that kind of loose end. I knocked an arrow and took aim at once. But the distance was too great, over 70 paces. My archery was dead on within 70 paces. Past that, all bets were off. Bow in hand, I took off along the ridge, chasing after the fourth chief. Behind me, Zhao Rui, Qin Qing, and Xie Yong were dumbstruck. I ran unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, I was far ahead. Qin Qing had already seen my strength in swimming, but he'd never guessed my speed would be this terrifying too. He couldn't help wondering, could this be Xiang Yu the Overlord reborn? Qin Xiao wasn't fazed. He was just worried I'd run into trouble and hurried after me. Charge! Xie Yong, worried about me too, raised his blade and led 30 guards down the slope. Zhao Rui and Qin Xiao followed close. On the other side, Feng Zhong, who had no intention of being exiled to the northern frontier, came charging down with his 30 soldiers as well. Our men swept forward like tigers descending from the mountain, momentum unstoppable. At the foot of the slope, the bandits who hadn't been crushed by rocks or picked off by arrows lost their nerve and turned to flee. But one glance back was even more terrifying. There I was, bow drawn, galloping toward them like a war horse, and mid-charge I loosed an arrow, steady as could be. The shaft split the air, and the fourth chief tumbled from his saddle. With their leader down, whatever fight remained in the bandits collapsed. They threw down their weapons and scattered. Sutai and the archers swept in from both flanks, and aside from a handful who managed to bolt out the front, the rest were cut down where they stood. I hadn't forgotten the 100 bandits I'd let pass earlier. The moment the last of the enemy in the valley had been wiped out, I led my men in pursuit. Master Chun, the fourth chief's head. I had just swung up onto the fourth chief's lean horse, ready to chase down the remnants, when Chun Qing came running after me, a bloody head dangling from his hand. Thinking he wanted the bounty, I took the head, planning to hand it over to Zhao Rui. The government paid for these. Just then, a warm current surged up from my dantian and coursed through my entire body. In an instant, every trace of exhaustion vanished. I felt strong enough to take on another 100 bandits without breaking a sweat. The system reward had arrived. I quickly pulled up the family tree. Head of house, Chun Fan. Family members, 6. Wives and concubines. Han Yuner, Zhou Guilin, Lin Chunhua, He Xiaotao, Zhou Xingyang. Treasures, Golden Blade. Farmland, 881 mu. Mountain lands, Twin Dragon Mountain. Strength, 5,600 caddies. Speed, 5x. Archery, never misses within 80 paces. Water skills, masterful. Remaining lifespan, 54 years. To my delight, a new entry had appeared, Mountain Lands, with Twin Dragon Mountain listed under it. Twin Dragon Mountain was mine now. I remembered Zhao Rui had petitioned Magistrate Song to have both Twin Dragon Mountain and Wild Goose Mountain registered in my name. Had the magistrate already approved it? Or was it simply that, having killed every chief on Twin Dragon Mountain, the family tree now recognized the place as mine? I didn't dwell on it. The reward itself was what mattered, and this haul was no small one. My archery had jumped from 70 paces to 80, and 5 more years had been added to my lifespan. Finally, I wouldn't have to fret over how long I had left. Once I took Flying Cloud Stronghold and Wild Goose Mountain, maybe I could tack on another 10 years. And who knew? Might my archery reach the point of piercing a willow leaf at 100 paces? I found myself looking forward to it. I passed the head to Zhao Rui and turned to Chun Qing. I'll settle your reward back at Twin Dragon Mountain. But Chun Qing waved him off. You made the kill yourself, Master Chun. How could I possibly take the bounty? I couldn't help giving him another look. Had Chun Qing changed? This was a man who'd always been utterly obsessed with money, and now he was turning down a reward? Of course, what was owed still had to be paid. The 50 strings of cash I'd promised him for exposing his identity earlier, plus his share of the battle rewards. I'd see to all of it, just not right now. Let's go finish off We'll deal with the bandits later. I led the men down the trail after Sun Chi and his 100 mountain bandits. But even after sprinting all the way to the foot of Twin Dragon Mountain, there was still no sign of them. By now the sun had set and the sky was dimming. The outlines of the peaks blurred into one another, and there was no way to spot anyone. Worried I'd pushed the pursuit too hard, Zhao Rui hurried to advise. Brother Chun, don't corner a desperate foe. These bandits are jumping at their own shadows now. They're too scared to linger anywhere nearby, and they won't dare harass the common folk either. 9 times out of 10, they've bolted straight for Flying Cloud Stronghold or Wild Goose Mountain. I thought it over and had to admit he had a point. I was going to hit Wild Goose Mountain and Flying Cloud Stronghold in a few days anyway. Might as well head back for now. All right, back to camp for supper. I waved my hand. The men let out a cheer. This one battle had wiped out Twin Dragon Mountain and crippled Flying Cloud Stronghold. The county's bandit troubles were as good as done. They looked at me with unabashed admiration in their eyes. Zhao Rui was gazing at me admiringly too, already turning over in his mind how to bring me back to the capital and recommend me to His Majesty, so I could lead an army north as soon as possible. I had no such lofty ambitions. All I could think about right now was rebuilding Peach Blossom Village and finishing White Sand City. Well, first things first, get back and put something in my stomach. Back at the stronghold, I told Su Tai to keep a tight watch on the front gate. then led the others up to the top of East Peak. Chunhua, ever capable, had already prepared several big cauldrons of chicken congee. Madame Chung ladled a bowl out for me and made a point of praising Chunhua's efforts. Sister Chunhua didn't trust the women of the stronghold to handle it. She killed the chickens, rinsed the rice, and cooked the congee all herself. She's worked so hard. Chunhua looked a little embarrassed. I couldn't have managed alone. Big sister helped too. She was tending several stoves at once. Seeing the two of them getting along like real sisters set my mind at ease, and I called for everyone to dig in. There were too many people to fit inside the Hall of Loyalty, so we hauled tables and stools out onto the open ground in front. Zhao Rui had been starving for ages. He grabbed a bowl and gulped down several mouthfuls. "Auntie, what did you put in this congee?" "It's delicious." Chunhua smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Nothing fancy up here in the mountains, just a bit of chicken and some salt." "There are chickens up here?" I asked, curious. The bandits raised them themselves. Chunhua pointed toward the back courtyard. Just then Tang Qing came around from the back. I waved him over. "Scholar, come have some congee." Once we'd eaten our fill, I led Madame Chung, Tang Qing, and Zhao Rui back to the Hall of Loyalty. I sank into the tiger skin chair reserved for the chief. Quite comfortable, actually. Peach Blossom Village had been burned. The new city wasn't finished. Flying Cloud Stronghold hadn't been fully cleared out, and Shangtong Village wasn't safe. Twin Dragon Mountain, easy to defend and hard to attack, made the perfect temporary base. Tomorrow I'd have Zhang Yuehua and the others brought over. Seeing that only our own people were present, Tang Qing gave his report. "Boss, I've finished the inventory of the storerooms, 1,200 strings of cash and 1,000 pickles of grain. Just enough to cover the first stage of building the city. I'd guessed all along that the stronghold would be flush. This pack of bandits had plundered plenty from the wealthy families in the surrounding area." I nodded, satisfied, and told him to start work on the city walls first thing tomorrow. At that moment, Chunhua walked in. Hong Ying's still watching those women out back. "What should we do with them?" The moment Madame Chung heard women, her ears pricked up. She'd gotten a look at them earlier. One or two were quite the lookers, and she wondered whether I'd keep them for myself. I wasn't short on women, so I said, "Tell Hong Ying to let them go. Send them on their way." Madame Chung was secretly delighted. So he really isn't the lecherous type, she thought. Since I didn't want those women, and with Zhang Yuehua and Zhou Xinyang both away, and her son Su Tai not up on the mountaintop tonight either, she cradled her teacup and stole tender glances at me. Chunhua caught the look in her eyes and read the situation perfectly. She knew exactly what needed to be done tonight. She was going to help bring me and Madame Chung together. Chunhua carried porridge out to the women in the back courtyard, told them they were free to go, but worried the roads weren't safe after dark, urged them to wait until morning. She felt genuinely sorry for these women who'd been dragged up the mountain against their will. Once she'd finished, Chunhua went to the kitchen to heat water for my bath. As she was washing me, she leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Tonight, go to the first room on the right in the back courtyard." While I was bathing, the Hall of Righteousness at Flying Cloud Stronghold blazed with lantern light. The first chief, Zhang Long. The fourth chief, handsome Zhou Zhang Bao. The fifth chief, little overlord Zhang Biao. And the sixth chief, living Yama, Zhang Xiong sat restlessly, their eyes darting to the doorway again and again. They'd already learned that the second and third chiefs had been killed by me, and they were itching to muster the whole stronghold's forces for revenge, but they had no idea where I was hiding. Peach Blossom Village had been burned to the ground, and White Sand Ferry was deserted. With no other option, Zhang Long had sent scouts out, but no word had come back. Could it be Chun fans turned coward and gone to ground? Zhang Biao was the first to lose his patience, springing to his feet. But Zhang Bao thought that impossible. Chun Fan had single-handedly wiped out 400 men and killed both second and third brothers. Would a man like that be afraid? Would he hide? Just as they sat there deadlocked, a minor captain came rushing in. "First chief, we've tracked down Chun Fan." The four shot to their feet in unison. "Where?" "Twin Dragon Mountain." "What's Chun Fan doing at Twin Dragon Mountain?" Zhang Long stroked his beard, puzzled. "Word is, he's leading a few dozen men to attack Twin Dragon Mountain." The four were stunned. Twin Dragon Mountain was easy to defend and hard to take, and it was manned by several hundred bandits. Chun Fan was going in with only a few dozen men? Then, on second thought, given how tough that place was to crack, They quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Fan's attacking Twin Dragon Mountain? He's as good as dead. Ha ha. Zhang Biao burst out laughing. Just as the four were about to head off to bed and wait for good news in the morning, another man hurried in. Report. A carrier pigeon message has arrived from Twin Dragon Mountain. Zhang Long guessed it was their planted informant at Twin Dragon Mountain, sending word of victory. Bet you Chun Fan's been beaten and killed, Zhang Biao said cheerfully. Zhang Long took the letter, but being illiterate himself, he handed it to Zhang Bao to read aloud. Zhang Bao opened his mouth to read and froze. The letter said, Chun Fan has taken Twin Dragon's Mountain. The entire garrison is wiped out. I've gathered 100-odd survivors, and I'm bringing them back to Flying Cloud Stronghold. Zhang Bao's face was a mask of shock, and the hand holding the letter actually began to tremble. Chun Fan, was that terrifying? What is it? Zhang Long and Zhang Biao pressed him. Even Zhang Xiong, usually silent, fixed his gaze on him. Zhang Bao let out a long sigh. Chun Fan has already taken Twin Dragon's Mountain. Impossible. Zhang Biao refused to believe it. But Zhang Long believed every word. The informant was one of his own trusted men, who wouldn't dare send a false report. Damn you, Chun Fan. Half a day, and you've broken Twin Dragon's Mountain? Detestable. He slammed his fist onto the table. Crash. The wine jug toppled, spilling wine across the table, yet no one moved to right it. The men simply sat there in dejection, each sighing inwardly. Chun Fan was this ferocious. How were they supposed to avenge second brother and third brother? At that moment, Zhang Xiong, who hadn't said a word, rose to his feet. Big brother, let me take 100 men and finish Chun Fan off. Zhang Long wasn't surprised. He knew his sixth brother feared neither heaven nor earth. He was about to urge him not to act rashly when Zhang Bao suddenly cut in. The letter says he's bringing back over 100 survivors from Twin Dragon's Mountain. Why not wait until they arrive, and then take our revenge? Zhang Long's eyes lit up. The stronghold still had 400 men. With the extra 100 plus, that made over 500, more than enough to fight Chun Fan to the death. Better still, the men from Twin Dragon's Mountain knew the terrain there. Perhaps there was a hidden path or a cliff they could climb to storm the stronghold and cut Chun Fan down. He laid out his thoughts, and the others all agreed it was a fine plan. Each returned to his quarters to rest, ready to set out quietly the next day once the survivors had all arrived. At the county yamen, Magistrate Song was still awake as well, waiting for word from Twin Dragon's Mountain. Chun Fan was too important now. Pacifying the bandits and securing the people, none of it could be done without him. He'd better not fall in this fight. Fortunately, before long, Advisor Chui came in with a report. Your Honor, Feng Zhong has sent word by carrier pigeon. Chun Fan has taken Twin Dragon's Mountain. Truly, Magistrate Song sprang to his feet in delight. Truly, it was a beautifully fought battle. He disguised his men as bandits to climb the mountain and wiped out all 700 of them. The first chieftain, the fourth chieftain, every last one. Magistrate Song was thoroughly astounded. Chun Fan really was both cunning and brave. As a man well-versed in the ways of the world, he issued an order. From now on, he is to be addressed as Squire Chun. Quite right, quite right. Advisor Chui nodded with a smile. He knew the magistrate had been petitioning for Chun Fan to be granted the office of Yuan Weilong, gentleman of the household, and the court's approval would come down any day now. Chun Fan was no ordinary villager anymore. He was a titled gentleman. With that in mind, he reported, the tax exemption and the deeds for Twin Dragon's Mountain and Wild Goose Mountain are all in order. Everything has been registered under Squire Chen's name. So saying, he presented the documents. Magistrate Song looked them over and handed them back. Tomorrow, have Assistant Magistrate Zheng take the trouble to make the trip to Twin Dragon's Mountain and deliver these into Squire Chen's own hands. Yes, sir. Advisor Chui accepted the order and withdrew. Back at Twin Dragon's Mountain, I had just finished bathing and changing and was heading back to my room to sleep. When I reached the back courtyard, Chunhua's words suddenly came to mind. The first room on the right side of the back courtyard? Wasn't that where Chunhua herself lived? I'd originally meant to go find Zhao Hongying, but Chunhua had worked so hard today, and since she'd gone to the trouble of telling me, it seemed wrong to refuse. So I changed my mind. I'd spend the first half of the night with Chunhua and go to Hongying in the second half. I made my way toward the first room on the right. When I reached the door, I noticed no lamp was lit inside, which struck me as odd. Was Chunhua already asleep? I gave the door a gentle push, only to find it locked. What game was Annie playing? Just as I was about to leave, the door quietly swung open. It was too dark inside to see clearly. I could only make out a silhouette standing there in silence. I smiled to myself. Annie Chunhua had quite a playful side after all. Considering how hard she'd worked today, I stepped right in, closed the door behind me, and gently pulled the beauty into my arms. The moment I did, I knew something was off. The woman in my arms wasn't Chunhua. Had I grabbed the wrong person? From the scent and the feel of her, I already knew. Madam Chung? Just to be sure, I let my hands wander a little higher. Yes, it was definitely Madam Chung. Chunhua wasn't nearly this full-figured. There was no mistaking it. Last time I'd also walked into the wrong room and taken her in my arms, and the impression had stayed with me too vividly to forget. I couldn't help but sigh softly. Was this fate? Only, would Madam Chung be willing? In the darkness, I couldn't see her face, but I could feel her head lowered against my chest, her whole body gone soft, as if she could barely stand. Having a bit of experience in these matters, I had a fair idea what that meant. Still, to avoid any misunderstanding, I deliberately loosened my hold just a touch. Sure enough, the instant I loosened my grip, she seized hold of me tightly. Madam Chung slowly turned to face me. Though I couldn't make out her features, the tender longing in her gaze came through clear as day. Neither of us said a word. We simply laced our fingers together, as though wanting to melt into each other's very bones. Her chest rose and fell sharply, her breathing growing heavier. She was hoping I'd take the lead again. Seeing me still standing there quietly, doubt crept into her mind. Could it be that Chen Fan didn't want her? But no, that couldn't be right. If he didn't want her, he wouldn't have come into her room. Chunhua was thorough. She would have made sure to tell each person exactly which room was theirs. This was no case of stumbling into the wrong door. Soon she worked it out. Master Chen truly was a gentleman. Was he perhaps worried that she was unwilling? The thought pleased her all the more. She pressed her lips together and slowly leaned in toward me, wanting to make her feelings known. But suddenly I gave her a tug, pulling her flush against me. Our bodies pressed so close we could feel each other's heartbeats. Madam Chung lowered her head shyly, her heart pounding like a startled fawn. She'd guessed it all correctly. I had indeed been waiting for her to give the nod. At that moment, I swept Madam Chung up into my arms and strode toward the large bed. "Ah!" she cried out in delighted surprise, then bashfully tucked her head down again, resting against my chest, listening to my heartbeat, nervous and anticipation. I laid her gently on the bed and was about to undress when she whispered softly, "My lord, let me help you out of your clothes." She reached out to strip me. The room was too dim to make out her face, but my burning body heat had already passed through her fingertips. She, too, wanted to get to the point quickly. Suddenly, she bit her lip and leaned close to my ear. "My lord, no need to be gentle with me. I have a spare set of clothes ready." I understood now. Madam liked it a little rough. I gave her a light shove, and she slowly fell back, her eyes brimming with longing. I pressed down on her, tore open her garments, and kissed her. Madam Chung ignited from head to toe, clutching me tightly, responding with fervor, letting me carry her soaring to heights she had never known. Ah? No. In the county town, Xia Wenjun jolted awake from her dream. She opened her eyes and looked around. In the dim lamplight, it was still her own boudoir. So it had been a dream. Only then did she let out a breath and wipe the sweat from her forehead. That dream just now had been horrifying. The chief of Twin Dragon Mountain had unleashed a fierce tiger that lunged straight at Chen Fei. Her female bodyguard Xie Jinyun heard the commotion and rushed in sword in hand. Only after seeing she was unharmed did she relax. "Miss, a bad dream?" Xia Wenjun nodded, but she couldn't make sense of it. Before falling asleep, she had already learned that Chun Fan had taken Twin Dragon Mountain and had drifted off with peace of mind. So why the nightmare? Could it be that I actually liked Chen Fan? She quickly shook her head, flinging that dreadful thought away. She had no wish to fall for the same man as Zhang Yuehua, much less live under the same roof with her. Besides, Chen Fan was just one business partner among many. She was merely worried about a partner, that was all. Right, that was it. Having talked herself around, she finally exhaled in relief. Since she couldn't fall back asleep anyway, she got up to deal with the trading house's affairs. Where has the grain fleet gotten to? They'll reach Qingyun County Town by noon tomorrow. Xie Jinyun handed over the ledger. Xie Wenjun immediately snapped into working mode. Grain prices in Qingzhou had shot up recently, a prime chance to turn a profit. She had arranged a fleet of grain barges to head north early, and to her surprise things had gone so smoothly that they were nearly at Qingyun already. She promptly sent people to secure the route along the way, and instructed someone to call on the county yamen first thing in the morning. The fleet was to dock at the wharf and wait until Chun Fan had taken Feiyun stronghold and cleared the waterway to Qingzhou before continuing north. Still, one thing worried her. Even if the Qingyun waterway was safe, how would the fleet's safety be guaranteed over on the Qingzhou side? After this recent upheaval, the Xie family's presence in Qingzhou had been greatly weakened. At that moment, my figure once again floated into her mind. That's it. Why not have Qin Fan escort them? Judging by how he'd relieved his neighbors and taken in refugees, he was a man of honor and feeling. He wouldn't swallow up her grain. What's more, with his unrivaled martial prowess and brilliant mind, he was sure to see the fleet through safely. Her mind made up, Xie Wenjun resolved to seek out Qin Fan tomorrow and have a talk. She wasn't willing to give an inch on the price. Yes, just talking, that's all. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up, her mind filled with nothing but his image. She lifted her head to gaze at the bright moon outside the window. Bright moon, oh bright moon, can you look for me and see what Qin Fan is doing right now? At that very moment, I was busy with Madame Chung. I'd assumed a woman who'd seen her share of storms wouldn't react too strongly, but to my surprise, she was fiery as could be, even wilder than Han Yuner and the others. I couldn't help catching her heat myself. Madame Chung had long known I was ferocious in a fight, but she hadn't expected me to be just as ferocious in this. She'd figured she could keep the upper hand, yet before long, she couldn't hold out any longer. Drenched in sweat, she felt as though she were flying, again and again. I don't know how much time passed before the two of us finally lay tangled together, slowly catching our breath. Soon after, I sensed the family tree's reward had arrived, and I quickly checked my personal profile. Head of family, Chun Fan. Family members, 7. Wives and concubines, Han Yuner, Zhou Guilin, Lin Chunhua, He Xiaodao, Zhou Xinyang, Chung Suner. Treasure, Golden Blade. Farmland, 881 mu. Forest, Twin Dragon Mountain. Strength, 5,600 caddies. Speed, 5x. Archery, dead-eye accuracy within 90 paces. Swimming, masterful. Lifespan remaining, 58 years. Only then did I learn that Madame Cheng's given name was Suner. Chung Suner, a pretty name. Then I looked at the rewards. My archery had jumped from 80 paces to 90 paces, not far from being able to pierce a willow leaf at 100. And my lifespan had gained another 5 years. Pleased, I pulled her tight and gave her a soft kiss. Only then did Madame Chung come back to her senses. Her cheeks flushed pink as she opened her eyes to look at me, delicate and pitiful. As a woman of experience, she'd already guessed I wanted her again. In truth, so did she. After living all these years, she'd only just discovered how blissful this could be, and of course she wanted another taste. But knowing I was worn out today, she pushed down the longing and struck up a conversation instead, hoping to take her mind off it. "Are you going to wipe out Feiyun's stronghold tomorrow?" she asked, nestled in my arms. "No rush. Let everyone rest a day first. My plan was to go buy up farmland tomorrow. The county's tax collectors would be coming soon, and I figured plenty of villagers would be cornered into selling their land in a hurry. There was no way I was going to let some other landlord snatch it up cheap. At the same time, I needed to arrange for second Uncle Han and third Uncle Han to take in refugees and rebuild Peach Blossom Village and White Sand Stronghold. For Peach Blossom Village, throwing up some thatched huts fit to live in would do for now. Once White Sand Village was finished, we could move the villagers into the town proper. Building a walled town would eat up money and grain, though. It looked like I'd need to get the shipping lanes opened up quickly and start pulling in escort fees. Speaking of escort fees, that got me asking about Qingzhou. Qingzhou's in chaos these days, isn't it? I hear the Red Turban Army is spreading fast there. Seeing my interest piqued, Madame Chung launched into the details. As it turned out, Qingzhou was a den of demons run wild. The Red Turban Army, the White Lotus Sect, the Yellow Turban Army, and countless bandit gangs large and small. It was the White Lotus Sect, in fact, that had overrun the Su family. Madam Su. Having fought my way out with Su Tai and Su Kong in tow, I hurried south. Recalling that harrowing moment, she still hadn't shaken the fear. She pressed tight against me before she could feel at ease. Ailing, you'd best get ready. I'm afraid the rebels will be here before long. I nodded. Building the fortress and organizing a militia was exactly what I was doing to guard against the coming chaos. Only through her did I learn just how badly Qing Zhou had unraveled. It was completely out of control. I finally understood what Zhang Yuehua had meant. Those court officials might be masters at infighting, but when it came to actually governing a state, they couldn't hold a candle to Zhang Hongyan. So then, was my old father-in-law poised for a comeback? The thought stirred a flicker of anticipation in me. As for whether he'd acknowledge me as his son-in-law, I wasn't the least bit worried. I had my own two hands, my own land and fields. I had no need to ride his coattails. What I was worried about was failing to open up the Qingzhou waterways, which would sour my partnership with the Xie family and derail my whole money-making plan. It seemed I'd have to work with the Xiao family of Qingzhou. The Xiaos were a great clan, and they sat right in Ling County, close to Qingyun. If they'd come on board, the safety of the shipping route would be guaranteed. The trouble was, in this world people set enormous store by pedigree and family standing. Showing up at the Xiao's door out of the blue would get me nowhere. I thought it over and decided that tomorrow I'd have Zhang Yuehua and the others come up to Twin Dragon Mountain. I'd win Xiao Yenner over properly, then use escorting her home as a pretext to go persuade the Xiaos. Out of gratitude to the man who'd saved their daughter's life, they'd surely grant me an audience, wouldn't they? And once I had that audience, I was confident I could seal the deal. With my plan settled, we chatted a while longer. It was late by then, and we made ready to sleep. Madam Chung suddenly said, hesitant, Ilang, this thing between us, can we keep it quiet? I'm afraid A Tai and A Kong won't be able to accept it. I understood. The two of them were grown. They needed time. All right. I held her tighter. Then from now on, can I still come to you? She burrowed shyly into my chest and whispered, when no one's around, you may. Huh? That won't happen often, you know. I dipped my head, exaggeratedly, and brought my lips close to hers. Then how about we make the most of it and go again? She didn't refuse. With a bashful smile, she slowly leaned in to meet me, and the two of us set to it once more. When I woke, day had already broken. A few strands of morning light slipped through the cracks in the wooden hut, dust motes drifting in the shafts, as if to remind me it was time to get up and get to work. I stretched and sat up, and saw that Madam Chung was already gone. Thinking back to what she'd said the night before, I figured she must have slipped out early for fear of being seen. I was about to get out of bed when I suddenly remembered the family tree. With a flick of my thoughts, I entered it to take a look. The 3 cloth strips were glowing with golden light. The messages had refreshed. I checked the red strip first. Warning, Flying Cloud Fort will launch a major assault on Twin Dragon Mountain tonight. Guard against bandits sneaking up over the rear slope at all costs. Flying Cloud Fort was attacking tonight. On the contrary, I was pleased. My only worry had been that they wouldn't dare come back for revenge. If they had the guts to come, so much the better. I'd wipe them out using Twin Dragon Mountain's natural defenses. The only thing was, they only come at night. So daytime is safe? Perfect. I'll have Chunhua and Scholar Tang go by the land during the day and make me stronger. And another thing, guard against a rear mountain ambush? I thought back to all those bandit suppression films from my past life. How many mountain strongholds had fallen because attackers scaled the rear cliffs or slipped in along hidden trails. It seemed Feiyin Stronghold had someone sharp on their side. I decided to have Li Qing lead the house guards to hold the cliffs on the east and west peaks. Anyone who tried to climb up would get a rock to the skull. With my countermeasures set, I finally felt at ease opening the blue strip of cloth. Good match. Xia Wenjun's heart has begun to ripple for you. Beauty Wong is about to head south, passing through Qingyun County. I frowned slightly. Didn't Xia Wenjun dislike men? One meeting with me, and already her heart was rippling? Still, it said heart rippling, not secret devotion. So it was just a touch of favorable impression. A touch was enough. I was about to partner with her in business, and trust mattered most. As for the second half, who was Beauty Wong? What did her heading south through Qingyun Pass have to do with me? The strip didn't say whether she knew me or felt anything for me, but since she appeared under good match, there had to be some thread of fate between us. My interest was piqued. I decided to ask Zhao Rui about her. Anyone who earned the title Beauty was probably known to that dandy little prince. Finally, I opened the green strip. Opportunity. The county yamen has waived your taxes. Hurry and purchase good farmland. Reclaim wasteland and expand your holdings. When you have time, pay a visit to Dian Mountain, and you may find something of value. I was overjoyed. The court was waiving my taxes? I'd been worried that buying so much farmland would mean heavy rents, and once those were paid, I'd have no grain left to feed the refugees and build the city walls. Now that worry was gone. As for why the reduction, I couldn't guess. Maybe because of Zhang Yuehua or Zhao Rui, or perhaps because I'd wiped out the most stubborn Erlong Mountain gang, and the county magistrate had waived my taxes as a reward? Not worth guessing. As long as I didn't have to pay rent, I could buy land with a free hand. I planned to send Scholar Tang, Chunhua, and Zhao Hongying with the plundered money to purchase the land. Of course, I'd have to set some aside for rewards. As promised, 2 strings of cash per man for joining the bandit suppression, 10 strings for those who fell. I couldn't go back on my word. I was about to get up when it hit me again. When you have time, pay a visit to Dian Mountain, and you may find something of value. Dian Mountain also had a band of bandits, far fewer than Erlong Mountain, only a few dozen. This crew was shrewd. They only robbed travelers passing through, tried not to kill, and never harassed the villagers, so the authorities turned a blind eye. I had a pretty good guess at what this meant. The family tree wanted me to wipe them out and take Dian Mountain for myself. Scholar Tang had said long ago that Dian Mountain wasn't just about timber. If the mountain roads were repaired, travelers on the official highway could be diverted through Baisha Ferry, making the ferry all the more important. I knew what to do. I got dressed and rose from bed. The moment I stepped out the door, I ran straight into Zhao Hongying coming toward me. Only then did I remember. Last night I'd been so tangled up with Madame Chung that I'd forgotten to slip away in the small hours too. Looking for her, a pang of guilt hit me. Zhao Hongying strode over on her long legs, sword in hand. You're up? I let all the women from the stronghold go. Ever since that intimate moment on the boat, she'd stopped calling me brother-in-law. There was no resentment in her voice. She must have been worn out last night too. Well done, Lady Zhao. I gave her a thumbs up. She snorted a laugh and quickly raised a hand to cover her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Once upon a time, she'd dreamed of roaming the martial world with sword in hand, playing the great heroine. Now all she wanted was to stay by my side and be my little woman. Chief, go eat breakfast. Auntie and Sister Chung already have it ready. Second Chief, walk with me. I smiled and gestured for her to lead the way. The two of us walked into the great hall, where Madame Chung was sitting in a corner reading a book. She saw me come in and hurriedly stood to greet me. But the moment she noticed Zhao Hongying trailing behind, she quickly sat back down and returned to her book, all proper composure. Chunhua came in through the door, saw I was up, and rushed to bring hot water for me to wash up, then ladled out a steaming bowl of meat congee. Have the others eaten? Yes. Everyone was up early. Chunhua smiled and stole a glance at Madame Chung buried in her book, a glance loaded with meaning. I got it now. Last night, she hadn't wandered into the wrong room by mistake. She'd done it on purpose, to give us the moment. Chunhua treated me so well, I owed her something in return. Not now, of course. Today was going to be busy. I had to go meet Zhang Yuehua and the others, and then head up Mount Dian. Auntie, go call the scholar over. I need to discuss something with him. I'll go. Knowing Chunhua had her hands full, Zhao Hongying hurried off to fetch Tang Qing. Chunhua turned and went out to feed the chickens. Now only Madame Chung and I were left in the hall. Seeing no one else around, she dropped her reserve and drifted over, biting back a smile. Up so early, aren't you tired? I caught her meaning and grinned. Me? Never. Though someone else certainly worked up a sweat last night. Her face went scarlet in an instant, and she anxiously glanced back at the doorway. Thankfully, no one was there. Wait for me. I made you something good. With that, she strode off to the kitchen. She returned quickly with a large bowl of soup and set it in front of me. What's this? I asked, playing dumb. Tonic soup, she said, all seriousness. It's good for you. My body was in perfectly fine shape. I didn't need tonics. But she'd gone to the trouble, so I didn't refuse. I only made one small request. Feed it to me, with your mouth. WH. She gasped, face flushing crimson, and turned away. But after checking again that no one was watching, she hesitated a moment, then gave in. What difference did it make now, after everything they'd already done? She gently blew on the soup, took a mouthful, and slowly leaned in close. I slid an arm around her slender waist, and our lips locked tight. At that very moment, Tang Qing's voice sounded from outside the hall. Lady Zhao, what did the boss want to see me about? Madame Chung jumped in fright, quickly pulled away, and hurried back to her corner, pretending to be absorbed in her book. Tang Qing walked in with Zhao Hongying. Tang Qing. He shot a wary glance around the hall before stepping forward. Boss, you wanted to see me? I hurriedly finished my soup and porridge and got down to business. Scholar, how much money did we take in total this time? He'd already reported the numbers the night before. Thinking I hadn't retained them, he repeated himself, 1,200 strings of cash and 1,000 sure of grain. Take 900 strings and go by land. It has to be done by the end of today. Tang Qing didn't understand why I was in such a rush, but he knew I had my reasons. He did the math in his head. At the going rate of 1 string 500 won per mu, 900 strings would be 600 mu? Exactly. Carrying that much money around. Won't that be dangerous? Chunhua and Hongying will go with you, plus a few house guards and some soldiers. I plan to borrow some men from Zhao Rui. Understood. Tang Qing went off to fetch the money from the storehouse. Zhao Hongying had bought land before and knew how much I valued it, so she immediately went to grab Chunhua to help. I'd finished eating and was ready to head out, first to Baisha Ferry to recruit refugees, then on to Mount Dian to see what fortune might await me there. Before leaving, I went to Madame Chung and gave her my instructions. I'll be gone for a while. You stay and hold down the stronghold. Li Qing and Tai are keeping watch too. If anything comes up, the three of you decide. If you can't reach a decision, send someone to find me at Baisha Ferry. Madame Chung had assumed I'd rest for the day. She hadn't expected me to be so busy. My lord truly drives himself hard. But she didn't try to stop me. She nodded earnestly. Don't worry. I've got the stronghold covered. I knew she'd been mistress of the Su household. A small matter like this was well within her ability. I gave her a light kiss and strode out of the Hall of Righteous Assembly. I didn't leave right away. To boost morale, I first made good on my promise to hand out rewards. I had Tang Qing carry over a big sack of cash. The moment everyone saw it, their eyes lit up. They hadn't expected me to actually keep my word. First came Qin Qing, Li Qing, and the 20 house guards, 2 strings apiece. The soldiers watching from the side turned green with envy. As county yamen archers, their monthly pay was only 1 string. Joining me on a single bandit hunting raid earned them 2. Right then and there, every one of them wanted to sign on as my house guard. Next, I gave each of the 30 CF family guards 500 won. They'd only joined in during the assault on the mountain, but every one of them had fought bravely in the ambush of the bandits. They deserved their share. The guards' throats bobbed with excitement, but they looked uneasy, glancing over at Xie Wendy. Xie Wendy felt I dealt with him honorably. He waved a hand. Brother Chun is giving it to you. Take it. Only then did their faces break into smiles as they came forward one by one. Thank you, Master Chun. Last, I came to Feng Zhong and the 30 archers. They were caught off guard. They'd assumed that as government soldiers, not men under my command, they wouldn't be getting a share. They hadn't expected me to remember them. They stared at me, deeply moved, most with tears welling in their eyes. I gave each man 200 won. For one thing, they'd only taken part in the ambush at the foot of the mountain. For another, they were the court's men, drawing a monthly stipend already. Give them too much, and someone at the county yamen might get jealous and start talking. But to give them nothing, not good either. I'd still need these archers to deal with the bandits. 200 coppers wasn't much, but the officers were thrilled all the same. It amounted to 1/5 of a month's pay. Thank you, Master Chun. They bowed to me in unison. I took the reward money to the front gate next and handed each of the 20 men, Su Tai and the rest, 2 strings of cash apiece. These men had been refugees, penniless not long ago, and seeing that I truly kept my word, every one of them was moved to tears. It only strengthened their resolve to follow me. The 100 strings were all handed out, but I hadn't forgotten Luo Gang, Uncle Han II, Uncle Han III, and Li Daju down by the river. I planned to bring another 200 strings for them. Off to the side, Qin Qing had watched everyone else get their share while he'd gotten nothing. Looking sheepish, he sidled over with a grin. Master Chun, what about my reward? I hadn't forgotten his 50 strings. We're heading out to clear the bandits soon. Not exactly convenient to be lugging around that much coin, is it? Chen Qing brightened at once. Right, right, bandits come first. Later's fine. He knew he'd never come out short dealing with me. When Zhao Rui heard about the bandit hunt, he quickly asked, Brother Chen, are we going after Feiyun's stronghold? Xiao Wendy looked at me eagerly too. No, we're going to take a look at Dian Mountain. Good. The two of them were ready to come along at once. Tang Qing and I split up. I left 5 or 6 Li family retainers to protect her and borrowed 10 more officers to escort her out to buy land. I took Zhao Rui, Xiao Wendy, the Xia household guards, and the 20 archers, and headed straight for Baisha Crossing. We'd barely reached the foot of the mountain when we spotted a group of Yamen runners approaching in the distance, with a mounted official in their midst. Vice Magistrate Zheng? What's he doing here? Zhao Rui wondered aloud. I recognized him too. He was the one who had brought Zhang Yuehua over on our wedding day. I was about to go greet him when he spurred his horse forward. Squire Chen. Constable Zhao. Vice Magistrate Zheng cupped his hands in greeting from a distance. Squire Chen. Zhao Rui was taken aback. Brother Chen's been granted the rank of Yuan Weilong? Vice Magistrate Zheng nodded with a smile. The commission is already on its way. It'll be here soon. At those words, admiring glances turned my way from every direction. Yuan Weilong was only an honorary title, but it was still an official appointment from the court. From this day on, I was no longer a mere villager, but a titled member of the gentry. I'd originally meant to buy an official title myself, just to make dealing with landlords and officials easier. I'd never expected to get one for nothing. It was a pleasant surprise indeed. Zhao Rui was more concerned about the bandits, and cut straight to it. Vice Magistrate, what brings you here? Something, and good news at that. Vice Magistrate Zheng waved a hand behind him, and a runner handed over 3 deeds. He looked them over carefully before passing them to me. As of today, Erlong Mountain, Qinglong Mountain, and Dian Mountain all belong to Squire Chen. The people around us looked on with open envy. Master of 3 whole mountains, what a grand thing. I was a bit surprised myself. Zhao Rui had submitted the petition to the county office earlier, but I hadn't expected it to be approved so quickly, much less that Qingyun Mountain would be thrown in as well. I didn't refuse. I knew that owning mountain forests would earn rewards from the family tree. Ward. I took the contract, but noticed no reward came through. I could understand Twin Dragon Mountain not rewarding me. I'd already claimed that one earlier. But why hadn't the rewards for Azure Cloud Mountain and Wild Goose Mountain shown up either? Could it be that the family tree recognized not the contract, but actual control? I looked toward Wild Goose Mountain, an idea forming in my mind. After handing over the deeds, Assistant Magistrate Zheng deliberately paused. Master Chen, the county has issued a new policy. I'd already guessed most of it, probably a tax exemption. Still, I feigned curiosity. Oh, something that concerns us common folk. To resettle the refugees, any large household that actively takes them in may have this year's taxes reduced or waived. Zhao Rui immediately spoke up on my behalf. Assistant Magistrate, Master Chen has already taken in over 100 refugees. He qualifies perfectly. Assistant Magistrate Zheng had been sent by Magistrate Song to deliver the message, but he wasn't content to be a mere messenger. He wasn't trying to make things hard for me, nor was he angling for favors. He just wanted me to owe him a bit of goodwill. He knew my father-in-law Zhang Hongyan was on the verge of returning to office, and with my own abilities, my rise to prominence was only a matter of time. He affected surprise. Master Chen, is that really so? I nodded and briefly mentioned taking in 20 refugee households. Assistant Magistrate Zheng clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Master Chen, you truly are a great benefactor. I'll head back to the Yamen at once and secure your quota. He took a couple of steps, then turned back. By the way, how much land is registered under your name? I'll need it for the records. The more land, the better, when it came to tax exemptions. Remembering that Scholar Tang was still out buying land, I said, the deeds are all in Yuehua's hands. With the bandit raids lately, she's been out of sorts and probably in no mood to tally them. I'll have them sorted tomorrow and send someone over. No problem, there's no rush on the deeds. I clasped my hands in thanks, and Assistant Magistrate Zheng hastily returned the gesture. Chen Qing, Chen Xiao, and the others were stunned to see the normally lofty Assistant Magistrate treating me with such deference. Chen Qing especially. In his eyes, The assistant magistrate was the man who held life and death over the common folk. If even the assistant magistrate respected me, then Master Chun must be a heaven even higher above. His resolve to follow me only grew firmer. Before leaving, Assistant Magistrate Zheng shared another new policy. Newly reclaimed land is rent-free the first year and half-rent the second. You'd do well to recruit more refugees for the reclamation, Master Chun. What? The policy I proposed was approved. Zhao Rui's face lit up with delight. So it was County Lieutenant Zhao's suggestion. Assistant Magistrate Zheng gave a formal bow. On behalf of the people of Azure Cloud, I thank you. No need for that. Zhao Rui was overjoyed. It was the first time one of his memorials had been approved. When his father, the prince, and his mother heard, how pleased they would be. After chatting a while longer, Assistant Magistrate Zheng led his men back to the Yamen, while I continued on my way. First to White Sand Ferry to check on Luo Gang and the others, then on to Wild Goose Mountain. The family tree had said there was a fortuitous encounter waiting there, and I meant to see what it was. Along the road, I asked the two of them about Qing Zhou. I've heard Qing Zhou has 4 great families. Which 4? I know. Xia, Wendy jumped in. The Cheng, the Xiao, the Wang, and the Qian. The Chengs are Madame Cheng's maiden family. They're the weakest of the 4, and the Xiao are the strongest. The current empress comes from the Xiao clan of Qing Zhou. My thoughts flew straight to Xiao Yan'er. Her situation matched what the family tree had told me perfectly, so the Xiao really did have clout, enough that even the family tree wanted me to stay on her good side. Wrong, Zhao Rui protested. The Wang are the strongest. My grandmother is from the Wang clan of Qing Zhou, the current Empress Dowager. He puffed out his chest, beaming with pride. Seeing him pull out the Empress Dowager card, Xia Wendy could only smile wryly and drop the argument. Why do all the emperors marry women from Qingzhou? Does Qingzhou produce beauties? I asked, curious. Qingzhou women are indeed good-looking. Xia Wendy nodded. They may not be as gentle as Jiangnan girls, but they have minds of their own. The young ladies of the great houses are well-read, hold fast to wifely virtues, and know how to run the inner household. Perfect empress material. I thought of Madame Cheng and had to agree. Zhao Rui took a loftier angle. There's also the matter of balance. The Jiangnan gentry hold too much sway at court, so His Majesty has no choice but to court Qingzhou. Qingzhou is a border prefecture. Its people take to arms, and a good number of the generals in the army hail from there, especially from the 4 great families. Only then did I realize Zhao Rui had a sharp political sense. On second thought, given his imperial lineage, it made sense he'd know these things. Mid-thought, I suddenly remembered the family tree had mentioned, Beauty Wang is about to travel south and pass through Qingyun County. This Beauty Wang, could she be from the Wang clan of Qingzhou? Was the family tree hinting that I should seize the chance to forge ties with the Wangs? Isn't there a famous beauty in the Wang family? I probed. The two exchanged a glance and grinned at me. So you've heard too, Brother Chin? From their expressions, I had my answer. I just picked it up from Su Tai and the others. Xia Wendy then laid it all out. The eldest branch of the Wang family has a daughter named Wang Ji, 16 years old, drop-dead gorgeous. Word is His Majesty wanted to bring her into the palace, but the Empress Dowager put a stop to it. He glanced at Zhao Rui. That's how it went, right? Nonsense. Zhao Rui waved his hand, displeased. My imperial uncle isn't that kind of man. But it's true my grandmother wants to marry Wang Ji to the crown prince. Family, after all. The crown prince, though, has his heart set on Zhang Yuehua, and the empress backs him. She even beat everyone to it, and sent envoys to the Zhang household to propose. Grandmother had no choice but to let it go. Hearing that, I thought, how did this melon end up landing on my own plate? Xia Wendy's mind worked fast. Now that Miss Zhang has married you, Brother Chun, the crown princess seat sits empty. Wang Ji stands a real chance of taking it. She may be heading south any day now. The logic snapped shut in my head. Beauty Wang traveling south, passing through Qingyun County. Wouldn't I have a chance to run into her? But what would come of it? She was on her way to becoming crown princess. The family tree. What on earth did the system want me to do? Could it be that I was supposed to steal Consort Wang too? No way. I'd already snatched Zhang Yuehua from the crown prince. If I grabbed Consort Wang as well, he'd have my head for sure. I rode on with these doubts swirling in my head. Before long, I ran into a large procession led by Zhang Yuehua, Uncle Han II, and Uncle Han III, with a long grain convoy trailing behind them. The moment Zhang Yuehua, Han Yuner, Guilan, Zhou Xinyang, Little Tao, Tang Jinjin, and the others spotted me, they crowded around in excitement, even though they'd already heard I was safe. Only Li Wanqing hung back, too shy to join in. She stood by the carriage with her maid Qiu'er, stealing glances at me on horseback. When she saw how commanding I looked, the corners of her mouth curved up in spite of herself. The sisters peppered me with questions all at once. Was it dangerous? Was I hurt? How did I take Twin Dragon Mountain? Only Zhang Yuehua stood quietly to one side, her eyes never leaving me. When the questions finally died down, she stepped forward. All right, save it for the stronghold. Then I remembered the business at hand. Take everyone back to Twin Dragon Mountain. I've got something important to see to. She tensed up at once. You're going after Flying Cloud Stronghold? Han Yuner and the others panicked too, and even Li Wanqing's brows knit slightly. No, I laughed. I'm heading to White Sand Ferry to have a look around, and to recruit some refugees while I'm at it. When I laid out the tax exemption policy, everyone brightened up. Zhang Yuehua in particular breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been fretting over the rent income ever since watching me buy up so much farmland. Eager to see the Chun family grow stronger, she pointed at the grain carts and said, "My lord, why don't we use grain to buy more fields?" No need. I waved her off. True, I wanted to buy more land to cash in on the rewards, but in a famine year grain was more precious than money or property. Better to stockpile it. Then I told her about Tang Qing and Chunhua going off to purchase land with cash. Only then did Zhang Yuehua realize just how much money and grain I'd seized. Completely at ease now, she seemed to make up her mind. Looks like I'll have to take the initiative tonight and start giving the Chun family some heirs as soon as possible, though obviously not this very moment. All right then, back we go to play Stronghold Wives, Zhang Yuehua said, her spirits soaring as she turned to tease the other sisters. The whole group burst out laughing. Even Li Wanqing, who rarely smiled, let her lips curl upward. She used to loathe the phrase stronghold wife more than anything, but now, on second thought, if Chun Fan was the chieftain, then being a stronghold wife didn't sound so bad after all. The only one not laughing was Xiao Yin'er, whose hands were still bound. She protested loudly. Lord Chun, you said you'd let me go once you beat the bandits. Why am I still tied up? Afraid she'd bolt, Tang Jinjin quickly tightened her grip on the rope and eyed her warily. Only then did I really take notice of her, and the earlier conversation came back to me. The current empress hailed from the Shao family, and there was a real chance she was this girl's aunt. Still, I had no intention of setting her loose just yet. The world was in chaos, and a beauty like her wouldn't make it out of Qingyun County on her own. Besides, I had my hands full. Better to keep her with me for now. Once Flying Cloud Stronghold fell, I'd send her back to the Shao family and use the opportunity to strike a deal and open up the shipping lanes. I walked over and had Tang Jinjin untie the ropes. Xiao Yin'er thought I was letting her go and, overcome with emotion, bowed deeply. Thank you. She spun on her heel to leave. You'll never make it back to Qingzhou alone, I said. She froze mid-step. The memory of being abducted flashed through her mind. Her face went pale, her hands trembled. She had no choice but to turn back, gazing at me pitifully. Could you escort me back to the Shao family in Qingzhou? Once I'm safely home, I'll reward you handsomely. 1,000 strings of cash. No, 10,000. How about it? I didn't answer. Instead, I countered. You claim to be from the Shao family. Do you have any proof? That deflated her. No. The kidnappers took everything of value I had on me. Zhao Rui and Xia Wendy sidled up to size her up, but their verdicts differed. She does look a bit like the Empress, Zhao Rui said, convinced. Pretty, sure, but how could someone from the Shao family end up like this? Xia Wendy shook his head. Xiao Yin'er recounted her ordeal again. Xia Wendy was even more skeptical. The Shao family's intelligence network covers all of Qingzhou. How could the eldest daughter run into bandits? And even if she did, their guards could have fought her clear. That set Xiao Yin'er off. She jabbed a finger at him. Your Xia family guards are formidable too, aren't they? Didn't stop them from getting wiped out by Feiyun stronghold, ship, grain, and all. And you have the nerve to say it's impossible? Zhao Rui nearly burst out laughing. He bit it back and shot Xia Wendy a look. This Xiao Yin'er had a sharp tongue, and there was a whiff of Empress Xiao about the way she cut a man down. Xiao Wendy, publicly reminded of that scar, flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, then shut it, unable to muster a comeback. I figured the family tree couldn't be wrong, and I already believed her. But I had my hands full at the moment, so I said, here's what we'll do. Once I've wiped out Fei Yin's stronghold and my convoy heads to Qingzhou, I'll bring you along. We'll go straight to the Xiao family. One look and the truth will out. Xiao Yin'er thought it over, then nodded. All right, I'll do as you say. Seeing me keep her around, Zhao Rui assumed I'd taken a liking to her. Well, if his elder brother fancied her, he'd naturally play matchmaker. With a perfectly straight face, he asked, my elder brother doesn't keep idle mouths in his house. So, maidservant or lady guard? Xiao Yin'er didn't flinch. The hardships of the road had knocked the pampered heiress out of her long ago. I'll be a maidservant, she said, deciding quickly. Of course, I couldn't actually make the eldest daughter of the Xiao family a maid. Word would get out that I mistreated her, and how could we ever cooperate after that? But I couldn't openly shoot Zhao Rui down either, so I said, being a maid is too hard on you. You're literate. Be my secretary instead. Xiao Yin'er nearly heard it as concubine and jumped, then quietly exhaled when she caught secretary. She shot me a grateful glance. She didn't like me. She had no taste for men who wielded blades and spears. She preferred learned scholars. But the role of secretary posed no challenge to her. She'd been steeped in the classics since childhood, wrote a beautiful hand, and was equally adept at bookkeeping, correspondence, and managing a household. In the Xiao family, every daughter who wasn't hard on the eyes was raised from childhood to be a future empress. If not for what had happened, she would already be in the palace by now. All right, she said, nodding. As long as she could go back to Qingzhou, she was willing to endure any hardship. Remembering that I still had to head over to Baisha Crossing to hand out rewards to Luo Gang and the folks from Qinshui village, I brought her along to help keep the books and called in Uncle Han San and a few others besides. We'd be recruiting refugees to build the city walls. Before long, we reached Baisha Crossing. The ferry landing was as busy as ever. Boat after boat pulled in from the north bank, packed to the gunnels with refugees crammed together, eyes hollow and lost. The South Bank docks were a din of voices. Some were coming ashore to press on south. Some sat huddled with their whole families, blank-faced, and others were sobbing their hearts out as they parted from loved ones. I noticed there were more refugees than before. Had the situation in Qingzhou already spiraled out of control? Zhao Rui's face darkened. Qingzhou was a critical border stronghold. Once it fell into chaos, Wei would seize the opening to press an all-out assault, and Great Chu's entire northern defense line would be hanging by a thread. If that line broke, Qingzhou and Jiangzhou would both be lost, and even the capital would be as precarious as a stack of eggs. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He would petition His Majesty at once to bring Right Chancellor Zhang Hongyan back to take charge. The only man left who could clean up this mess was Chancellor Zhang. I wasn't thinking about affairs of state. I just wanted to look after my own little household. Seeing so many refugees, I was afraid trouble might break out. So I quickly told Uncle Han San to start hiring hands and get the walls up as fast as possible. If things really did fall apart, at least I could shelter the people who loved me and the people I loved. Afin, Uncle Han San said, hesitating, these refugees all have families to feed. If we only cover 2 meals a day, they likely won't take the work. But if we throw in food for their families too, we won't be able to bear the cost. Then pay them wages, I said, thinking it over. Settle up in grain, so they don't have to take coin and get fleeced by the local merchants when they turn around to buy food. Xiao Yin'er glanced at me in surprise. She had assumed I was a hard-hearted sort, the kind of man who could cut down bandits without batting an eye, and yet here I was, kind enough to think of the refugees at every turn. Other landlords hired short-term laborers with coin, then ran their own grain shops on the side and jacked up prices to gouge them coming and going. I could easily have done the same, but I hadn't. Master Chen really was different from the rest. And for the first time, Xiao Yin'er, who had never had much use for men of the sword, felt a small flicker of goodwill toward me. How much grain per person per day? Uncle Hansen asked. I honestly had no idea. I'd never hired day laborers before. I turned to look at Zhao Rui and Xiao Wendy, but the two dandies just shook their heads, faces equally blank. At the critical moment, Xiao Yin'er spoke up. In Qingzhou, short-term hands usually eat at the employer's table, One meal for the day, plus 80 coppers. Some places pay in grain instead, typically 3 shung of coarse grain a day. But in a famine year like this, you'll have folks fighting over the work for even 1 shung of coarse grain. I couldn't help but see her in a new light. Who knew the young mistress of the house understood such things? 1 shung of coarse grain? That little? Xiao Wendy asked, his face full of doubt. 1 shung isn't even enough to feed a single person. What about their families? Xiao Yin'er shot him a withering look. 1 shung obviously isn't enough for a young gentleman like you, sir. But this is a famine year. An ordinary person is lucky to get 1 shung of coarse grain a day. Plenty of households can't scrape together a single shung for the whole family. I knew Xiao Yin'er was right on every count, but 1 shung of coarse grain really was too little. If the men couldn't eat their fill, how were they supposed to build a city? Let's do this. 2 shung of grain per person per day. I didn't pick the usual 3, nor the famine ration of 1. I split the difference. The moment Xiao Yin'er heard it, she looked up at me in delighted surprise, and the goodwill in her eyes visibly deepened. But she was, after all, my secretary, so she felt obliged to remind me. You'll need at least 1,000 laborers to build a city. 2 shing a day per man comes to 20 dan daily, 600 dan a month, 7,200 dan a year. And a city's built by the year, 3 years minimum. Where are you going to find that much grain? My eyes lit up. The girl was brilliant with numbers. A thought flickered through my mind. How wonderful it would be if she stayed on as my housekeeper. But I knew that was impossible. Xiao family women were raised for the imperial house and the great clans. They'd become empresses or the grand madams of noble estates. Why would one of them ever settle in a backwater like this as some landlord's wife? Hey, are you even listening to me? Xiao Yin'er stamped her foot in frustration. I heard you, I said, snapping back to the moment. The truth was, I'd run the numbers long ago. What I planned to build was a small city, 2,000 laborers, 5 months of work, 6,000 dan of grain. Add in feeding my own household and breaking new ground, and I'd need at least 7,000. At the moment, I had 1,000 dan on Twin Dragon Mountain, 300 at home, and another 1,000 promised by Xia Wenjun. Roughly 2,000 all told. The shortfall was steep. It looked like I'd have to hit Feiyun's stronghold soon and take back the grain they'd stolen from the Xia family. Once that shipment came in, I'd have enough to build the city. Tonight, I'd first repel their raid, then ride the momentum into a counterattack and seize Feiyun's stronghold outright. None of this did I share with Xiao Yin'er. I only said mildly, don't worry. When the cart reaches the mountain, there'll always be a road. Uncle Han III took his orders and left at once to recruit men. Watching me like this, Xiao Yin'er's respect deepened another notch. She thought to herself that Master Chun had emptied his coffers to help the refugees. He really was a good man. When she got back, she'd have to beg her grandfather for a large stock of grain to repay him. Zhao Rui caught something in her eyes and gave the kind of knowing smile a doting uncle-in-law might. Xia Wendy noticed it too, and quietly worried for his sister Xia Wenjun. Someone was trying to steal her man. What was he supposed to do? Just then, the Xia family guards on the shore let out a cheer downstream. The eldest young mistress is here. A great ship flying the Xia banner came cleaving through the waves and dropped anchor downstream. On the prow stood a woman in a purple gown, drifting like some fairy come down from the heavens, and every heart along the bank was tugged toward her. The instant the ship docked, a young female guard hurried down the gangplank. Master Chun, my mistress requests your company. Word traveled fast with the eldest Xia daughter. She already knew I'd been made a landed gentleman. I didn't refuse and boarded with her. It was as good a time as any to talk business with Xia Wenjun. Xia Wendy and Zhao Rui tried to follow, but they were turned back. The eldest young mistress had invited only Master Chun. People. I boarded the ship and stepped into the cabin. Inside, Xia Wenjun and I sat facing each other. This woman, who was no stranger to grand occasions, actually seemed a little nervous. She poured me tea as she brought up business. The grain fleet has reached Qingyun County. Are you confident you can defeat Feiyun's stronghold in the next few days and clear the northbound waterway? Remembering that Feiyun's stronghold would raid Erlong Mountain tonight, the perfect chance to wipe them out, I nodded. No problem. The more she looked at me, the more she liked what she saw. In Qingyun County, no one so much as mentioned Feiyun's stronghold without turning pale. Yet in a single battle I'd slain 2 of their chieftains and cut down several hundred bandits. I was worlds apart from those young men in the capital who ran to hide behind their elders at the first sign of trouble. Still, she worried I might take reckless risks and get hurt. Don't push too hard. Safety first. As she spoke, she took a gold-threaded soft armor from a cabinet and held it out to me with both hands. A small token of our meeting. One look, and I realized it was identical to the one Zhang Yuehua had given me. Strange. Weren't these two sworn enemies? Then it dawned on me. This had to be the finest soft armor in the world, and naturally she'd give nothing less as a gift. I accepted it. Seeing me take it, she was secretly pleased. She continued, "If this shipment of grain sells for a good price, you'll get 10% of the profits." How much is 10%? I was short on both silver and grain. Roughly 1,000 strings of cash. Good heavens, this single run would net over 10,000 strings. 1,000 strings was already a fortune to me. I didn't push for more, only made one request. Could you convert it into grain instead? I leaned forward slightly, drawing closer to her. Xia Wenjun had never been this close to a man before. Her heart pounded, her thoughts scattered. All right, I'll send 1,000 pickles to Erlong Mountain within the next couple of days. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. With grain prices soaring, 1,000 pickles was worth 3,000 strings of cash in Qingzhou. The deal wasn't even done, and she'd already handed me 30% of the profits. Had she lost her mind? These profits still had to be divided among various parties. By the time it reached the Xie family, there wasn't much left to begin with. She rubbed her forehead, wondering, could it be that I've actually fallen for him? Afraid something might happen if they remained alone together any longer, she stood up to see me out. But just then the great ship gave a sudden lurch. She lost her footing and tipped backward. Careful! Moving at 5 times normal speed, I lunged forward and caught her hand just before she fell, but I misjudged my strength and pulled her straight into my arms. Our bodies pressed tightly together. I felt 2 soft mounds against me, and the fragrance on her skin was intoxicating. Xia Wenjun's face flushed crimson. She stared up at me, frozen in place. She hadn't expected me to move so fast, and leaning against me, she felt an astonishing sense of safety. All these years, she'd weathered every storm alone, and now, suddenly, she realized that even she needed a man who could shield her from the wind and rain. 2 breaths later, she snapped back to herself, broke free, and stepped back twice, turning her back to hide her fluster. "You should go now. I'll have the grain delivered to Erlong Mountain." Her voice was calm, but inside her heart thumped like a caged rabbit. I could see it plainly. She was moved. She just hadn't yet. I hadn't fully convinced myself. I just needed some time. That was all. I'll head back first. Having secured 1,000 dan of grain, I strode out of the cabin and returned to Baisha Fort. Luo Gang and Du Shuisheng, the village head of Qinshui village, had already rushed over. Worried that Feiyun's stronghold might come for revenge today, they had deployed all 5 Black Dragon warships upstream and sent scouts to keep watch near Feiyun's stronghold itself. Relax, they won't move out in force until tonight. Call everyone back. Time to hand out the rewards. I had Xie Yong and the others push the wheelbarrows loaded with cash over. Luo Gang and Du Shuisheng were stunned speechless. "Brother, how do you know they'll only strike tonight?" Luo Gang voiced what everyone was wondering. Even Xiao Yin'er stared at me, baffled. The secret of the family tree wasn't something I could reveal. Just as I was about to pin it on the old man in my dreams as usual, Zhao Rui jumped in first. "What's so strange about that? Ever heard the phrase, strategizing within the tent? Ever heard of Zhuge Kongming? My big brother Chen here is the Kongming of our age. One flick of his fingers, and nothing escapes him." Luo Gang suddenly remembered what Li Daju had once said, that Chen Fan could divine anything, that even wolf kings and wild boars couldn't slip his grasp. So it was true. Du Shuisheng and the others were convinced too. No wonder he'd been able to take the treacherous Erlong Mountain with such ease. Only Xiao Yin'er wasn't buying it. She'd wait and see whether my prediction actually panned out. Not long after, Li Daju and the others sailed the 5 warships back. I personally handed out the rewards, 2 strings of coin apiece, fair and square. The young men of Qinshui village were moved to tears. None of them had ever earned so much money in their lives. They bowed one after another. "Thank you, Master Chun." The refugees looking on were green with envy. Some volunteered on the spot to serve as my household guards. I had no need for household guards, but I did want to train up a militia. so I had Uncle Han-san take them in. They'd help rebuild the town first, then be enrolled in the militia. I turned to Du Shueishing. Feiyin stronghold will pass through tonight and might take it out on your village. Have your people clear out and lie low somewhere for a while. If they've got nowhere to go, send them to Erlong Mountain. It's big enough to house them all. Thank you, Master Chen. I'll see to it at once. Du Shueishing hurried off with his men. I had to move too. I still needed to head to Dian Mountain and find out just what this encounter the family tree had spoken of really was. Taking Zhao Rui, Xiao Wendy, 30 CF family guards, and 20 government soldiers, I crossed the river and headed north along a small trail. All along the way were refugees fleeing south, the old and young leaning on each other. Suddenly, a man in tattered rags rushed toward Zhao Rui in wild excitement. "Brother Zhao, it's me, Wang Rubai." Zhao Rui stared blankly for a long moment before he finally recognized him. "Brother Rubai? Weren't you in the capital? What are you doing here?" The man let out a long sigh. "I was sent home by order of the Empress Dowager to bring my little sister to the capital for the crown princess selection. When we heard that bandits were running wild in Qingyun County, my family got worried, so they sent me on ahead to smooth the way and see my sister safely through. As luck would have it, I heard the young prince was serving here as county lieutenant, so I brought my guards along. But no sooner had I arrived than I fell into a trap laid by Dian Mountain. My retinue was taken captive, my prize horse and valuables all seized. It was only with great difficulty that I just escaped." It clicked immediately. The family tree had told me who this man was. He was Lady Wang's older brother. So Lady Wang really was heading south. What? The crown prince is choosing a consort. Zhao Rui looked stunned. Wasn't the crown prince infatuated with Zhang Yuehua? Why was he moving so fast? Did he genuinely fancy Lady Wang? Or was this the Empress Dowager's arrangement? Wang Rubai guessed what he was thinking, but with a stranger present, he didn't go into detail. He was too desperate to plead for help anyway. "Your Highness, hurry back to the county yamen and mobilize troops to take Wild Goose Mountain. I've still got 20 guards and a prized Western region steed being held up there. Any later, and they'll be killed." Zhao Rui thumped his chest. "No need to call up troops. We'll go wipe them out right now." Wang Rubai glanced around. Only 30 guards and 20 run-of-the-mill officers? With this handful of men? He didn't buy it, and pressed his case bitterly. The third chief of Wild Goose Mountain is built like an ox and fights with twin axes. No one can stand against him. Even my guards were no match. He recounted what had happened. He'd taken 20 guards south, and near Wild Goose Mountain they'd grown hungry and stopped at a roadside noodle stand, only for the noodles to be laced with knockout powder. Luckily, a few of his more seasoned guards, veterans of the Jianghu, hadn't dug in right away. When they saw him getting dizzy, they hustled him onto a horse and fled. But the third chief came charging out with 20 or 30 men and surrounded them, and single-handedly, wielding those twin axes, floored every one of those guards. Then they hauled the men and the prized horse back up to the stronghold. The more Zhao Rui heard, the more fired up he got. He puffed out his chest and pointed at me. "I forgot to introduce him. This is my sworn elder brother, Chen Fan. With him around, one man is all it takes to level Wild Goose Mountain." Wang Rubai sized me up. I did look imposing, dignified bearing, unshakably calm, clearly no ordinary man. But one person defeating that many bandits? He still didn't believe it. So Zhao Rui launched into the whole tale of how I'd wiped out Twin Dragon Mountain and smashed Flying Cloud Stronghold. Wang Rubai was floored. Twin Dragon Mountain didn't ring a bell, but Flying Cloud Stronghold, that he knew. Those river pirates were vicious. They'd even dared to rob the heavily armed CF family grain barges. That was exactly why he'd come ahead of schedule. His sister was traveling by water, and a stronghold that ferocious had been crushed by me, with 2 of its chiefs killed on top of it. "My deepest respects." Wang Rubai bowed to me. "I beg you, Warrior Chun, help me rescue my men, and I'll gift you the Western region steed in return." A Western region steed? Could it be a blood-sweating stallion? Only then did I realize what fortunate encounter the family tree had meant. I patted the scrawny nag under me. It had belonged to the 4th chief of Twin Dragon Mountain. Once I killed him, the horse was mine. By now it was gone enough that it was well past time for an upgrade. Deal. I'd been meaning to take Wild Goose Mountain anyway. The authorities had already signed the mountain over to me, so this trip wasn't just about wiping out bandits. It was about reclaiming my own property. I set out at once, leading the men straight for Wild Goose Mountain. Up on Wild Goose Mountain, 3rd Chief Yongtiniu had gathered his men around to gawk at the Western Region steed. The horse was unusually tall, a solid blazing red without a single stray hair of any other color, its mane bristling so that from a distance it looked like a lick of flame. Truly a horse in a million. Yongtiniu's mouth was watering. Drool was practically running down his chin. He sidled up, intending to swing onto its back, but the horse had already chosen its master. It reared up on its hind legs and let out a furious whinny, startling everyone around. What a horse! What a horse! Yongtiniu roared with excitement, ready to break it in, when someone came running up. 3rd Chief. The 1st Chief wants you in the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness. There's important business to discuss. Inside the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness, 1st Chief Zhou Ming and 2nd Chief Dong Qing were both frowning. They'd already heard about the events of the previous night, how Chen Fan had smashed Feiyun's stronghold and taken down Erlong Mountain. If even Erlong Mountain has fallen, can our Dian Mountain still hold? Zhou Ming sighed. Dong Qing was troubled too. Aside from being large and heavily wooded, Dian Mountain was no different from any ordinary hillside. No strategic passes, no natural choke points. How could they defend it? Their one saving grace was that over the years they'd kept a low profile. No killing, no harassing the common folk, just collecting a modest toll from passing travelers. As a result, they were dirt poor, and anyone with real ambition had long since defected to Feiyun's stronghold. All that remained were the 3 chiefs and 70 or 80 men. Maybe, just maybe, the authorities in Chun Fan would let them off the hook because of that. Then something occurred to Dong Qing. Big brother, those people 3rd brother captured last night. Have they been released yet? Zhou Ming's chest tightened further. This whole mess was 3rd brother's doing, and that young nobleman had trouble written all over him. He sighed. I quietly released the young lord who was leading them. But the rest, those guards are too fierce. If I let them all go at once, they'd come storming back up the mountain. So I've been letting a few go each day. Dong Qing's brow knit tight. Either don't release any, or release them all. What's the point of letting them out one at a time? If that young lord goes to the county seat and reports us to the officials, given how tight the county lieutenant is with Chun Fan will absolutely come after us. Big brother, the stronghold's in real danger. We need to plan ahead now, Dong Qing urged. How about we go turn ourselves into the authorities and accept an official pardon? Pardon my ass. A roar came from outside the hall, and Yongtiniu came stomping in, his body like an iron tower. He cupped his fists toward his 2 elder brothers. We can't accept a pardon. Last time we sent someone to negotiate, the officials didn't even bother to look at us. Now, they'd look down their noses at us even more. And even if they did accept us, they'd just ship us off to the northern frontier as soldiers. You think our brothers would even survive this winter up there? Zhou Ming thought this made sense. Then what do you suggest? We join Feiyun's stronghold. Yongtiniu had clearly been mulling this over. Their 1st chief isn't dead, and the stronghold's still standing. Merge the 2 into 1, 600 men strong. Why should we be afraid of one Chun Fan? Dong Qing shook his head. Feiyun's stronghold isn't even as strong as Erlong Mountain was. Erlong had 600 men, and they still got wiped out. What good is a bunch of battered survivors? And when Chun Fan comes knocking, Feiyun's stronghold will shove us out front to die for them. Better to seek a pardon. No pardon, Yongtiniu insisted. Feiyun's stronghold sits by mountains and water. Naval combat is their specialty. Chun Fan's just a peasant farmer. What makes you think he can beat them on the water? The 2 were nearly at each other's throats. Enough, Zhou Ming barked. He walked to the doorway and gazed out at the mountain, lush and green in every direction, weighing the options over and over. Which path should they take? At that very moment, someone came rushing up in a panic. 1st Chief, bad news. Chun Fan is attacking. I led my men down to the foot of the mountain. I'd expected a fierce battle, but to my surprise there wasn't a soul at the entrance. Empty fort strategy? See how Wendy guessed. The bandits don't dare fight head-on, so they're putting on an empty show to scare us off. Zhao Rui, well-versed in the art of war, had another theory. More likely they've laid an ambush along the mountain path, waiting for us to walk right into it. Neither seemed right to me. An ambush would be too obvious, At the very least, they'd send someone out to bait us, wouldn't they? With the place this deserted, who'd dare go in? Could it really be the empty fort ploy? Just as I was about to send scouts up the path, there was a sudden stir on the mountain, and a group of men came down the trail. The bandits are coming down. One of the soldiers yelped in panic. Zhao Rui, mortified, barked, "Silence. Prepare for battle." Xie Yong led 30 house guards into a line, blades drawn and pointed forward, while Qin Qing and Qin Shao flanked me with saber and spear. I alone didn't move. That group of men wasn't even carrying weapons. Could it be a lure? Wang Rubai murmured. I shook my head. Whoever heard of baiting an enemy empty-handed? What game were these bandits playing? When they reached the foot of the mountain, everyone could see clearly. At the front was a big, burly man, hands bound behind his back, a bundle of thorn switches strapped across his shoulders. He's coming to beg forgiveness with thorns on his back. Zhao Rui, Wang Rubai, and Xia Wendy exclaimed in unison. Then I understood too. Great Wild Goose Mountain was surrendering. The man bearing the thorns was none other than Zhou Meng, the chief himself. Word had reached him that I was on my way, and after weighing his options again and again, he'd chosen not to flee, not to throw himself on the mercy of Flying Cloud Stronghold. He knew that against my prowess there was nowhere left to run, so he'd resolved to surrender outright. He didn't know me by sight, but his eye was sharp. One glance at the crowd, and he picked out the most composed man among us. Me. Hero Chun. Zhou Meng called out, bowing low. This guilty man, Zhou Meng, brings his brothers to submit to Hero Chun. I beg Hero Chun to pass judgment on us. That great Wild Goose Mountain would surrender outright left everyone wide-eyed, especially the 20 archers. The disbelief was written all over their faces. The great Wild Goose Stronghold had stood for years. The authorities had tried to root it out several times, all to no avail. The bandits fought when they could win, ran when they couldn't, and once the soldiers pulled back, they came right back and reclaimed the mountain. But now, seeing me here, everyone thought it only natural. If I could take even the natural fortress of Twin Dragon Mountain, what chance did Great Wild Goose have? The only question was, would I take them in? Every eye turned to me. Truth be told, I was turning it over in my own mind. As bandits went, these Great Wild Goose men weren't so bad. No talk of them plundering villages, no killings, no arson. But bandits were still bandits. Was I really going to take them under my wing? Seeing me silent, Zhou Meng grew anxious. We were just villagers from these parts. We couldn't pay the taxes, so we took to the mountain. All these years we've killed no one, troubled no neighbors, but, he clenched his teeth, we've robbed travelers and roughed people up. Every one of those crimes was on my orders. A man answers for his own deeds. I only beg Hero Chun to spare my brothers. With that, he bowed deep. Don't kill my big brother. A middle-aged man with a goatee came rushing out, clutching a ledger to his chest. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Hero, it was all my idea. Let me bear the blame. I'm the second chief, Dong Qing. I handle the books and the planning. Kill me alone, and spare our elder brother and the others. Seeing his normally timid second brother step forward like this, Zhou Meng's eyes reddened and tears spilled down his face. Second brother, say no more. Us two brothers dying together to trade for the lives of our men. It's worth it. All around, the bandits bowed their heads and wept. Hearing that Wild Goose Mountain hadn't actually committed any real evil, and seeing how loyal these two were to each other, Zhao Rui was genuinely moved, though he feigned anger. Whether you die or not isn't up to you. Brother Qin decides. He sidled up to me and whispered, how about we take them in? Dong Qing suddenly remembered something important. Still on his knees, he shuffled forward and offered up the account books with both hands. Just as I was about to take them, Wang Rubai, who had suffered at Wild Goose Mountain's hands before, quickly warned me. Brother Chun, careful, it could be a trick. I glanced at the account books. What trick could there be? Knockout drugs wouldn't work on me, and if he pulled a hidden dagger, I wasn't afraid either. I was fast. After a moment's thought, I took them and flipped through. Well now, Wild Goose Mountain was rich. 500 strings of cash, 150 pickles of grain, and in beside the official road, plus several shops and another inn in the county town. I closed the book and pocketed the lot with a smile. I turned to Zhao Rui. You're the county sheriff. Whether to accept their surrender is your call. Fine, we take them in. Zhao Rui decided on the spot. His archer squad was short-handed, and bandits, bad as they might be, couldn't be worse than the deserters he had now. The moment the words left his mouth, a warm current flowed through my body. The family tree's reward had arrived. Wild Goose Mountain was fully mine now. With a stray thought, I checked my personal profile. Head of family, Chun Fan. Family members, 7. Wives and concubines, Han Yuner, Zhou Guilin, Lin Chunhua, He Xiaodao, Zhou Xinyang, Chung Suner. Treasures, Golden Blade. Farmland, 881 mu. Mountain forests, Twin Dragon Mountain, Wild Goose Mountain. Strength, 5,600 caddies. Speed, 5x. Archery, perfect accuracy within 100 paces. Water skills, masterful. Remaining lifespan, 63 years. Sure enough, Wild Goose Mountain had been added to the mountain forests. My archery had gone from 90 paces to 100. Finally, I could pierce a willow leaf at 100 paces. My lifespan had also gained 5 years, up to 63. At last, no more worrying about that. Just as I was savoring this, Wang Rubai spotted a problem. Where's your third chief? Why isn't he here? Zhou Ming heaved a long sigh. Our third brother, Yang Tiniu, is young and hot-blooded. He refused to surrender and took half our men to join Flying Cloud Stronghold. Half your men? Zhao Rui frowned. Then Flying Cloud Stronghold's strength has grown significantly. It's only 40 men, not much of an increase. Zhou Ming hurried to explain, then turned to Dong Qing. Second brother, go bring out that western region steed and present it to Hero Chun. That horse picks its master. Even third brother couldn't take it with him. I can't handle him, Dong Qing said with a smile, cupping his hands toward me. A fine horse deserves a hero. Please, come up the mountain and try him out. The moment Wang Rubai heard it was his prize horse from the western regions, he wasn't concerned about the animal at all. What about my attendants? He asked anxiously. Zhou Ming recognized him. They're fine, all being well fed and taken care of up at the stronghold. Your baggage is there too, young master. Relieved, Wang Rubai turned to me. Brother Chun, go take a look at your horse. The stallion had been his promised reward for my saving his life. A promise made was a promise kept. I rode my scrawny mount up the mountain. The bandits had long heard of my reputation and stepped aside to make way. Seeing me armed with my spear, awe-inspiring, none dared show anything but reverence. The first chief and second chief personally led the way. Zhao Rui followed with his archers, Xiao Wendy with his guards, and the 40 men from Mount Dian hurried after. Even Xiao Yenner, who had been keeping her distance, rushed forward in excitement. The stronghold was hidden in dense forest halfway up the mountain, completely invisible from the outside. Now I understood. Mount Dian had no natural defenses, yet it had endured this long thanks to its thick woods perfect for ambushes and retreats, and its vast terrain, ideal ground for guerrilla warfare. Zhao Rui, well read in the art of war, saw it too. Even if you stormed the place, you couldn't wipe them out. The moment the imperial troops withdrew, the bandits would return. Setting the mountain ablaze was out of the question. Those trees were too valuable to burn. He looked at me with quiet admiration. Thanks to Brother Chen's reputation, they had taken the place without shedding a drop of blood. 2 of the 3 great strongholds of Qingyun had now fallen, leaving only Feiyun stronghold. Once that too was crushed, and the crown prince learned of his achievements, he would surely be recalled to the capital. His mind was already made up. When he returned, he would take me with him and recommend a man of my talent to his majesty. He was still lost in these thoughts when a sharp neigh rang out ahead. There, on the level ground, stood a tall, fierce horse, crimson from head to hoof, like a living flame. What a magnificent horse! Zhao Rui's heart leapt. The great Chu was short on war horses, and even he, a member of the imperial family, had rarely seen a steed of such quality. He hurried forward to get a better look. Xiao Yenner was drawn in too. The Xiao family kept plenty of horses, and she had a little white pony of her own, but she had never laid eyes on so majestic a red stallion. I was stunned as well. Wang Rubai explained the horse's origins. He comes from the western regions. My family paid a fortune for him, and it took crossing 1,000 mountains and rivers to bring him back to Qingzhou. What he didn't say was that he had originally meant to present the horse to the crown prince. Now, having promised him to me in exchange for his life, he wouldn't take back his word. A gentleman's word was his bond, and the Wang family had money enough to buy another. "Brother Chun, give him a try," he said, well aware of the animal's temper. He signaled 2 guards to hold the reins tight. But the horse was wilder than anyone expected. Suddenly it reared, 4 hooves clawing at the air, and let out a furious roar as it wrenched itself free. The guards, caught off guard, lost their grip on the ropes. The stallion tossed its head and made to bolt. "Stop that horse!" Zhou Ming and Wang Rubai shouted. But the crowd had been cowed by its wild strength, and no one dared approach. The stallion seized its chance and charged. In the midst of the panic, a figure darted forward me. I caught the reins in one hand and gave a gentle pull. The raging horse, mid-gallop, froze where it stood. Everyone was dumbstruck. He'd reined it in that easily? The wild horse came to its senses and began thrashing again in a fury, but the rope in my hands felt like it weighed 10,000 pounds. Not a fiber budged. In the end, the horse stared at me in sheer terror and didn't dare move another muscle. A hush fell over the crowd. Only now did the bandits of Mount Dian truly grasp how terrifying I was. One charge, one pull, and they were all utterly cowed. They'd never seen anyone with such monstrous speed and strength. No wonder even Fei Yun's stronghold had fallen. Silently, they thanked their stars. It was a good thing the chief had had the sense to surrender. Otherwise, even all 80 men of the stronghold rushing me at once wouldn't have stood a chance. I could probably drop the lot of them with a flick of my finger. I stepped into the stirrup and swung myself up into the saddle. The horse that had just been raging didn't offer the slightest resistance. Once I was settled, it carried me in a smooth, mincing trot around a full circle, as if announcing to the world who its master was. "Well done, Squire Chun, magnificent!" The crowd roared, fists raised. In that moment, I was the king in their hearts. Xiao Yinner gazed up at me on horseback, mesmerized, her heart pounding like a startled deer. She had never seen a warrior so heroic, so commanding, so much so that a bold notion flashed through her mind. What if she stayed on and served forever as his scribe? While I was busy taking Mount Dian, the chiefs of Fei Yun's stronghold were huddled around Sun Qi, the man from Mount Erlong, pumping him for information. "Brother, are you sure you can climb up Mount Erlong from the back?" First Chief Zhang Long, Fourth Chief Zhang Bao, Fifth Chief Zhang Biao, and Sixth Chief Zhang Xiong were all fixing him with an unblinking stare. Sun Qi nodded firmly. "No problem. I've climbed the east peak from the foot of the mountain myself." The tight knots in everyone's brows finally loosened. Tonight, they could slip up Mount Erlong without a soul noticing and slit Chen Fan's throat while he slept. Excellent. Zhang Long clenched his fist as he laid out the plan. This time, they'd throw in everything they had and settle the score once and for all. "Big brother, we've got to leave men to guard the stronghold," Zhang Bao cautioned. "I'm worried the other mountain gangs might use the chance to hit us." Mount Dian was right nearby. Few men, but dirt poor. There was every chance they had their eyes on Fei Yun's coffers and grain stores. "All right, Sixth brother and I will take 400 men to hit Mount Erlong. Fourth and Fifth brothers will hold the stronghold with 200. "I'm going to." Zhang Biao burst out at once. Last time he'd been stuck with the rear guard and never got into the fight. This time he was going to kill Chen Fan with his own hands and avenge second brother and third brother. Zhang Bao spoke up as well. "Let fifth brother go. I can hold the place on my own." Zhang Long agreed. The men ate their fill and turned in, resting up for the night raid. Only Zhang Bao was left tending to the stronghold's affairs. Zhang Long had barely dropped off when, still fuzzy with sleep, he heard Zhang Bao's voice. "Big brother, the Mount Dian men are here." Thinking Mount Dian was mounting an attack, he snatched up his blade and sprang to his feet. "How far in are they?" "They're not attacking. It's Yang Tiniu, Mount Dian's third chief, come with his men to swear allegiance." "Just Yang Tiniu?" Zhang Long said, on his guard. "What about Zhou Meng and that Dong fellow?" Zhang Bao sighed. "Big brother, Mount Dian's fallen to Chen Fan. Zhou Meng and Dong Qing have both surrendered. But Yang Tiniu refused and brought 40 brothers to join us." Zhang Long froze. Chen Fan had struck Wild Goose Mountain and actually taken it? He didn't buy it. Wild Goose Mountain sat deep in rugged, forested terrain, hard to crack, and Zhou Meng was no pushover. He'd surrendered outright, without even putting up a fight? Could it be false intel? "Have you sent anyone to verify?" Zhang Bao actually hadn't. He'd swallowed the news whole. If Chun Fan could take Twin Dragon Mountain, what couldn't he do? Still, being cautious, he sent men to check immediately. Big brother, Yang Tini is waiting outside. What should we do? Put him up at the foot of the mountain for now. Bring wine and meat. Don't shortchange him. Once we've confirmed the story, he can come up. Any trace of sleep was gone. Zhang Long headed to the main hall and drank with Zhang Bao. Zhang Biao and Zhang Xiong couldn't sleep either and came to join them. Two of the three great strongholds had fallen. All four feared Flying Cloud Fort might be next on Chun Fan's chopping block. What they feared came fast. Word soon came back. Wild Goose Mountain really had fallen to Chun Fan. The four were stunned. Chun Fan's a beast. Zhang Long slammed his wine bowl down. Zhang Bao and the other two went ashen. It was the first time since coming to Qingyun that they'd felt this rattled. But remembering that tonight's plan was airtight, Zhang Long steadied his three younger brothers. Don't sweat it. Once we killed Chun Fan tonight, Twin Dragon and Wild Goose Mountain both fall to us. Flying Cloud Fort will be the #1 stronghold in Qingyun. Their confidence slowly crept back. Just then the sharp-witted Zhang Bao suddenly tensed. Big brother, Zhou Ming and Dong Qing both surrendered. What if Yang Tiniyu's gone over to Chun Fan too? Chun Fan's a slippery one. What if he sent Yang here as a plant to hit us from the inside? Cold sweat broke out all around. If Yang Tiniyu was a mole, their whole plan for tonight was blown. Thankfully, they hadn't clued him in yet, which let them breathe a little easier. Big brother, let's just kill Yang Tiniyu and be done with it. Zhang Xiong, usually the silent one, rose to his feet radiating killing intent. Zhang Long thought it over. Without proof, he couldn't kill the man. Otherwise, who'd ever come to join them again? He turned to Zhang Bao, slipped some knockout powder into their wine. Put Yang Tiniyu and his men out for a day. After I've finished Chun Fan tonight, we'll deal with them. Got it. Zhang Bao took the order and left. I was still up on Wild Goose Mountain. I folded all the bandits into Zhao Rui's archer unit, made Zhou Ming the head archer, and let him keep leading his brothers. Just like that they'd gone from outlaws to men on the imperial payroll. Every one of them was fired up and rushed to salute me. Zhou Ming, thrilled that he'd get to stay on as a soldier in the county instead of being shipped off to die on the northern frontier, threw a feast with Dong Qing. The men tore into the meat and drank deep. Xiao Yinner didn't touch the wine, but she sat beside me pouring for me. Everyone had assumed Wild Goose Mountain was dirt poor. Only now did we discover they were actually flush. On top of 500 strings of cash and 150 dan of grain in the storeroom, they raised pigs and chickens, grew vegetables, and had cellars stocked with meat and produce. Zhou Ming pointed at Dong Qing with pride. It's all thanks to our second brother. The inn, the shops in town. He ran the whole operation and pulled in a good haul. The livestock and the crops were. Let him handle it. Seeing that Dong Qing had real talent, I asked, Brother, do you want to draw a government salary under Constable Zhao, or stay in business with me? Dong Qing had never been fond of fighting and killing to begin with, and he already looked up to me. He answered without hesitation. I'll follow you, Master Chun. Pleased, I put him in charge of the inn and shops as before, and sent word around to all the properties. Business as usual, only the owner had changed. Every one of those holdings, along with the money and provisions, now belonged to me. Gazing at the storerooms stuffed with money and that prize Western region stallion, I finally understood what the family tree had meant by opportunity. This haul was rich beyond words. I didn't keep it all to myself. I cut Zhao Rue in for a small share, hoping to bind him to me tightly. I'd need powerful backing when I scaled up down the road. Zhao Rue had no real interest in money, but he was afraid the folks at the county yamen would get greedy and try to grab it outright, so he didn't refuse. He took a token 1% just to have his name on the books. Business wrapped up, it was time to head back and get ready for tonight's showdown with Twin Dragon Mountain. Wild Goose Mountain couldn't be left undefended, so I left Qin Shao behind with 20 archers to hold the fort. Once we'd finished off Flying Cloud Stronghold, I'd send villagers up to reinforce him. Naturally, I took all the money and provisions with me, leaving Qin Shao just enough grain and meat, handing 50 strings of cash to Zhou Ming and Dong Qing, and loading everything else, meat and vegetables included, onto the carts. Our whole crew set out in grand procession, escorting several cartloads of money and supplies down the mountain, headed straight for Twin Dragon Mountain. On the road, Wang Rubai brought something up. My sister will be sailing south for the capital soon, and she'll pass through Qingyun County. I'm worried Flying Cloud Stronghold might try to seize her. Brother Chun, could you board the ship and guard her personally? If it all goes well, my Wang family will pay 500 strings of cash for your trouble. 500 strings, I was tempted. It had taken years of hard work at Wild Goose Mountain to save up 500 strings. More importantly, I wanted to hook into the Wang family's connections to set the stage for shipping north later on. I had no intention of just running escort. I meant to build my own fleet and corner every shipment between Qingyun and Qingzhou. When is your sister heading south? The fleet will be passing through here tomorrow at noon. That's soon. Could she travel by land instead? With both Wild Goose Mountain and Twin Dragon Mountain now under my control, the roads were safe enough. The waterway, though, was a real risk with Flying Cloud Stronghold still lurking. Unless we wipe them out tonight, root and branch. Impossible. Wang Rubai shook his head. The rules for consort selection are painfully strict. The palace has sent a large ship to fetch her, with eyes watching the whole way. There can't be a single slip. Originally, the route was down the Grand Canal, but rebel forces have taken it, so we've had to come down the Qingshui River instead. That was, in fact, why he'd been sent ahead to Qingyun in the first place. Zhao Rui nodded my way, signaling that it was all true, and added, the whole way, she can't be alone with any man, can't even be touched by one, or she loses her eligibility to enter the palace. It's no easy job. I caught his meaning. He was warning me that if I so much as brushed against Miss Wang, the marriage alliance would be off. But Wang Rubai took Zhao Rui's remark as a bid to raise the price and quickly added, there'll be imperial guards from the palace and armed retainers from the Wang family aboard. It's just that they can't swim well, so they want to hire you as escorts. Money's no object. We Wangs will pay 1,000 strings of cash. I thought it over carefully and decided to take the job. Here was my plan. Tonight I'd beat back the bandits who came to raid us, then chase them all the way to Feiyun Stronghold, wipe out that thorn in my side once and for all, and still make it back in time to escort Miss Wang south tomorrow. Of course, I had a backup plan. If I couldn't take Feiyun Stronghold in time, I'd personally pilot the Black Dragon warship and escort the palace vessel myself. With my swimming skills, I was confident I could pull it off. Seeing me agree, and worried I might change my mind, Wang Rubai pulled out 500 strings worth of banknotes on the spot as a down payment. Sorry, I don't have much on me. I'll pay the balance in full tomorrow. He handed the notes over. It was my first time seeing paper money. Curious, I took the notes and looked them over, stamped with the words Taichung. I passed them to Dongqing. Can we cash these in town? We can. Dongqing nodded. Taichung House is the biggest banking firm in Great Chu. They have a branch in the county seat. You can withdraw money there anytime. Only then did I pocket the notes without worry. I was short on funds right now. I needed to buy grain and land to prepare for building the city walls. Then another thought struck me. If the Wangs were sending a girl to the palace, wouldn't other families be doing the same? Wouldn't they need escorts too? One job or several, it was all the same work. Besides the Wangs, what other families are entering the Crown Princess selection? I asked as I rode along on my crimson horse. I hear the Xies and the Yangs both sent someone, Wang Rubai answered. The Xiaos didn't enter? Zhao Rui asked, curious. He figured Empress Xiao would hardly forget her own family. No. Wang Rubai shook his head. Word is the eldest Miss Xiao has gone missing. The Xiaos tried to send their second daughter, but the palace turned them down politely. The Xiaos suspect our Wang family had a hand in it, and things between the two houses have gotten pretty ugly. Hearing this, both Zhao Rui and Xia Wendy turned to look at Xiao Yenner, who was riding my scrawny nag. Could Brother Chen's scribe really be the eldest Miss Xiao? They hadn't believed it before, but now they were starting to. Xiao Yenner acted as if she hadn't heard a word, her eyes fixed on the scenery. In truth, she'd caught every syllable. She just couldn't understand it. Her second sister was beautiful, and their aunt was the Empress and the Crown Prince's own mother. So why the rejection? Should she hurry back to the Xiao household? But the moment the thought rose in her, it was eclipsed by the sight of my back. She let out a soft sigh and gazed after me, dazed, her mind already made up. Just then, a large crowd came surging out from up ahead, bristling with spears and shields, closing in with menace. Zhao Rui, Zhou Meng, and the others thought the bandits had arrived and immediately tightened their grips on their weapons. But I recognized them. It was Luo Gang, Li Dazhu, Dagon, and the rest. Turned out that when I hadn't returned for a long while, they'd feared something had happened to me, gathered 40 or 50 men, and rushed out to find me. Brother Chun. The men crowded around me, overjoyed. Seeing how loyal they were, my heart was moved too. Come on, let's head back and have a drink. The north bank of White Sand Ferry. When the refugees saw me riding a tall war horse, leading over 100 armed men and a long caravan of wagons, they scrambled out of the way in terror, thinking they'd run into mountain bandits. It wasn't until they spotted the soldiers escorting us that they figured I must be a local magnate. My lord, are you taking on tenant farmers? My lord, do you need any maidservants? My lord, do you need a wet nurse? The desperate refugees swarmed around us. Luo Gang and his men quickly closed ranks to keep them back. Xiao Yin'er looked at the refugees and saw herself in them, and her heart sank. She knew that even I couldn't save this many people. A family as large and wealthy as the Xiaos had simply ignored refugees, sometimes even sent men to drive them off. But the truth was, I didn't need refugees to build the fortress and open up new farmland. Third Uncle Han had already begun recruiting for the construction, so I had Li Daju and Li Jin stay behind to hire on some tenant farmers as well. I wasn't taking just anyone, only honest, hardworking peasants, preferably families with 2 or 3 able-bodied men. Reclaiming wasteland was no easy work. Before long, Li Daju had rounded up 20 households that fit my requirements. They dropped to their knees, overcome with emotion. Thank you, my lord, for giving us a way to live. Thank you for your boundless kindness, my lord. Tears streamed down every face. Watching them, Xiao Yin'er's eyes reddened in an instant. She wiped her cheeks and looked up at me with a faint smile. She knew she hadn't chosen wrong. More and more refugees kept arriving. Worried something might go wrong, Luo Gang called in the Black Dragon warship to escort the wagons carrying grain and silver across the river to the south bank. The moment we stepped off the docks, Tang Qing came out to greet us with Chunhua, Zhao Hongying, and the others. Chunhua had just returned from purchasing farmland. She handed me the deeds. 600 mu in total. She swept her arm proudly across the horizon. Every field you can see from here now belongs to you. I lifted my head and looked out. All of this, the empire I'd carved out with my own hands? Gazing across so much land, I really did feel a stir of pride. To think that not long ago, I'd nearly starved to death. Now, with all these fields, I'd never go hungry again. I took the deeds, and the family tree's reward came at once. A warm current flowed through my whole body. With a thought, I pulled up my personal profile. Head of house, Chun Fan. Family members, 7. Wives and concubines, Han Yun'er, Zhou Guilin, Lin Chunhua, He Xiaodao, Zhou Xinyang, Chung Sun'er. Treasure, Golden Blade. Farmland, 1,481 mu. Mountains and forests, Twin Dragon Mountain, Wild Goose Mountain. Strength, 6,000 caddies. Speed, 6x. Archery, never misses within 100 paces. Water skills, masterful. Remaining lifespan, 68 years. Strength had gone up by 400 caddies, reaching 6,000, not far off from 10,000 now. Speed had climbed from 5 times to 6 times. And my lifespan had increased by another 5 years, bringing it to 68 years. I was pleased. Seeing my good mood, Tang Qing said, "Actually, there are still plenty of villagers looking to sell their land. I just ran out of money before I could buy more." "That many people want to sell?" I asked. "They've got no choice," Chunhua sighed. "Taxes went up this year. Word is, the county office is collecting taxes over in the next town today, and they've hauled off plenty of folks who couldn't pay." Hearing this, an idea popped into my head. Since my household is tax-exempt anyway, why not take advantage and buy up more land? With the family tree rewards on top of it, I couldn't lose either way. So I pulled 300 strings of cash from the Mount Dian Hall and handed them to Tang Qing, telling him to keep buying land. I sent Chunhua and Zhao Hongying back to Mount Erlong first, so they wouldn't wear themselves out. Seeing me produce yet another stack of money, Tang Qing lowered his voice in astonishment. "You took Mount Dian?" I nodded. He stared at me, dazed. The boss is that fierce? He thought to himself. The plan he'd been sitting on couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, he'd send Tang Jinjin over to keep me company. "Boss, I'll head off to buy land then." Full of energy, Tang Qing bowed and hurried away with the officers, wheeling the cash cart along with him. It was getting late, and I planned to lead everyone back to Mount Erlong to prepare for battle. I didn't take everyone with me. I left Luo Gang, Li Daju, and Chun Dagon behind to guard the big ship, giving them a quick briefing. Remember, if Feiyun Stronghold comes by boat, don't meet them head-on. Steer clear, don't engage. If there's nowhere left to hide, run for the county town. Once they've made landfall, find a way to torch their boats. There was no major river near Mount Erlong, so Feiyun Stronghold's boats couldn't sail all the way there. They'd most likely disembark at Baisha Crossing and continue overland. As long as we burned their boats, then once I'd beaten them and they turned to flee, they'd have no way home by water, and we could run them down easily. With everything arranged, I finally led my people toward Mount Erlong. By the time we got back to Mount Erlong, it was dusk. The setting sun bathed the mountain in orange, and the official road at the foot was still busy with travelers, something unthinkable back when the bandits ran wild. For Xiao Yin'er, making her second trip up the mountain, the change hit even harder. Last time she'd been dragged up here as a captive, the place had been crawling with vicious-looking bandits and half-dead refugees, with shouts and screams rising on every side. Now the mountain was full of life, the air fragrant with grass and trees, and from the camps in the distance came the smell of cooking smoke and hot food. How wonderful! She drew in a deep breath and hurried after me, all the way to the Eastern Peaks Gate. Zhang Yuehua, Zhou Xinyang, and Madame Cheng had already been waiting at the gate. Seeing us return, they rushed forward in delight. "My lord, dinner's almost ready," Zhang Yuehua said. "Good." I pointed to the grain carts behind us. "Have someone count it and put it in storage." Zhang Yuehua had already learned that I'd taken Mount Dian. Seeing how hard I was pushing myself, her eyes welled up on the spot. She sent people to haul the grain up to the summit, then pulled me aside to talk. "My lord, Peach Blossom Village and the new town won't be finished anytime soon. We'll have to stay on Mount Erlong for a while, so She pulled a drawing out from inside her robe. I looked it over as she explained. "Since there are so many womenfolk, I was thinking we could make East Peak our residence and leave West Peak for the villagers and everyone else." "West Peak, is it big enough?" I went and had a look. West Peak is plenty big. Sure enough, the summit of West Peak on the drawing was larger than East Peak's. "All right, we'll do it your way." I agreed. But Li Qing and his guards need to stay on East Peak. I was worried about a sneak attack from the back of the mountain. Zhang Yuehua didn't see any difficulty in that. The 20 guards could be quartered around the perimeter of the Hall of Loyalty. Then I remembered the businesses I'd taken over that day and called Dongqing in, telling him to report to Zhang Yuehua from now on. I meant to put all my energy into opening up shipping routes. With the Grand Canal in the hands of the rebels, traffic on the Clearwater River was only going to grow more profitable. Zhang Yuehua hadn't imagined the bandits of Wild Goose Mountain ran actual businesses too. She was quite pleased with Dongqing and told him to keep managing things. Dongqing already had ideas of his own. Baisha Fort is prime territory. We could put up an inn and some shops there. And the foot of Twin Dragon Mountain, where the back roads meet the main highway, would be another good spot for an inn and eatery. Zhang Yuehua and I both thought it sounded good and told him to see to it. Zhang Yuehua was still uneasy about the shops in the county seat and wanted to send her own people to keep watch. But she really didn't have anyone to spare, so she said, "I'd like to send Aunt Chunhua and a few of the other aunties down to the county to mind the shops and inn. That way nobody can run off with the takings." Among the sisters, Chunhua was the only one who could shoulder that kind of work. I had my concerns. Chunhua can't read. How's she supposed to keep the books? That's no problem. Zhang Yuehua had already thought it through. It's easy enough to hire a bookkeeper in town. Chunhua's so capable, she'll do just fine. Only then did I agree. "There's another thing," Zhang Yuehua went on, remembering the inn near Wild Goose Mountain. "I'd like Chun Lian and her mother to run that one. Chun Lian can hold her own too." For a moment I couldn't place who Chun Lian was. It took some thinking before I remembered. She was Chun Qing's younger sister, tall and sturdily built, just like him. Thinking I wasn't going to agree, Zhang Yuehua brought up how Chun Lian and Chunhua had bravely guarded the grain carts back at Baisha Fort. They're good-hearted and they know how to repay a kindness. They'll take good care of the inn, I promise you. I trusted her judgment and gave my consent. Right then dinner was ready, and Guilin and Yun'er came to call us to the table. I had Yun'er send some food up to West Peak. Tonight, everyone had to stand together, and full stomachs meant the strength to beat back Flying Cloud's stronghold. I led Zhang Yuehua, Zhao Hongying, Xiao Yin'er, Zhou Xinyang, Xiao Dao, and Madame Cheng back up to the summit of East Peak. The place had been completely made over. The ground, once cluttered and filthy, had been swept spotless. It had to be Zhang Yuehua and the others doing. Stepping into the Hall of Loyalty, I saw Li Wanqing and Tang Jinjin there too. Only Chunhua was missing. That was when it hit me that she'd be leaving for the county seat, and I felt an unexpected pang of reluctance to see her go. Chun, has Aunt Hua left yet? Not yet, Tang Jinjin answered. She's still packing. Sister Guilan's helping her. You all go ahead and eat. I'll go check on her. I strode out to the back courtyard and walked into Chunhua's room. Sure enough, she was packing, with Guilan standing by holding Yaya. When Guilan saw me come in, she guessed I had something to say, so she carried the child out and shut the door behind her. Chunhua had been happy at first when she heard she was going to the county town. She was finally going to be of some use to this family. But now, seeing me, she suddenly couldn't bear to leave. Affin, she threw her arms around me tightly. I held her close too and comforted her. If you don't want to go, then don't. That won't do, she said, her face serious. Those shops were won with your life on the line. I'm going to keep them safe. I couldn't help but kiss her cheek. I'd been about to tell her it really hadn't been that hard. I'd taken the place without so much as drawing blood, but that one kiss set Chunhua ablaze, and she wrapped her arms tightly around me in return. Still, she hadn't forgotten what she had to do. She gave me a gentle push. I have to go. If I'm late, I won't make it into the city, and the two aunties are still waiting. But I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to reward her. Holding her tight, I murmured, don't worry. I'll have Zhao Rue give you the token. You can enter the city no matter how late it is. Chunhua caught my meaning at once. And truth be told, she wanted it too. Once she left, it would be days at the very least before they'd see each other again. So she cast everything aside and let me lift her up and lay her down on the bed. Affin slower. Chunhua noticed I was faster and fiercer than before. She liked the pace. She was only worried I'd wear myself out, which was why she'd called out softly. That was when I remembered I was already at 6 times my usual speed. Good thing it was Chunhua. If it had been Yun'er, she'd probably have passed out. I needed to slow down. But Chunhua's blood was already up, and now that I'd slowed, she got restless with wanting. She thought it over, but still didn't want to tire me out. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Let me." I didn't refuse. I was just as happy to see what she could do, so I lay back. Chunhua bit her lip and smiled, then slowly climbed on top, ready to give me a taste of what it was like to fly. While Chunhua and I were busy, Zhang Long, the top chieftain of Feiyun's stronghold, had already set out with Zhang Biao, Zhang Xiong, Sun Qi, and 400 other bandits. To avoid drawing attention, they didn't take the waterway. Instead, they slipped along the mountain paths and made straight for Erlong Mountain. Big brother, won't the mountain route be too slow? Zhang Biao, the 5th chieftain, asked, a bit worried. No. Zhang Long smiled coldly. I've timed it out. We'll reach Erlong Mountain in the dead of night, when men are at their most exhausted. Chun Fan and his crew are bound to be asleep. We'll climb up without a soul knowing, and cut him down. Zhang Biao's mind was set at ease. He looked toward Erlong Mountain with a cold sneer. This time Chin Fan is a dead man. Zhang Xiong said nothing, but his heart was full of anticipation. This time, he was going to personally climbed up the back slope and killed Chun Fan with my own hands, avenging 2nd and 3rd brother. Meanwhile, back at Twin Dragon Mountain, Chunhua and I were still going at it in the bedroom. To keep from holding up the real business of the night, Chunhua really pulled out all the stops this time. Every trick she knew, she used, and she'd already climaxed several times herself. But when she saw I still hadn't had my fill, she could only wipe the sweat off her brow and lie back down. Offhand, your turn. I was still lost in it. Chunhua really had shown me something different tonight. But seeing she was worn out, and remembering she still had to hurry to the county seat before the night was out, I knew I couldn't drag it on. So I got serious, rolled her over, climbed on, and got to work at 6 times normal speed. I don't know how long it went on before the two of us were finally clinging to each other, catching our breath. Then I felt the reward from the family tree kick in and went to check. Head of family, Chun Fan. Family members, 7. Wives and concubines, Han Yun'er, Zhou Guilan, Lin Chunhua, He Xiaodao. Zhou Xinyang, Chung Suner. Treasure, Golden Blade. Farmland, 1,481 mu. Mountains and forests, Twin Dragon Mountain, Wild Goose Mountain. Strength, 6,000 caddies. Speed, 6x. Archery, never misses within 100 paces. Water skills, consummate. Remaining lifespan, 68 years, 1 month. The reward this time wasn't much, only a month added to my lifespan. Probably because it wasn't my first time with Chunhua. That thought led me to Zhang Yuehua, Zhao Hongying, and Li Wanqing. It'd be a first time with all of them. Would the reward be more generous? Time to get up. Chunhua had caught her breath now, her cheeks still flushed as she gazed at me, then reluctantly sat up. She straightened herself first, then helped me dress. Hand in hand, we walked out. But then, remembering we hadn't formally exchanged marriage papers yet, Chunhua bashfully let go. I took her to the Hall of Loyalty for dinner. To my surprise, Zhang Yuehua and the others hadn't eaten yet. They were all waiting for the two of us. Even the usually sharp-tongued Chunhua looked a little embarrassed. Afan was just helping me pack up. That's what kept us, she offered by way of explanation. Why haven't you started eating? Zhang Yuehua and the rest had already figured it out, especially Guilan, Yun'er, Zhou Xinyang, Xiao Dao, and Madame Cheng, all women who'd been through it themselves. They knew exactly what was up, but no one called her out on it. Instead, they chimed in one after another. Meals just taste better when we all eat together. Come on, eat up before it gets cold. Auntie's got a long road ahead. Eat plenty. I sat down with everyone, chatting over the meal, and didn't hide anything. Told them straight that bandits would be raiding the mountain tonight, and that they should all turn in early and not worry about what was going on outside. I'll hold the stronghold. Just get your sleep and leave the rest to me. They all knew by now that my predictions were never wrong. Nervous as they were, thinking of how capable I was and how many brothers stood with me, they set their worries aside. After dinner, I walked Chunhua down the east peak to the mountain gate. Going with her to the county seat were two other, a feisty older woman sent by Zhang Yuehua. She was worried Chunhua would be pushed around on her own and figured the woman could help look after things and mind the child. Still uneasy, I had Dongqing send along some of the former Wild Goose Mountain men, so Chunhua could take over the shop and inn without trouble. I also sent someone to ask Zhao Rui for a token of authority. To my surprise, Zhao Rui came down from West Peak in person. He didn't just hand over the token, he assigned 4 soldiers to escort her. Auntie, if anyone gives you trouble, go straight to the county yamen and tell them you're one of my people. Got it. Chunhua slapped her chest. Zhao Rui was worried someone might stir up trouble and hurt my business, so he had the 4 soldiers accompany Chunhua all the way to the shop and in to back her up. With everything settled, Chunhua and her group climbed into the carriage and set off in a hurry for the county town. Now I had to plan out tonight's fight. To avoid tipping anyone off, I only summoned the core group up to East Peak. Before long, Zhao Rui, Xia Wendy, Su Tai, Uncle Han, Li Dagan, Feng Zhong, Zhou Meng, and Dong Qing had all arrived. When I told them about Feiyun Stronghold's raid tonight, Feng Zhong, Zhou Meng, and Dong Qing, who hadn't heard of it before, were shocked. How could Chen Fan possibly know Feiyun Stronghold was coming to raid? But then they remembered Zhao Rui's words. Chen Fan is Zhuge Liang reborn. Nothing escapes his eyes, and their doubts vanished. Master, you give the orders. We'll follow your lead. Brother Chen, just tell us what to do. I laid out the plan immediately. Zhao Rui and Xia Wendy would lead the Xia family guards and Uncle Han's men to hold West Peak. Li Qing and I would lead the Li family guards to hold East Peak. I'd learned from the family tree that the bandits would scale the cliff behind the mountain, so I put my most elite guards on both peaks. Su Tai would hold the front gate. Zhou Meng, Qin Dagan, and Qin Qing would be kept mobile at the mountainside as a reserve, ready to reinforce if anything went wrong and well-positioned for pursuit. Once the arrangements were set, I headed back up to the top of East Peak to wait for the bandits. Just then, Su Tai came rushing over with a report. Scholar Tang isn't back yet. Only then did I remember Tang Qing was still out buying land. The villagers wouldn't dare rob him outright. He had villagers and soldiers with him, but I was worried he might run into Feiyun Stronghold's bandits on the way back. I ordered Chen Qing to take some men down the mountain and find him. But just as Chen Qing was about to head off, Tang Qing came back holding a stack of land deeds. Boss, another 200 mu of land. he said, cheerfully handing over the deeds. The moment I took them, another warm current flowed through my whole body. The family tree's reward had arrived. I stepped into it to take a look. Family head, Chun Fan. Family members, 7. Wives concubines, Han Yun'er, Zhou Guilin, Lin Chunhua, He Xiaodao, Zhou Xinyang, Chung Sun'er. Treasure, Golden Blade. Farmland, 1,681 mu. Mountains, forests, Twin Dragons Mountain, Wild Goose Mountain. Strength, 6,400 caddies. Speed, 6x. Archery, 100% accuracy within 100 paces. Water skills, masterful. Remaining lifespan, 70 years, 1 month. My holdings had jumped to 1,681 mu. My strength had gone up by 400 caddies, and I'd picked up another 2 years of life. I was pretty pleased. All that land, and tax-free to boot. Couldn't ask for more. First thing tomorrow, I'd have Tang Qing take the deeds down to the county office and file them with Lieutenant Zheng. Go get yourself something to eat, I said to Tang Qing. Thank you, my lord. He hadn't expected me to remember him, and he was clearly moved. I had someone show Tang Qing up to East Peak for his meal, then took Qin Qing and Zhao Hongying along to make the rounds of Twin Dragons Mountain and get things ready for the fight ahead. To make it easier to talk business with him, I'd set aside a room up on East Peak for Tang Qing and his daughter. Tang Qing had no idea. When the servant led him to the door of what was now his own quarters, he just stood there stunned. He pushed the door open and found his daughter, Tang Jinjin, waiting for him at the table. White rice, meat dishes, the works. His eyes welled up on the spot. Papa. Tang Jinjin took his arm and sat him down. Come and eat. The mistress had it all sent over. Between bites, Tang Qing asked, Jinjin, what do you make of the master? Oh, he's a good man. He looks after the villagers and takes in refugees too. Just today he took in another 20 families. And word is he's hired 2,000 refugees at White Sand Ferry to build a city. She rattled on, eyes shining. Tang Qing watched her, and it was plain as day that his daughter had already fallen for me. When she'd finished, he came out with it. Would you want to marry the master? Tang Jinjin flushed scarlet and lowered her voice. Papa, I'm still young. Young, nothing, Tang Qing said sternly. Your mother was carrying you by your age. Her heart was hammering, thrilled and terrified all at once. Slowly, she lifted her head. Whatever you say, Papa. Tang Qing was overjoyed. He made up his mind then and there. He'd find some way to get me and Jinjin into bed together. Once the rice was cooked, so to speak, the rest would take care of itself. Beyond the window, a bright full moon hung in the sky, and as he gazed at it, he could almost see a glorious future spread out before him. Gazing at that same moon, aboard a dragon boat, was Wang Ji. She was being sent to the capital to compete for the position of crown princess. She had no interest in being crown princess, still less in being empress one day, but the family's honor rode on it, and she had no say in the matter. It felt like a stone was pressing on her chest. Gathering up her skirts, she started for the bow to get some air. Miss, you can't come out. Eunuch Gao's reedy, duck-like voice cut in, and the guards moved at once to block her way. Wang Ji turned wordlessly and went back into the cabin. A caged bird longing for freedom. How naive of her. She lay down on the wide bed, but her eyes stayed fixed on the moon outside the window. Once he was sure she'd turned in, Eunuch Gao summoned the officer in charge of the boat. When do we reach Qingyun County? Tomorrow afternoon, most likely. Too slow. I want us there by tomorrow morning. Off to the side, Wang Quan, the head of the Wang family's guards, grew uneasy. He'd heard tell of a place called Flying Cloud Stronghold in Qingyun, a band of river bandits so brazen they'd even hijacked the Xie family's grain shipments. If they got wind of a boatload like this, what about the gold and silver? He steeled himself and pressed on. Your Excellency, Qingyun isn't safe. That Feiyun stronghold, they rob every boat they see. Ridiculous. Eunuch Gao cut him off impatiently. A royal dragon barge? Who would dare rob it? Are they not afraid of having their 9 generations executed? Wang Quan still wanted to say that the second young master, Wang Rubai, had already gone ahead to smooth things over. Wouldn't it be better to wait for word back? But Eunuch Gao waved his hand. No need. Full speed ahead. Left with no choice, Wang Quan quietly dispatched a man in a small boat to slip ashore and hurry to Qingyun to warn Wang Rubai. In the county town, Xie Wenjun had also received word that Wang Ji was passing through Qingyun. The Xie family's orders were not to escort her, but to delay her, because the Xies had sent their own candidate for the selection as well. Her eldest uncle's daughter, the eldest daughter of the main branch, whose standing far outranked her own. Today a crown princess, tomorrow an empress. The Xie family would never let the chance slip. But Xie Wenjun had no stomach for this business. If you meant to compete, then do it out in the open. Why stoop to these tricks? Her maid, Xie Jinyun, offered a reminder. Miss, no one can defy the head of the family. Why not send Squire Chen to hold them up? He has plenty of men under him. He'll get it done. No, Xie Wenjun refused at once. I won't let myself get dragged in. This is a fight among the highest ranks of the court. However strong I am in a brawl, before a hall full of ministers, I'm no more than an ant. Worse still, I've already snatched Zhang Yuehua away. If I go after Lady Wang on top of that, no matter how magnanimous the crown prince is, he won't stand for it. Once he takes the throne, will I still have my head? Xie Wenjun thought it over, and a scheme took shape. Kill with a borrowed knife. Jin Yun, let word slip that the dragon barge is loaded to the gills with gold and silver. Make sure Fei Yun's stronghold's man on the inside hears it especially. Yes, miss. Xie Jinyun took her orders and left. Inside Fei Yun's stronghold, the fourth chief, Zhang Bao, paced back and forth in the Hall of Loyalty, unable to sit still. Tonight's battle would decide life or death. His eldest brother, Zhang Long, had led the main force in person to raid Erlong Mountain under cover of night. The plan was airtight, but the man on the other side was Chun Fan, who had a habit of pulling off miracles. Who could say the tables wouldn't turn? Just as his agitation was mounting, his trusted man Wu Kai came in to report. Fourth chief, the third young master Qian is here, and he's brought 5 large ships. Zhang Bao started and hurried down to the dock himself to greet him, bowing to a middle-aged man in fine robes. Greetings, benefactor. This Qian Xiaoli was the third son of the Qian family. Years ago in Qingzhou, when Zhang Bao and his 6 sworn brothers had been cornered by roving bandits with nowhere to turn, it was Qian Xiaoli who had come to their rescue, supplying them with grain and money, pointing the way, sending them here to Qingyun to take control of the Qingshui River. Even the tip about the Xie family's grain boats had come from his men. Zhang Bao did not dare forget the debt. Once inside the Hall of Loyalty, Qian Xiaoli heard that Zhang Long had already led out the main force and frowned. Too rash. Erlong Mountain is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's not so simple a target. Looks like I've arrived a step too late. Zhang Bao hastily explained the ambush plan. Only then did Qian Xiaoli relax. So it seems you've all matured quite a bit since coming to Qingyun. Zhang Bao inquired cautiously. Third young master, what brings you here so late at night? Qian Xiaoli glanced at Wu Kai. Ever quick on the uptake, Wu Kai bowed out at once. Only when the two of them were left in the hall did Qian Xiaoli speak. In the coming days, our Qian family grain barges will be passing through Qingyun. I'd like the fourth chief to see them safely through. To avoid complications, it would be best if no other vessels were allowed through at all. Zhang Bao caught his meaning right away. Let only the Qian family boats pass, and stop everything else. They owed the Qians a debt, and this was their chance to repay it. He nodded without hesitation. Consider it done. I won't have you working for nothing. Qian Xiaoli smiled. I hear Qin Fan made off with 5 of your ships last time. I've brought 5 along with me tonight. Call it payment for the escort. Both startled and delighted, Zhang Bao cupped his hands in thanks. As it turned out, Qian Xiaoli had long had his eye on the Clear Water River shipping trade. With the Grand Canal now in the hands of rebel forces, grain prices in Qingzhou had shot through the roof, and the only remaining route north was up the Clear Water River. Whoever controlled that river had Qingzhou by the throat. It wouldn't do for the Qian family to step forward openly, so they had propped up Feiyun Fortress as their pawn. The moment Qian Xiaoli heard that Chun Fan had thrashed Feiyun Fortress within an inch of its life, he'd ridden through the night to get here. He could not allow his pawn to fail. Thinking that tonight Zhang Long would surely kill Chun Fan, and Feiyun Fortress would seize complete control of the Clear Water River, Qian Xiaoli felt reassured. He was about to leave when he remembered another matter of importance. There's one more favor to ask. Tomorrow an Imperial Dragon barge will be passing through. Send men to intercept it. Better yet, sink it to the bottom. And remember, This must not be done under the Feiyun fortress banner. Fly the colors of some other minor stronghold instead. Something stirred in Zhang Bao's mind. His men had reported just earlier that tomorrow's dragon barge would be laden with gold and silver, and had asked whether they should hit it. He'd been itching to take it for himself, but feared the court's retaliation. The imperial dragon barge was the very face of the imperial family. Who would dare lay a hand on it? Even flying another banner, once the truth came out, the court would descend on them with an army, and they'd all be finished. Seeing his hesitation, Qian Xiaoli sweetened the pot. All the treasure aboard is yours to keep. And when the job's done, another 1,000 strings of cash. He pressed 500 strings worth of banknotes into his hand up front. This was an order from a certain figure back in the capital. Even the Qian family could not refuse. Zhang Bao's mind raced, and in an instant he had it. Send Yang Tiniu. Yang Tiniu had originally been a man of Dian Mountain. After the job, they'd seize him and hand him over to the authorities, claiming Dian Mountain had robbed the dragon barge. That way the task would be carried out, and their own hands would come away clean. Done. Zhang Bao took the banknotes with a firm nod. Satisfied, Qian Xiaoli then passed him a saber. Afterward, drop this near the wreck. Zhang Bao looked. The character Xie was carved on the blade. So they meant to frame the Xie family. He agreed without a second thought. If they dared rob even the Xie family's grain ships, why should they fear offending the Xies now? After seeing Qian Xiaoli off, Zhang Bao held a private council with Wu Kai. After some thought, Wu Kai added a wrinkle. Don't do it anywhere near the fortress, strike upriver. And have Yang Tini not only sink the barge, but also seize Beauty Wang and haul her up to Wangfu Mountain. Then we can tip off the officials to go after him. Will Yang Tiniu sell us out? Zhang Bao asked, worried. No. A cold glint flashed in Wu Kai's eyes. Dead men don't talk. Zhang Bao caught his meaning at once. He forced a bowl of sobering broth down Yang Tiniu's throat to wake him, then ordered him to lead the 40 original men of Wild Goose Mountain north that very night. Wu Kai was sent along with 50 more men to keep watch over them. Inside Twin Dragon Mountain, I still knew nothing of the storm brewing outside. I sat draped in armor on the tiger skin chair of the chief, my great bow to my left, my overlord's spear planted to my right. Every inch of me ready for a decisive battle. But I waited, and the men of Flying Cloud Stronghold simply did not come. It was maddeningly dull. By the small hours of the morning, Zhao Hongying, keeping me company from the second chief's chair, had dozed off. I stood up and stretched. I trusted what the family tree told me. Flying Cloud Stronghold would come tonight, without fail. Just as I was thinking this, Madame Chung slipped in through the side door on tiptoe. I was about to speak when she quickly raised a finger to her lips, warning me not to wake Zhao Hongying. She'd told me before that, for now, our relationship was to stay a secret. A playful urge came over me. I walked over, slid an arm around her waist, and bent down for a soft kiss. Madame Cheng's face flushed crimson, but she didn't push me away. Instead, she melted into me, returning the kiss with heat. After a moment, she pulled back, reached into her robes, and pressed a still warm flatbread into my hand. So that was it. She'd been afraid I'd go hungry and had come all this way just to bring me food. Touched, I leaned in to kiss her again, and she couldn't help but hold me tight. At that very moment, Su Kang's voice came from outside the door. Brother Chun, Brother Luo's sent a message. Madame Chung jumped, quickly pushed me away, and slipped back out through the side door. Su Kang came in, and Zhao Hongying woke up. Su Kang didn't notice a thing. He simply handed me Luo Gang's letter. The message read, no sign of Flying Cloud Stronghold's fleet heading south. I frowned. No boats. Were they coming by the back trails, then? What news? Zhao Hongying said, watching my face as she came over. I passed her the letter. She read it and looked just as puzzled. You think they might not come tonight after all? They'll come. I shook my head. If the family tree said they'd come, they would come. They must be taking the back trails. That's why they're slow. The fact that Flying Cloud Stronghold was moving by the back trails told me these weren't just brutes charging in. They understood strategy. I couldn't underestimate them. I sent Su Kang straight back to the front gate with orders for Su Tai to hold the line at all costs. Then I took Zhao Hongying with me and hurried to the cliffs behind the mountain to link up with Li Qing and the others. On the way, I remembered Madame Cheng's flatbread. I broke it in half and handed a piece to Zhao Hongying. Where'd the bread come from? she asked, puzzled. Found it on the ground, I said offhandedly, stuffing my half into my mouth. It was still warm, and the warmth made me think of Madame Cheng's red lips. I was already turning over in my head how to convince her to let us go public so I wouldn't have to keep sneaking around. Zhao Hongying, however, took it to mean I'd saved the piece specially for her. She nibbled at it in tiny bites, convinced it was the sweetest, most delicious flatbread she'd ever tasted. She gazed at me, love-struck, wishing she could give herself to me that very night. Unfortunately, tonight, to kill bandits. The thought stoked her hatred for Flying Cloud's stronghold a few degrees hotter. She gripped my great bow and fell in behind me, wanting nothing more than to cut down as many of the scum as she could tonight. By the time we reached the cliff, Li Wanqing had already arrived with the maid Shower and Xiao Yin'er, bringing hot flatbread. There was plenty to go around, so I told Li Qing and the other 20 guards to each grab a piece. Chewing as I watched Li Wanqing and Xiao Yin'er, I asked, curious, you two knew each other before? Not telling, Xiao Yin'er said, playing coy. Li Wanqing just lowered her head over her bread and said nothing. The truth was, neither of them could sleep tonight. They'd gotten up to admire the moon and run into each other, and the more they talked, the better they'd hit it off. Xiao Yin'er tilted her face up to the moon, suddenly a little homesick. If only it were this full every night. I teased her, raising my head. I gaze at the bright moon. Lowering it, I long for home. Both of them whipped around and stared at me, thunderstruck. He came up with that? They'd taken me for a man with no head for poetry, and here I was speaking verse off the cuff. Master, have you read the Book of Songs? Even the ever-quiet Li Wanqing couldn't help but ask. Don't remember much of it, I said, shaking my head. Just that one line, a fair and graceful maiden, a worthy match for a gentleman. That got them even more worked up. The three of us stood there under the moon and slid into a conversation about poetry, the talk growing livelier by the minute. Li Wanqing was a sensitive soul by nature, and when the subject turned to the waning moon, her eyes actually grew sad. So I offered her some comfort. Men know joy and grief, parting and reunion. The moon has its clear and clouded, its waxing and waning. Such things have been hard to hold complete since ancient times. May we live long and share this moonlight, though 1,000 miles apart. Li Wanqing couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into my arms. It had never crossed her mind that the man who understood her best would turn out to be me. Xiao Yin'er wanted to launch herself at me too, but in the end couldn't quite bring herself to. Just then, Su Kong came running up again. Brother Chun, the bandits from Flying Cloud Stronghold are attacking. My heart leapt. So the bastards had finally come. Perfect. I'd wipe them out in one clean sweep, and after that I could get on with my own affairs in peace. I didn't dare take them lightly. Slowly, I eased Li Wanqing away, then leaned close and murmured in her ear, "It's dangerous here. You head back first, and once I'm done I'll come find you." Li Wanqing lowered her head, blushing. She'd caught the meaning behind the words, and she was both nervous and full of anticipation. After all that heart-to-heart tonight, she was thoroughly won over and quite ready to bear my children. With a father skilled in both letters and arms, the child was bound to turn out well. She gave an obedient nod, took Chioer's hand, and headed back to the inner courtyard, leaving me free to focus on the killing. Xiao Yin'er, however, didn't leave. She snatched up the great bow lying to one side. "I can shoot. Let me help defend the stronghold." She threw out her chest and looked at me expectantly. I was skeptical. "You can shoot." "Of course," she said, brimming with pride. "We daughters of the Xiao family are trained in riding and archery from the time we're small. The day I came here, I fought my way out of a bandit encirclement all on my own, on horseback." I thought of the scrawny horse from that afternoon. She had, in fact, vaulted onto it in a single leap. But this business of archery, I still wasn't quite convinced. If you're really that good, then how come? Kidnapped by traffickers? Xiao Yin'er sighed helplessly. "You think everyone's like you? There were 6 or 7 big brutes, and they shot my horse dead. How was I supposed to get away?" "Fine." I nodded, letting her stay. Just then Zhang Yuehua, Han Yun'er, and Sister Guilan arrived with hot flatbread. Worried about their safety, I had Zhao Hongying escort them back to the rear courtyard. I told Zhang Yuehua and the others to head back, but they lingered, glancing over their shoulders every few steps, unwilling to leave. I knew if they stayed they'd only distract me, Thankfully, they finally listened and went. Taking Xiao Yen'er, Li Qing, and 20 guards with me, I stood watch at the cliff's edge behind East Peak. The family tree said the bandits would climb up the back mountain tonight, so they would climb up. I trusted the family tree. Afraid Zhao Rui over on West Peak might underestimate the threat, I sent Su Kong to warn him, hold that back cliff at all costs. Xiao Yen'er stared down over the edge and couldn't help asking, a cliff this steep, can bandits really climb it? But then she remembered I'd predicted the raid long before it happened, and now here they were. She fell silent at once and pressed close to my side, eyes locked on the darkness below. At the base of the cliff, Zhang Long, chieftain of Flying Cloud Stronghold, had already crept to the foot of the cliff with over 400 men. To avoid tipping their hand, they'd lit no torches the whole way, moving only by moonlight. "Chief, climb up here and it drops you right on top of East Peak," whispered Sun Chi, a former miner captain of 2nd Dragon Mountain, pointing up at the cliff. Zhang Long looked up. In the dark, the cliff face rose like something hewn by axe and blade, the rock glinting cold. Jutting crags loomed like fangs, and the night wind moaning through the crevices set his skin crawling. He frowned. Can this really be climbed? Sun Chi, afraid he'd lose his nerve, said urgently, "Rest easy, chief. It looks fearsome, but there are handholds in the cracks. My men can all make it up. Let me go take Chen Fan's head." 6th Chieftain Zhang Xiong volunteered too. "Big brother, let me climb up." 5th Chieftain Zhang Biao added, "Big brother, if even we think it can't be climbed, Chen Fan is bound to think the same. It's the perfect chance to catch him with his guard down." Zhang Long made his call. Feng Qi would take 50 men up West Peak, Zhang Xiong 50 up East Peak. He hated to send Zhang Xiong, but Chen Fan was fierce, and if he woke, Feng Qi might not be his match. Only Zhang Xiong could take him. "Remember," Zhang Long charged them, "once you seize East and West Peaks, drive straight for the front gate. I'll be waiting there." "Yes, sir." The two led their 50 men each and started up the cliff. Zhang Long, with the remaining 300 plus, slipped toward the front gate and melted into the woods at the foot of the mountain, waiting for word of victory from the two peaks. Atop West Peak, Zhao Rui kept his watch in earnest. The chubby Xie, when he had long since given up and gone back to his room to sleep. Wang Rubai, yawning nonstop, was still keeping Zhao Rui company over a game of chess. He was curious to see for himself just how uncanny this so-called. Whether his brother Chun could really predict exactly when and how the bandits would strike. "Brother Rubai, just sit back and enjoy the show," Zhao Rui said calmly, moving a chess piece. "Brother Chun doesn't miss. He even called it on your sister, Miss Wang." Wang Rubai's hand froze. "My sister?" he asked urgently. "What did Brother Chen say?" "Back then, I had no idea your sister would pass through Qingyun on her way to the capital, but Brother Chun went out of his way to ask about her. He must have already foreseen she'd be heading south. And here's the really uncanny part. We never planned to attack Mount Dian at all. Brother Chun insisted on taking us up for a look, and that's how he stumbled onto you being held captive. You tell me, didn't he see it all coming?" Wang Rubai's heart lurched. Could there really be someone in this world with the gift of foresight? He knew Zhao Rui well. The man had no reason to lie to him. Was Chen Fan truly that extraordinary? At that very moment, Uncle Han, keeping watch at the cliff's edge, shouted, "Here they come. The bandits are climbing up." Zhao Rui set down his chess piece, eyes lighting up. "Brother Rubai, time to get to work." Wang Rubai rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked down. There, in the moonlight, several shadowy figures were slowly scaling the sheer rock face. He was utterly stunned. If Chun Fan hadn't seen this coming, everyone here would have died at the bandits' hands tonight. Who could have imagined the bandits would climb the cliff? Amid his shock came a quiet flash of joy. With a man like Chun Fan watching over her, his sister would surely reach the capital safely. Uncle Han and Xieyong stepped forward, eager for the order. "My lord, shall we throw the stones?" Seeing that only a small handful had made it partway up, while many more bandits still waited on the ground below, Zhao Rui waved them off. "Not yet. Wait a little longer." He wanted to catch them all in one net. Everyone stared silently down over the edge. The bandits were cunning, sure enough. The ones who made it up first fastened ropes to the trees along the cliff, and those behind them scaled up easily hand over hand. Before long, not a single bandit remained on the ground. Every last one was clinging to the cliff face. Their admiration for Chun Fan deepened. If not for him, who would ever have guessed the bandits would climb the cliff? By the time anyone spotted them, throats would already have been slit. Once the bandits were halfway up, Zhao Rui gave the order, "Drop them." Uncle Han led the men of Peach Blossom Village, and Xie Yong led the Xie family guards. Stones rained down like a torrent. Screams tore through the air above the cliff, punctuated by the endless thud of heavy bodies striking the ground. When Feng Qi saw the hail of stones come pouring down, he knew they had been made. But he couldn't for the life of him figure out how. They'd been so careful tonight, hadn't even lit a torch. How had they been spotted? Were the men up on that mountain eagles? Hold on. Find cover. He pressed himself under a jutting overhang. But it was no use. The stones came too thick and fast. One by one, the brothers around him were struck and fell like kites with severed strings, piling up in a small hill at the foot of the cliff. Only then did he finally understand what the fourth chief had said. Don't underestimate Chen Fan. This man is terrifying. So tonight had been foreseen by him all along. Not until the very last of his brothers had plummeted did Feng Qi finally break. He rushed toward the summit, screaming like a madman. Chen Fan, you can't kill him. A sharp. The arrow flew straight into his face. His voice cut off mid-scream, and his corpse crashed heavily onto the pile at the bottom of the cliff. Up on the mountain, Zhao Rui lowered his great bow with a cold sneer. A two-bit bandit like you, worthy of dying at my big brother's hand? Dying by mine is already showing you face. Uncle Han and the others were taken aback. They'd assumed Zhao Rui was just some pampered rich kid, but his archery was actually this good? Zhao Rui chuckled. Compared to your Squire Chun, I'm just waving an axe at Lu Ban's door. Wang Rubai was even more shocked. Brother Chin's archery is better than yours. Zhao Rui nodded in earnest. Within 100 paces, one arrow, one throat. Wang Rubai's heart pounded wildly. Could there really be such a flawless man in this world? One who could see the future and shoot the eye of a willow leaf at 100 paces? A man like that could never remain a mere small-time landowner. He was destined for greatness. Silently, he began to scheme. How could he persuade his father to break tradition and marry his youngest sister off to Chen Fan? True, she wasn't as beautiful as their second sister, but she was still a beauty in her own right. Worthy of him. While the West Peak was pounding the bandits, the fight on the East Peak had also broken out. I couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. I sat off to the side, eating the flatbread Zhang Yuehua, and the others had warmed up, watching Li Qing lead the household guards and hurling rocks down the slope. Xiao Yin'er wouldn't throw stones. She insisted on drawing her bow, determined to prove to me that her archery was up to scratch. But whether it was the dark night or the cramped footing at the cliff's edge, she loosed arrow after arrow without hitting a single bandit. Getting a bit embarrassed, she stubbornly kept at it. But the harder she tried to prove herself, the more she missed. By the time every last bandit on the cliff had been crushed to death by stones, she still hadn't hit a single one. She could only turn around, cheeks puffed out, and spread her hands at me. Not one. I didn't hit a single one. I didn't tease her. Instead, I offered her comfort. Don't worry about it. I'll take you to the front gate in a bit. There'll be plenty of bandits there for you to shoot at your leisure. Her face lit up instantly. She slung her bow and came over. How do you know there are bandits at the front gate? There are so many of them. They can't all have come up the back mountain, I explained simply. They must have another group waiting at the front gate. Once their ambush party succeeded, they'd attack from both sides and break through. She nodded, then her eyes twinkled mischievously. Well, turns out Squire Chun is quite the clever one. I couldn't be bothered to trade quips with her. I deliberately shouted over to Li Qing. AQing, I'm heading to the front gate. You hold this place. I picked up the Overlord's spear and my longbow and was about to leave. Hey, wait for me. Xiao Yin'er grabbed her great bow and hurried after me. The truth was, Zhang Xiong at the cliffside hadn't been crushed to death. He'd wedged himself into a crack in the rocks, hiding in the cover of the night. He hadn't broken down, hadn't given up. Only now did he truly understand how formidable Chen Fan was. The man had even predicted the sneak attack from the back mountain. But then Zhang Xiong thought to himself, the formidable ones aren't always the ones who live to the end. The ones who can endure are. He braced both hands against the stone walls, holding himself in place with grim determination. Even after no more rocks fell from above, he still didn't move. He kept on hiding. Not until he heard Chun Fan's voice. He's leaving? Heading to the front gate? Zhang Xiong grinned wide. Chun Fan's gone. Now here's the translation. My chance has come. Once I kill off your women and grab Zhang Yuehua to hold over your head, what good will all your strength do you then? Suppressing his excitement, he crept up the cliff face like a gecko. The villagers guarding the summit would never dream that anyone was still alive on the cliff, much less that he was still climbing up. Just one more step to the top. Zhang Xiong was in high spirits. Chun Fan, now it's my turn to finish you off. But at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the summit, and that man was hoisting a boulder the size of a grown person over his head. Zhang Xiong's eyes went wide. Only someone with monstrous strength could lift a rock that big, and rumor had it Chun Fan possessed exactly that. Could it be him? His whole body stiffened. Chun Fan never left. He was playing me all along. He'd never imagined Chun Fan could be so cunning. Just as he was about to roar in defiance, a sharp arrow came whistling through the air. Thwack! It caught him square in the face. Blood streamed down. Zhang Xiong really was one tough bastard. Even through the searing pain, he clenched his teeth and clung to the crevice, glaring up at me with pure spite. I couldn't be bothered to say a word. I hurled the boulder straight down with both hands. Boom! The boulder plunged, dragging his corpse with it, and slammed into the base of the cliff. I stared down until I saw him crushed motionless beneath the stone and confirmed no more figures clung to the wall. Only then did I dust off my hands and turn to leave. Xiao Yin'er stared at me in a daze, her face full of admiration. If I hadn't foreseen everything, if that man had actually made it to the top, the Li family guards alone might not have held East Peak, and Zhang Yuehua and the others would have been in real danger. She was completely won over. Not just monstrous strength. He'd even schemed to lure the enemy out through the crevice. A man of both brains and brawn. No wonder she'd set her sights on him. The corners of her mouth curled up despite herself, and she made a silent vow. I'm sticking with him for the rest of my life. Even as a maidservant, I'd be willing. But out loud, she deliberately puffed out her chest and lifted her chin. See? I told you I was a good shot, didn't I? I had to laugh. She'd missed a dead-center shot at point-blank range. She might as well go find a block of tofu and smash her head against it. Not bad. Guess you can head back to Qingzhou and take on the whole city single-handed now. I'm not going back, she blurted. Then, realizing how that sounded, hurried to add. I'm waiting for you to escort me home. I couldn't be bothered to squabble. I turned to Li Qing. Hold the summit. If you see a signal flare from West Peak, light one here too. Got it. Li Qing immediately dispatched the guards to patrol the perimeter in case more bandits tried to scale the cliffs. I took Xiao Yin'er with me down the mountain and headed for West Peak. I wasn't just going to wipe out the bandits attacking us. I was going to seize the opportunity to fight my way all the way to Feiyun's stronghold and take out the whole nest. As for bringing Xiao Yin'er along, I wanted to build a brothers-in-arms bond with her. That way, once she returned to the Xiao family, she was sure to put in a good word for me, which would open the door to a partnership with the Xiaos and give me a route into the Qingzhou shipping lanes. Besides, her aunt was the current empress. That kind of connection might come in handy down the road. It was only a pursuit action anyway, not much danger. She was in armor. It'd be fine. The East Peak Gate was being held by Qin and a handful of villagers. When he saw me coming down, he guessed the fighting up top was over, and with a note of regret, Shidi rubbed his hands together. Master, is it over? The mountaintop is done, but there's still the front gate, I said, waving him on. Come with me to West Peak. We're wiping out the front gate. Qin grabbed his long-handled saber excitedly and rushed over. I told Qin Yin to hold the mountain gate, then set off for West Peak with Xiao Yin'er and Qin. Just then Zhao Rui and Wang Rubai came charging down with the Wang and Xie family guards, the government soldiers, and the men of Great Wild Goose Mountain. Zhao Rui hurried over, delighted. Brother Chun, we've killed every last bandit. How did you know they'd climb the cliff behind the mountain? I had no time for chit-chat. Who's holding West Peak? Second Uncle Han, with the villagers. That put me at ease. Second Uncle Han was steady. Still, I sent someone up to warn him to keep an eye on the cliffs in case more bandits tried to climb, and to light the signal fire the moment anything happened. Zhao Rui caught on right away. You mean there are more bandits at the front gate? Exactly. I nodded. Feiyun's stronghold came for revenge. There's no way they'd bring only this many men. The main force has to be at the front gate. Wang Rubai's admiration for me deepened, and he grew all the more determined to seal a marriage alliance and bind the Wang family to me. Zhao Rui, meanwhile, had his eyes fixed on Xiao Yin'er, soft armor, a great bow, every inch the dashing heroine. It set his heart itching. Beautiful women who knew martial arts were exactly his type. Of course, he didn't dare try to steal my woman. He could only envy me. Wasn't Zhao Hongying at my side already enough? And now here was another, Xiao Yin'er? He sidled up to her and murmured, "Miss Xiao, do you have a younger sister?" Xiao Yin'er caught his meaning, shot him a look of disgust, and answered coldly, "The women of the Xiao family marry emperors or crown princes, or else into houses of great renown. We don't marry princes." Zhao Rui froze, stung. What was wrong with being a prince, that he'd get brushed off like that? He was about to snap back when he noticed everyone watching. Xiao Wendy was even grinning nastily, and remembered that Xiao Yin'er was just as strong-willed as Empress Xiao. He could only flick his sleeve and let it drop, suddenly nostalgic for the meek, obedient concubines back in the capital. Seeing him fall silent, Xiao Yin'er assumed he was cooking up something worse. She gripped her longbow tighter and pressed close to me. I couldn't be bothered with any of it. My mind was on one thing only: how to wipe out Feiyun's stronghold. Soon the signal fires blazed atop both east and west peaks, their glow lighting up the sky above Twin Dragon Mountain. The moment was ripe. The bandits at the front gate would assume their comrades had succeeded and attack at once. I led Zhao Rui, Wang Rubai, the Xie family guards, Zhao Zhong and the other government soldiers, Zhou Ming and the great Wild Goose Mountain men, and the whole imposing column swept toward the front gate. Dong Qing had been assigned to manage the business side and wasn't meant to fight. But suddenly he guessed my true purpose that night, thought of something crucial that concerned me, hesitated a moment, then snatched up his broadsword and came running after us. At the foot of the mountain, "Big brother, the mountain's on fire." Zhang Biao pointed at the flames on the summit. Zhang Long saw it too, and at last a smile broke across his taut face. Sixth brother must have pulled it off. The bandits let out a breath of relief. The ambush had succeeded. Chun Fanding has been killed. Twin Dragon Mountain is ours. Chief, let's storm the front gate. But Zhang Long stayed cautious. Not yet. Wait till Sixth Brother's men reach the front gate, then we'll strike. The men had no choice but to wait. Just then, war cries and the clash of weapons erupted from the front gate. "Big brother, the fighting started. Sixth Brothers hit the front gate." Zhang Biao said excitedly. The bandits' eyes lit up with greed, not for women, but for treasure. Twin Dragon Mountain had been thriving for years. There had to be a mountain of silver up there. This was their chance to strike it rich. Zhang Long agreed the moment had come. A pincer attack from inside and out would take the front gate in one blow. "Charge!" He thrust his broadsword forward. Over 300 bandits burst from the trees in a howling wave, pouring onto the narrow trail that led to the front gate, pressing forward along the cramped mountain path. At that instant, a thunderous rumble crashed down from the peak above. Every head jerked up, and they saw a scene of pure horror. Beneath the moonlight, a dense hail of stones came pouring down like rain, hammering onto the trail and smashing every bandit to the ground. Not one was spared. In the blink of an eye, of the 300-plus men, only a small knot who hadn't yet reached the trail were left standing. Zhang Long and Zhang Biao stood frozen, unable to make sense of it. Hadn't they already taken the peak? Hadn't Chen Fan been killed? Then who the hell was up there dropping rocks? Then it dawned on them. The ambush had failed. Chen Fan wasn't dead. He'd set a trap and lured them right into it. The two brothers stared, refusing to believe it. The back mountain route was so well hidden. How could it possibly have gone wrong? The stone rain stopped. The trail fell into a deathly hush. The fallen bandits lay motionless, and streams of blood trickled down and pooled around the survivors' feet. "Kill!" A ringing war cry exploded through the air. A tide of armed men came charging down the trail. At their head rode a warrior on a great red horse, gripping a massive bow, galloping straight over the corpses toward them. "It's Chun Fan." Zhang Biao recognized me at once and panicked. "Big brother, run. As long as the mountain stands, there'll be firewood to burn." He shoved the stunned Zhang Long into motion. Zhang Long snapped out of it, wheeled around, and led his men fleeing down the mountain. But two legs are no match for four. I rode my western region's warhorse in pursuit, loosing arrows as I went, and bandits kept dropping in my wake. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, only 50 or 60 men were left at their side. Zhang Biao knew there was no escaping now. He shouted to Zhang Long, "Big brother, go. I'll hold him off." Long spear in hand, he wheeled around and charged straight at me. "Fifth brother, come with me," Zhang Long cried. Zhang Biao didn't stop. He rode right up to me and reined in, planting himself in the middle of the road with his spear leveled at my chest. "Chen Fan, dare you match spears with me?" I galloped up close. Seeing this man barring my way and spouting such bold words, I didn't refuse. I set down my great bow, snatched the overlord's spear from my horse's back, and rode forward to meet him. Zhang Biao's heart leapt with joy when he saw I'd actually accepted. He was supremely confident in his spearmanship. It was precisely because of his skill with the spear that his brothers in the Jianghu had dubbed him Little Overlord. The Overlord of Western Chu was the Great Overlord. He was the Little Overlord. "Come on," he cried, thrilled, leveling his spear at me. Even seeing me on horseback didn't rattle him. In his mind, he had already worked out Zhang Biao's plan. Wait for the warhorse to charge in, sidestep at the last moment, and thrust his spear straight into me. But he hadn't counted on one thing. My big red stallion was ungodly fast. In the blink of an eye, I was right on top of him. He scrambled to dodge. My overlord's spear was already flying forward. Too fast. He never even saw it clearly, just a flash of cold light. Before he could bring his own spear up to block, I'd already skewered him and lifted him high into the air. Zhang Biao's mind went blank. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could my spear be so fast and so precise? What kind of spear work is that? How can it be so fast? He choked out through the pain. The Overlord's spear technique. I let out a roar and slammed the shaft down against a huge boulder beside me. Crack. Zhang Biao hit the rock hard and didn't move again. The bandits around us were scared out of their wits and dropped to their knees, one after another, begging to surrender. Only now did they understand. So much for their Little Overlord. He'd just run into the real thing. I couldn't be bothered with them. I yanked my spear free and charged straight for Zhang Long. Zhang Long had watched the whole thing. He knew he was no match for me, so he turned tail and bolted for the woods. I swapped my spear for my longbow and loosed an arrow. Behind me, Xiao Yin'er, riding that scrawny nag of hers, let fly at almost the exact same instant. 2 arrows streaked after Zhang Long. He sprinted for the treeline with everything he had. Once he made the woods, he'd be home free. Just as that flicker of hope kindled in his chest, both arrows buried themselves in his back. He stumbled, crashed to the ground, and stared with bitter, disbelieving eyes at the dense woods just steps away. So close, and yet impossibly far. A moment later, he too went still. I rode up, saw the 2 arrows sticking out of Zhang Long's back, and glanced over my shoulder at Xiao Yin'er. So she hadn't been bragging after all. Her archery really wasn't half bad. Xiao Yin'er saw the look. She pressed her lips together smugly, tilted her chin up just a little, but her eyes were smiling as they fixed on mine, plain as day. "Praise me. Come on, praise me." Before long, Zhao Rui, Zhou Meng, and the rest caught up and trussed up every surrendered bandit. I didn't head back to Twin Dragon Mountain right away. Instead, I led my men straight for Feiyun's stronghold. I was going to take advantage of this moment and wipe the place off the map for good. Just then, Dong Qing came panting up, pulled me aside, and dropped his voice. "My lord, Feiyun's stronghold can't be wiped out." My brow twitched. I was about to ask why. Dong Qing hurried on. "Think about it. The moment Feiyun's stronghold is gone, the Clearwater River is wide open. Anyone's boats can pass through. How are we supposed to make money then? How do we keep our grip on that waterway?" I caught his meaning at once. Keep Feiyun's stronghold on a leash. Use it as my black glove, and let it choke the Clearwater River for me. No, I shook my head. Feiyun's stronghold burned my village and tried to take my life. I won't let that go. On top of that, I've killed 5 of their 6 chiefs. The blood feud is sealed. The 4th chief, Zhang Bao, will never work with me, and I won't. Spare him. Dong Qing had anticipated this and pressed on. "My lord, Feiyun's stronghold is one thing, and the Zhang brothers are another. They shouldn't be lumped together. The Zhang brothers must die, of course, but Feiyun's stronghold can be kept intact for now, with our own men installed at the top." He cupped his hands, volunteering. If my lord trusts me, I'll go to Feiyun's stronghold myself, join forces with my sworn third brother Yang Tinyu, get rid of Zhang Bao, and take control of the whole stronghold. I understood at once. So Dongqing still had his sworn brother Yang Tinyu on his mind. He was afraid I'd kill Yang Tinyu too. The man really was loyal and true. Come to think of it, though his words carried a personal motive, they weren't without merit. Using our own people to control the Qingshui River and turn it into a bottomless coffer, that was a fine idea. Dongqing knew business. But I knew this path wouldn't work. The Grand Canal was already in rebel hands, and the waterway north to Qingzhou was cut off. The only route left was the Qingshui River. A river this lucrative was bound to draw every faction into the fight for it. With my current strength, monopolizing the Qingshui River would only invite attacks from every direction. Far too dangerous. Of course, I wasn't about to let this fat prize slip away either. I'd already worked out a plan. Borrowing an idea from a later age, I'd set up a toll station at Feiyun Stronghold and split the take 5 ways. Myself, the Xie family, the Yang family, the Shao family, and the government. Through Xie Wenjun, I could sway the Xies. Through Magistrate Song, I could reach the Yangs behind him. The court right now leaned on the Xie and Yang families to hold itself up. With their nod, the imperial court was sure to approve setting up a toll checkpoint. Both families were of noble standing and wouldn't step forward in person. The court was tied up dealing with way to the north and couldn't spare troops to keep order either. The actual work would fall to me. Pulling in the Shao family was necessary because the Qingzhou stretch of the waterway also had to be opened. If that stretch stayed blocked, everything else was useless. I'd have to sway the Shaos with a share of the profits. Beyond the toll station, I also intended to build my own fleet. With Feiyun's stronghold in our hands, our ships would naturally enjoy privileges and hold every advantage over the rest. My mind was made up. I laid out this intricate chessboard for Dongqing in broad strokes. I needed a man like him, one who understood commerce and valued loyalty. When he heard it out, Dongqing stared at me in astonishment. He'd never imagined that, stuck away in Qingyun County, I would have such a clear grasp of every faction at court. What impressed him even more was that I hadn't let profit cloud my judgment. I'd still come up with the safest, soundest plan. Dongqing was thoroughly won over. Dongqing didn't think it through and nearly ruined my lord's grand design. I begged my lord's punishment. He cupped his hands, red with shame. I helped him up, offered a few words of reassurance, and was about to lead the men off to storm Feiyun's stronghold when I noticed his face darken. I could guess why. You're worried about Yang Tinyu? Huh. Dongqing let out a heavy sigh, his voice thick. Tinyu's got that mule stubborn streak. Once he sets his mind on something, 9 oxen can't drag him back. Neither I nor Big Brother can talk sense into him. But when it comes to us, he truly. Nothing more to say. All these years through thick and thin, the 3 of us fought and butted heads plenty of times, but none of us ever held a grudge. All I remember are the good old days, drinking and eating meat together. Shame we can't go back. I listened quietly, mind racing. An idea came to me quickly. I hear Feiyun Fortress is bordered by mountains on 3 sides and a river on the 4th. Tough nut to crack. I looked at him. You got the guts to make a trip out there and secretly get in touch with Yang Tinyu? If he's willing to turn coat and help me take Feiyun Fortress, I'll credit the both of you with top honors. Dongqing's face lit up with joyful surprise. He hadn't expected me to still give Yang Tinyu a chance. Thank you, my lord. He bowed deeply, then vaulted onto his horse and galloped straight for Feiyun Fortress. What were you and Mr. Dong talking about? Xiao Yin'er asked curiously beside me. I didn't answer, just gave a mysterious smile, mounted my Western Realm's steed, and leveled my spear forward. Move out. To White Sand Ferry. We're taking boats to hit Feiyun Fortress. The moment the men heard we were going after Feiyun Fortress, they all followed excitedly. They knew I was generous with rewards. There'd been bounties for the earlier strikes on Feiyun Fortress and Twin Dragon Mountain, and if we took Feiyun Fortress this time, the payout was bound to be hefty. Charge. Morale soared. The whole company followed me first to White Sand Ferry, then boarded boats and bore down on Feiyun Fortress. Back at Feiyun Fortress, the 4th Chieftain Zhang Bao hadn't turned in. He sat in the great chair of the Hall of Righteous Assembly, waiting for good news from every quarter. He waited and ended up dozing off. In his dream, his 5th brother Zhang Biao and 6th brother Zhang Xiong were unstoppable. They scaled the cliffs behind Twin Dragon Mountain under cover of night, burst into my chamber, and cut me down with ease, then swept up the entire mountain and captured the newly appointed county sheriff alive. The sheriff was so terrified he burst into tears, swearing he'd never again send troops to root out Feiyun Fortress. The whole stronghold roared with laughter, and even in his dream Zhang Bao couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. He laughed and laughed himself awake. He opened his eyes to find himself still in the Hall of Righteous Assembly. It had all been a dream. What if dreams turn out to be the opposite of reality? Zhang Bao's chest tightened, but then he thought of Big Brother's flawless plan and figured there was nothing to worry about. That eased his mind, somewhat. Just then, a man came rushing in. "Fourth Chieftain, we've got trouble." The heart Zhang Bao had just settled leapt right back up. "What is it?" "A carrier pigeon just came in. Our forces have been crushed." The man broke down as he spoke. The first chieftain, the fifth chieftain, the sixth chieftain, all killed by Chun Fan. All 400 brothers dead on the field. Zhang Bao collapsed back into his chair, the color draining from his face. How could this be? A plan that airtight. How could it fail? Chun Fan was just some small-time landlord. Was he Zhuge Kongming reincarnated? He refused to believe it. He snatched the letter and read it over and over. It was a long while before he could accept the truth, and at last the tears rolled down. "Fourth chieftain, hurry, take the brothers and flee," his confidant urged. Chun Fan always moves fast. They're probably already on their way. Only then did Zhang Bao snap out of his grief. He thought it over and figured it was very likely. But he wasn't about to run. He was going to stay and get his revenge. He wiped his face and started making preparations. First, he sent someone to 3rd Young Master Qian to request reinforcements. Feiyun's stronghold was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, so Chun Fan would most likely come by water. He ordered every boat piled up on the water in front of the dock, each one packed with dry straw and other flammables. The moment Chun Fan showed up, they'd set the whole thing ablaze and burn him alive. With everything in place, Zhang Bao stared off toward Baisha Crossing and sneered. "Chun Fan, you like playing with fire? Then let's really play with fire." Baisha Crossing. Luo Gang, Li Dazhu, Li Jin, and the others hadn't slept a wink. They waited anxiously aboard the ships for news from Twin Dragon Mountain. Dawn was almost breaking now, and the men grew more restless by the minute. Something couldn't have gone wrong, could it? Just as they were fretting, a large column of men suddenly appeared on the small road to the south. Leading the pack was, "It's Brother Chun." Luo Gang recognized me at a glance, mounted on my Western region steed. The horse was too striking to miss. "Brother Chun." Luo Gang, Li Dazhu, and the others rushed off the boat to meet us. How did it go? Though he'd already guessed we'd won, Luo Gang couldn't help but ask. "We won. We won." Zhao Rui, still on horseback, thrust his arm into the air and shouted. "Over 400 men at Feiyun stronghold. Not a single one left. All wiped out. The first chief, the 5th chief, the 6th chief. Brother Chin took them all down in a single stroke." "Excellent." Luo Gang and the others clenched their fists and cheered. The cheers on the bank carried out to the big ships. The men aboard froze for a heartbeat, then erupted in thunderous applause. "Yes, yes." Some slapped the deck, others embraced each other in booming laughter. Then, in unison, they roared, "Master Chun, magnificent! Master Chun, magnificent!" The great ships swayed gently with the cheering, and the wave of sound rolled out across the river. Xiao Yinner had never seen such a rousing sight. Her heart was pounding as she gazed at me, eyes shining. "Master Chun, so impressive." I hadn't forgotten what we came to do. I called for everyone to board quickly. Once everyone was aboard, I gave the order to set sail at once. All 5 great ships unfurled their sails together and pushed upstream, straight for Feiyun stronghold. Zhao Rui, Xiao Yinner, and I stood at the bow, facing into the morning breeze, spirits high. The first rays of dawn peeked out from behind the ridgeline and slanted across the water, and the river lit up in an instant. Glittering ripples, like a sheet of shattered gold swaying in the wind. Watching the scenery, everyone's mood lifted even higher. But I had just remembered something. It was a new day, so the family tree should be updating, right? The moment the thought crossed my mind, I checked the family tree. Sure enough, 3 cloth strips on the tree were glowing. The information had refreshed. I opened the green opportunity strip first. Opportunity. Press the advantage. Wipe out Feiyun's stronghold once and for all, and take control of shipping on the Qingshui River. Rescue the damsel in distress and win Beauty Wang's heart. I'm quite pleased. Even the family tree is telling me to wipe out Feiyun's stronghold. Looks like my earlier decision was right on the money. Feiyun's stronghold is finished. Of course, I'm not about to underestimate them. I plan to sit down with Zhao Rui and Luo Gang and hash out a proper strategy. Feiyun's stronghold doesn't have many men left holding the fort, but it's flanked by mountains on 3 sides and a river on the 4th. The only way in is by water. That'll take some serious thought about naval combat. But then, I noticed the second half of the green strip. Heroes rescuing damsels, winning the fair Miss Wang's heart. I've already crippled Feiyun's stronghold. What danger could Miss Wang possibly be in? And even if she were in danger, why on earth would the family tree be pushing me to woo her? Isn't she supposed to be marrying the crown prince? A string of question marks popped up in my head. I set the green strip aside for now and picked up the blue one representing good match. Good match. Miss Wang is coming to Qingyun County. Be sure to seize this opportunity. The White Lotus sect's holy maiden has heard of your reputation and has volunteered to come to Qingyun to persuade you to join the sect. I was even more confused. So there really was news about Miss Wang. The family tree wants me to seize the opportunity. Is it telling me to snatch Miss Wang out from under the crown prince? It's brought up Miss Wang over and over now, and honestly, I'm getting curious. Could it be that taking her in comes with an especially generous reward? Beyond power and lifespan, could there be something else? A cultivation technique, maybe? My interest in Miss Wang grew even stronger. As for the second half of the blue strip, the White Lotus sect? I remembered Madame Chung mentioning that the rebel forces in Qingzhou included the White Lotus sect. Putting 2 and 2 together, I could pretty much guess what was going on. The White Lotus sect wanted to recruit me and have me raise a rebellion here in Qingyun. Not a chance. Those rebels in Qingzhou aren't going anywhere. The only reason they're still standing is that the imperial court has its hands full with the Wei Kingdom up north and can't spare the manpower. Once the court gets around to them, they'll be crushed. I have no intention of dying. I'd already made up my mind to slam the door on this White Lotus holy maiden before she ever arrived. No woman is worth throwing myself into that kind of danger. Not worth it. Finally, I opened the red warning strip. Warning: Feiyun Stronghold is dispatching men to ambush Miss Wang's boat. Go to her rescue immediately. I frowned. I'd already wiped out Feiyun Stronghold's main force, and they still had men to spare for an ambush on Miss Wang's boat. Then it hit me. I'd already accepted Wang Rubai's commission and pocketed his 500 strings of cash as a down payment. If Miss Wang came to harm in Qingyun, wouldn't that be a slap in my own face? I hurried back to the cabin to find Wang Rubai. Brother Rubai, didn't you say your sister's dragon boat wouldn't reach Qingyun until noon? Has she come early? Wang Rubai was leaning by the window taking in the view. He shook his head at the question. No, she's still on schedule. Midday arrival, just as planned. Then something struck him as off. Why would I ask that? Knowing my knack for foresight, he panicked. Brother Chun, have you gotten wind of something? I nodded. Feiyun Stronghold is sending men to ambush the dragon boat. Wang Rubai's face went white. His sister's safety was tied to the fate of the entire Wang family. The Empress Dowager was getting old and could no longer shield the Wang family. They needed his sister to step up. With her beauty, she was sure to become the crown princess, and one day the empress. So nothing could happen to her. Brother Chun, hurry, save my sister. I'll add another 1,000 strings of cash, he pleaded. Beside him, Zhao Rui also trusted my judgment. So far, everything I'd predicted had come true. Brother Chun, let's rescue Lady Wang first, then wipe out Feiyun Fort. He was urging me on too. He was hoping the crown prince would marry soon, so he'd stop pining after Zhang Yuehua and wouldn't come after me for revenge later. Personally, I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I'd taken the protection money, so I had to deliver. All right, rescue first, then wipe out Feiyun Fort. I gave the order at once. 5 great ships surged northward, blades bared. The Qingshui River wound down from Qingzhou, cutting through mountains and valleys, rushing at last into Qingyun County. Once inside Qingyun, the channel widened, the current slowed from rushing to gentle, and the water turned from muddy to clear. The Imperial Dragon boat carrying Lady Wang, Wang Ji, had raced through the night into Qingyun. Now that she'd left Qingzhou behind, Her homesickness only grew stronger. Leaning by the cabin window, gazing at the river, she was suddenly delighted to find the water here so different from Qingzhou's, no longer swift and murky, but calm and clear. Green mountains on both banks mirrored themselves in the water. Now and then a white egret skimmed the surface, cleaving the emerald stillness. She thought it exquisite and quickly told her maid Luer to fetch brush and paper so she could paint the scene. But as she painted, something felt off. The more she looked at the green mountain before her, the more it resembled a woman standing upright, gazing longingly toward the north. Wang Ji's heart gave a flutter. Could it be that this woman, too, had been married off to a distant land and stood day after day looking toward her homeland? Luer, she said, pointing out the window. What's this mountain called? Luer knew her mistress was of a sentimental nature and had meant not to say, but not daring to disobey, she answered. Miss, it's called Wangfu Mountain, husband-watching mountain. Many men in Qingyun were conscripted into the army and never returned. The mountain looks like a woman seeing her husband off to the frontier, so people gave it that name. They say wives often come here to pray for their husband's safe return. Luer had chosen her words to avoid anything touching on homesickness, hoping to lift her mistress's spirits. But instead Wang Ji's brow furrowed, her melancholy deepening, and there was even a hint of envy in her eyes as she gazed at Wangfu Mountain. That woman, pitiful as she was, had at least married the man she loved. Though they couldn't be together every day, she had someone to hold in her heart. And me? I don't even know where the person I love is. For the glory of the family, I'm to be married off to a man I've never even met. Even if I do become crown princess, what is there to be happy about? Still, it was only a private lament. From childhood, her upbringing had made clear what was expected of her. For the sake of the family, she would accept whatever was arranged. Boom, boom, boom. Warning drums suddenly thundered out. Luer jumped in fright and rushed to shield Wang Ji. Wang Ji, however, kept her composure. She thought of those bride-snatching scenes from novels. Could it be that some secret admirer had come to carry her off? She poked her head out the window for a look ahead. She'd have been better off not looking. What she saw was a horrifying sight. Two large ships had appeared in front of them. One flew a huge black banner emblazoned with 3 characters, Twin Dragon Mountain. The other also flew a black flag, bearing a single enormous character, Chun. Sharp as she was, Wang Ji understood at once, bandits. And their chief was surnamed Chun? What kind of nerve did this mountain chieftain have, daring to rob an imperial dragon boat? Was he planning to seize her as his bandit bride? Panicking, she looked toward the bow, praying that eunuch Gao could hold the dragon boat and beat the bandits back. Eunuch Gao, meanwhile, was equally stunned. He'd never imagined the bandits of Qingyun would be so brazen as to hijack a dragon boat. Weren't they afraid of having their 9 generations of kin executed? Then again, he reasoned, once a man had taken up banditry, what did he have to fear from the government anymore? He regretted it bitterly now. He should have listened to the Wang family and waited for a Qingyun escort before entering the region. But there was no calling back an arrow already loosed. He could only grit his teeth and push forward. Eunuch Gao issued his orders at once, dispatching both of his escort ships, the only ones he had, to intercept. 2 against 2. Surely they could win? In the reed thickets not far off, Wu Kai, the trusted man of 4th Chieftain Zhang Bao, lay in wait with his men. Watching Yang Tiniu lead the 2 big ships south, flying the very banners he'd arranged in advance, Wu Kai was well pleased. That great Chun banner was his own deliberate frame-up of Chun Fan. Combined with the Twin Dragon Mountain banner, everyone was sure to conclude that today's business had been Chun Fan's doing. As for whether some clever soul might spot the flaw, since when did robbers announce their identities? Well, that didn't matter. To render an account to the imperial court, the authorities would have to seize Chun Fan as the scapegoat. That was enough. Wu Kai gripped his sword, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth, but he was in no hurry to strike. His eyes stayed fixed on the scene ahead. First, let Yang Tiniu wipe out those 2 escort ships. There'd be plenty of time to grab the Wang beauty once the cleanup was done. Standing at the bow, Eunuch Gao watched the water ahead. Tense as he was, he had full confidence in the palace guards. These men were masters of martial arts, unrivaled in close combat. The moment the escort ships pulled alongside, they'd storm the bandit vessels and cut every last man down. But just as he thought victory was in the bag, the two escort ships, still not yet in reach of the bandits, began to slowly sink. The guards on board weren't strong swimmers to begin with. Once their ships went under, they could only thrash desperately in the river, some of them striking out for the bank in a bid to save their lives. But the bandits' great ships came surging in. The moment the guards were within range, arrows flew in a chaotic hail. Man after man was struck down, their blood staining the Clearwater River red. Eunuch Gao stood frozen in shock. What sort of black magic were these bandits using? Even our sturdy escort ships couldn't withstand it. Now, with the escort gone, was there any chance left of breaking through? Ram them, he shouted frantically. He would rely on the dragon boats, sheer size, to smash straight through the bandit vessels, sinking them and killing. Break through the encirclement.